Next stop on the National Golden Tee Tour is the Missouri Open.
All right, CJ. And with that eagle putt, CJ is the 2024 Missouri Open champion, winning his very first National Tour event.
The Tour is not just an elite competition. It's a gathering of friends who share a passion for the game no matter what the outcome. Come for the tournament, stay for the lifelong friends.
Roy, double bogey.
Just make it, Neil.
Just do it. Just drop it.
Oh, man. Great effort.
That was really good. So John Helstein is your pink bracket champion. And in the hole for the win and the World Championship pass. There you go.
Yo, Kirk Stimper.
Right at the camera, buddy. Good
Champion,
job.
buddy.
Kirk Stimper takes down the Wisconsin purple bracket
Sussex.
again.
Your 2025
Wisconsin Open champion, Jeff Lannon.
Can C.J. Wengler repeat his championship performance from 2024? Who will claim the title of 2025 Missouri Open champion?
1 is at the tee.
Nice.
Teeing it up, it's golfer 2.
Come on, Grandpa. Hit it.
And now we head over to golfer 1. From a welcome lie.
That one wanted to go in.
Golfer 2 with a look for eagle. That putt made it in. Golfer 1 trying to sink this and move on. And here's the bird. Golfer 2 will start things off.
Not bad.
Teeing it up is golfer 1.
Oh, yeah. Nice shot. That's how you clean up those short ones.
Golfer 2 for birdie with this putt. First to address the ball is golfer 2. Golfer 1 is ready.
That close from there? Are you kidding me?
Golfer 2 approaches the ball.
He'll have to aim just a touch left to counter the wind. That's right there.
Golfer 2 feeling the pressure of an eagle putt. Golfer 1 with a look for eagle. Golfer 2 is set to hit. Very good. Golfer 1 is lining up. Golfer 2 with an attempt at eagle. Golfer 1 with an eagle look. Already at the tee, it's golfer 2. And we're on. With the ball on the tee, it's golfer 1. Golfer 2 for a birdie here. Golfer 1, a good birdie opportunity. Golfer 2 is lining up. That's a tape measure shot. Golfer 1 is on the tee.
Really nice.
And now over to golfer 1. Golfer 2. Golfer 1. Golfer 1, a shot at birdie. Golfer 2, with a chance for eagle. Ready to tee off, it's golfer 2.
Well, as far as that's concerned,
Golfer 1 is on the tee. Golfer 1 with a chance for eagle. Can you believe it? Golfer 2 to putt. Par 4, 2 strokes, eagle. Let's watch the tee shot of golfer 2.
that's on. Nice shot.
Lining it up, it's golfer 1. Safe on the carpet.
That takes some touch. That'll play.
Let's watch talent at work. Here's golfer 2.
That's a great way to finish a hole.
Ready at the tee, it's golfer 2. Already at the tee is golfer 1.
That's going to circle the moon.
Golfer 2 lining up. Once again, it's golfer 1. Golfer 2 lining up to putt. Boy, I didn't see that coming, but that's an eagle. Golfer 1 ready for liftoff. That's fine work, Peter. Golfer 2 is on the tee. leader, we're in the fairway. Golfer 1 between the markers. A fine drive. Golfer 2. Golfer 1.
Great lie. Should be a nice shot from here.
Golfer 2, now putting.
That's 3 for birdie.
Golfer 1, just about to putt. Birdie, nice work. Golfer 2 between the markers. Let's turn to the tee shot of Golfer 1. We are getting dialed in. Let's watch the finesse of Golfer 2. What a way to finish the hole. Well, amazing. Golfer 1 trying to drop this putt. Good birdie. From the tee, it's Golfer 2. Ready to tee it off here is Golfer 1. Golfer 2 to take a look at it.
Not bad. Right on the green.
Back to Golfer 1, hitting off the short grass. Golfer 1, putting for eagle. Golfer 2 with a look at eagle. Golfer 2 has the honor here. Huge backspin on that shot. Golfer 1 is teed up and ready to hit. It's on, but it's far from the hole. Golfer 1 readies the blade. We've got eagle. Golfer 2, a chance at eagle. Golfer 2 is about to tee off. Between the blocks, it's Golfer 1.
Not bad at all.
Golfer 2.
Should be no issues from here. Nice stroke.
Golfer 2. Reading a birdie putt. Over now to golfer 1. Hop in the cart, we're done here. Golfer 2 is ready. Golfer 1 is about to tee off.
That's clean and in the middle. There's a strong wind in your face. That's going to knock some yards off.
Yikes. Should be a good shot. Let's watch. Golfer 2. Golfer 1.
Through the green, Jim.
That reverse course. Here is golfer 1. Out of the fringe.
Just an authoritative finish. Worked it in nicely there.
Golfer 2. Now putting. Jake, that's taking care of business with an eagle on that par 5. Golfer 2 is ready to go. Ready to tee off, it's golfer 1.
That's on the green. Nice shot.
Golfer 1 about to putt. That's a 2, a birdie. Golfer 2 with a birdie attempt. Ready to tee it off here is golfer 2.
That's an error.
Golfer 1 is on the tee.
Come on, go.
Golfer 2 to strike the ball. A true golfing artist, here's golfer 1.
G2, Patrick Laughlin, Jeff India.
Put away the putter, it's in. Yeah! Golfer 2, this is for par. Golfer one is on the tee.
And that one that you had, that was long.
Lining it up, it's golfer two.
Now that'll play.
Golfer one.
That was a thrift store find, too. Oh, I believe it. And $2.
I don't think that was an accident, Jim.
Golfer two with a birdie putt. Golfer one readies the blade.
Birdie and 3 strokes.
Golfer one is on the tee. Golfer two is lining up.
G13, John Helsky.
A nice effort from the tee.
John Helsky.
This looks like a nice lie.
There's a spinner. Over now to golfer one.
You have to watch the wind today. It's strong and pushing everything to the left. Motor.
Going on.
Golfer two looking to drop this putt. What an eagle. Golfer one with a look at eagle.
Bobby Campbell, Benjamin Lacey. Bobby Campbell, Benjamin
Golfer
Lacey.
one is about to tee off. That's reeling back in. Golfer two is lining up.
That's on. Nice shot.
Let's watch the magic of golfer one.
G21, Reese Walfinger.
You gotta be kidding me.
Lining up to hit is golfer one.
Maybe a bump and run here?
Yikes. Ready to go, it's golfer two.
Nice shot.
Teeing it up, it's golfer two.
John McCurran, James Green, Green on 7.
Golfer 1 is about to tee off.
Sheet 8, Rodell Parks, Nathan Webb. Rodell Parks, Nathan Webb.
That'll scatter the birds.
I putted 2 times. Yeah. The entire game, and that's what happened. Whistle the switch?
Golfer
Hey,
1
and
with the putter
It's
looking for par.
YouTube/GoldenKey/live, right?
Golfer 2 with an eagle look.
Oh, I've been talking to myself. Thank you. Oh wait, didn't I lost that? I really was not thinking I really think you're a jerk. No, I really think some of them went to the park out. That's why I said that. I really was not making talking about wow. Yeah,
16. How you doing? Dylan.
I'm balling.
She's 11, man. Jeremy, go to C. Go to C on 11.
Full one, baby. Full one.
You go as today?
Sean's supposed to. I don't have the file, so. Kevin's coming here, so I'm gonna talk to him. All right.
Finesse right there. No need to putt. That'll play all day.
Fucking great lineups we
Ready
got.
at the blocks. It's golfer 2. There's a spinner. Golfer 1 is lining up.
Towards me.
4, Bill
Safe
Kosky,
on the
John
carpet.
Tickman.
Golfer 1
John
with a
Tickman.
putt or eagle. And that's in. Golfer 2 lining up a putt. Whoa, Jake, that's an eagle. Golfer 2 will have the first go at it. Nice up, nice indeed. Golfer 1 is on the tee.
14,
watch
Nick
it come
Cornelius,
about.
2 shots. Nick Cornelius,
Golf
2
for one,
shots.
lining up a putt.
Really wish I missed one of
Good
these.
job on the par 3. Nice birdie. Golf for 2, about to putt. Dropped it for birdie. Golf for 2, ready for liftoff.
That'll work.
Golfer 1 is lining up.
Thank you.
Striped it right in the fairway.
Here's the always entertaining golfer 2.
Outfielding, Michael Brown.
Close to the can, Peter. Back again to golfer 1.
Wow!
Golfer 1 with a bid for eagle. Golfer 2 to gain 2 strokes. Lining it up first will be golfer 2.
That will
6,
do in
Kevin
about
Vilas,
face.
and Van Hoover. Kevin
Golfer
Vilas,
1
and Van Hoover.
between the
6.
markers. Golfer 2 with an eagle putt. Drained it. Golfer 1 to gain 2 strokes.
Team 10, Randy Critchlow, Paul Singh. Randy Critchlow, Paul Singh on 10.
Golfer 2 is teed up and ready to hit. That's changing direction. With the ball on the tee, it's golfer 1. Golfer 2 trying to sink this and move on. Nice birdie. Golfer 1 for birdie.
15, you're lost, Harry Lewison. You're lost, Harry Lewison, it's 15.
With the honor now, it's golfer 2. Golfer 1 is teed up and ready to hit. That's some raw power, Peter. Golfer 2 ready to hit.
John Hayes, Eric Provo.
There's a huge
John
wind to the
Hayes,
left
Eric
here.
Provo,
You've got to
front
aim
20.
right to compensate. Good. That'll work.
Golfer 1 trying for an eagleberry. Golfer 2 with the putter looking at an eagle. With the honor, it's golfer 2.
Good morning, everyone. Richard Swindell sitting in, on better known as Lurch, or maybe not better known. And T-Rav, Travis Tressler joining me on
There we go.
the other mic.
How we doing?
Doing well. Won my first one and got a little weight. Pink bracket again, but I mean, when you hadn't played, that's where you end up.
Yep.
So I'm happy. At least I have a chance. Looks like we have some purple matches still going on our stream machines.
Oh wow, yeah, I didn't know Gordy made purple. Oh.
Yep, I know Juhas did, so, and it's not yet 12 o'clock, so.
No, what's 11:50 or something?
Boy, snuck that putt in.
45. Yeah, I'm already down 0-1, but
sorry
I made
to hear
purple,
that.
so I can be
Oh,
happy.
that's very true.
It's a moral victory for the
Yeah,
weekend.
no, that's really good. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Golfer 2 is lining up.
Would have been higher if I didn't. I think I shot a 20 on Bahama, but it was nice to get that out of the way.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, I loved making my first purple, and if I play a lot, I have the game to be in purple, but I don't think I have the game to win purple, but
Yeah,
I have the game to
I'm right
maybe
there.
win a pink, so maybe one
Oh,
day.
definitely. If I can come in third in pink, you can win a pink.
Well, I've been third and second, so I just need a first.
Yeah, you got it.
Thanks, Connor. Appreciate it. Al Jazz, good to see you. Appreciate the smash the like button. Definitely, everybody. If you haven't done it yet and you're watching on your phone, just click back out so you can get to chat. Turn your phone back sideways so you can get to chat. And make sure you hit that like, subscribe if you hadn't. Helps them out immensely. I'm sure everybody knows that by now, especially everybody that streams. Everybody streams a little bit. You know how much exposure you get just from a few more likes than you got the last time. I see a lot of people laying up here, Travis, on this little island on hole 9 on the right machine on Gordy Brown's game.
Yeah, that's where I go as well. It doesn't always work out for me, but
I'm not comfortable hitting that spot, I don't think. I've only ever looked at it once. We'll see if I play today, if I end up there.
Are you playing Cosmos?
Yes, of course.
The only problem is, some like that, the distance there if you're not playing Cosmos, but Cosmos seem to get there easily.
Mike Kenny, good to see you. It's not afternoon yet here, but it's coming really close. But it could be afternoon where you are, so good afternoon.
Yeah, we're on Central Time.
Yep.
There you go, Bush. Just get your putts.
And
Yeah,
Nick Cornelius and Juhas should probably be a really good match on our left machine. Both two quality players that could make main if they shoot really well. I'm sure they were both disappointed they didn't.
Yep. Go out. Gordy's up by 1. Oh, all right.
Okay. Yeah, I was kind of curious on the scores and where we were. I need to look at that on the Juhas match and see exactly where we are on that.
Thanks, kid.
Ooh, Gordy just cut that a little. Oh,
Yeah,
it's
nice
it looked
shot.
like it was cutting more. Good lay.
Good shot by Nick, especially you take all that time, hit a good shot. I have no issue with that when I'm playing. If you take a whole bunch of time, take as much time as you want. But
Make sure it's
if
a
you're
good shot.
taking a lot of time and you're consistently hitting bad shots, it's like you might as well just hit a bad shot.
Yeah. Or start speeding up, maybe getting a rhythm.
Yeah, find something.
Yeah, if I sit there and think about it for too long, I know I'm just making it worse and
Yeah.
worse and worse. Especially when you know the shot too. Just get your shot in and keep
Yeah.
going.
Yeah, I don't necessarily know all the shots, but I certainly know what my clubs are going to do. So,
Yeah, and some of these shots I have no business even trying. Just get on the green, get my putt, and move on.
yeah. And a lot of the times, that's all you have to do.
That was the biggest thing that I had to learn when I first started coming to tournaments. I'm not good enough to sit there and pin seek and hole out. Just get near the hole, get your putt, and keep moving, and let them make a mistake. Because I'm going to make one, definitely.
Hey, Mark Bridges, good to see you. Thanks for chiming in. Appreciate the text yesterday and the vote of confidence. Means a lot. Mark is one of our Louisiana guys. He goes by Mab. He travels around the country for a restaurant, and he plays everywhere with everybody. So I'm sure everybody knows who Mab is. Good, great guy. But hadn't seen him in a while because we don't all get together for our group as much as we used to. We all still play, but playing sparingly together. Erica Pierce, great to see you. And looks like we are. Juhas is up one already on the left machine.
Good chip. Looked like it was going a little left there, but
Yep.
he got it.
Golfer 2 with the short
I don't know, Mop. I think it would be a good competition if you had a speed competition between Bryce Allbear and Connor on who hits the fastest. I mean, those two have to play the fastest in my mind.
I feel like Haas would be up there, too.
Well, I mean, just actually play, not like the speed round stuff, but to play and play around and play fast. Those two play really fast. They both know what shot they're going to hit. They're hitting it to a spot to hit a shot, and they know what shot they've got before they even get up there. Most of the time, they've made up their mind already and get up and change club, hit a shot.
Just enough action on the ball there.
Ready at the tee. It's golfer 1.
But yeah, they do have the speed run competition, like Andy just chimed in for us. Yep, Taylor has done pretty well in the speed runs. But yeah, I was just talking like regular game when they're just playing and not necessarily playing speed run. Just even in a tournament and regular competition. Connor plays really fast. Bryce Allbear plays really fast. Or Albert. I'm going to pronounce it Allbear. I don't know. I need to ask him. I meant to.
I think it's Albert.
I meant to. I know. Louisiana, we're going to make that Allbear.
From what Sobel says.
Yeah, but I meant to ask him that. I'll corner him later and find out for certain. Good morning, Charlie. It's Albert?
Albert.
Oh, okay, we just got informed it is Albert. It's my
he had roll on.
French connection that
you mean to have roll
makes
there?
that tough.
Golfer 2. Could it be
Charlie Hall chiming in. Good to see you, Charlie, here, but would love to see you at a tournament. Hadn't seen you in quite some time.
golfer 1 with the putter? With the honor, it's golfer 2.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about too, Mop. I don't know. It would be a toss-up in my mind. I'd like to see that matchup, though. In just like a regular match timed on the same course when they're not thinking about it, just to see for your own personal knowledge who's the fastest. I think it's got to be one of those two. Taylor plays fast, but he thinks about a lot of shots because he plays so many crazy clubs, especially like the chipper and the fulls. Yep. He's always looking at them. Yeah, it's a good kick off the rock. Nothing wrong with that. I don't think there is that straight a competition, Barack, but I would certainly love to just catch them not when they're not paying attention and time them, just to see.
Yeah.
Same course, same setup, and time them just to see how quick they both play. On a machine by themselves, where they're not playing with somebody else, they're just warming up. Hey, let's play the same machine. They would be popping it out.
Yeah, especially when you're playing alone, you get in that rhythm. Just keep it going. That's one thing about qualifying that hurts me is there's no rhythm. You're taking your time talking. You got 3 people.
Yeah.
You start seeing other people shot. Start thinking about that when there's no reason to be doing that.
If you saw the crazy clubs I play, you'd realize I'm not really paying attention to their shot much, unless it's something that I know I'm going to use the same club. And I did learn a few shots from Luna yesterday, playing with him, where I knew I was going to probably have to try to hit a full in there, but watching him hit it, I knew the speed and I knew the spot, and it worked. but I can't hit the shots he does. I don't have the setup he does, and I don't have the repetition he does. But
Yep.
to be able to learn a few and use them in a tournament was awesome. Oh,
he
look
got
at
a
that
bounce.
great kick.
Jeez.
Man.
Almost like he tried to do
Oh,
that.
no. I wish I could have that kick all the time. I'm going to have to ask Gordy what the secret to that was. And it's like the Colonel Sanders secret recipe in chicken. I mean,
Yeah, it looked almost perfect for
yeah.
him. Yeah, unfortunately, this hole is still just a kind of spray and pray.
Yep.
Don't go in the sand. Don't go in the water. At least get over.
Get it over the tree right here, get it through the second gap, and get it down to the green, and that's going to stay up top on him.
I didn't see the miles per hour.
Well, at least he has a wind in his face, so that makes it a little bit easier to maybe do something with this, but he is playing Cosmos, so that's going to push him, or should push him a good bit. It's always tough to tell, though, with the big cliffs like that. Sometimes the wind acts a little bit different.
There we go. Good shot.
It's a good down, hit the rock soft. Not bad. Not bad. I'm checking my phone just to make sure I haven't been called again yet. I don't think so. I have somebody playing into me, and they're playing right now, so I'm okay at the moment. Good. Because it's a little tougher to hear with the headset on, but, I mean, you can still hear Steve.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't ever have to share a room with him. I bet you he dreams and screams at in his sleep. Quiet down! Quiet down! Like, you don't have to worry about snoring with that guy. You just have to worry about him shouting at people.
That's a good chip by Gordy.
Turn that jukebox off!
Oh, good putt. All right. They tied up now? Oh, no. Oh, I must have missed him. Dang.
There's so many terrible comments in my head to fill that one in, Barack. I would say it's all about how you stroke it, and I'm going to leave it at that.
I think Gordy's the first person I've ever seen go over there.
Yeah, no, I saw that yesterday. CJ did that too, and I was like, I never even would have thought of that. But the wind was blowing into the green, so even coming out of the rough, you still had the wind behind you, so you had a better line at it. Now, it is rough on that green. It's not grass, so you have to treat it as such.
Well, he's laid up right before the little area of water.
Yeah, well,
instead of going out there, but
not knowing what short clubs Gordy has, he may not have wanted to be in between clubs, so he hit it to a spot he knew he could have a club at it. He's comfortable with.
I usually end up with a 9 there, and it's a little tricky.
Yeah.
So I just started using the 9 December, maybe, I think, of
Yeah.
last year. So I'm still learning it, but it's definitely a game changer.
Greg, that's certainly true. The PGA has certainly made the game a little slower than it used to be. Nice up, Nick, over there. No real good way to attack that hole. Is just get on the green and make a putt, move on.
You're making a phone call in the middle of the match?
Oh.
Calling the wife saying, I'm on the stream.
Yeah,
Watch.
Watch me on the stream. I'm about to hit this awesome shot. He was calling to get tips on his chip. Hey, how do I pull this? It's at 3 clicks or 4 clicks. Well, and he went to 4 clicks, so maybe that was the phone call. Oh, what a great shot.
That was the 9 wood, right?
I thought that was a hybrid. I mean, maybe he did switch back to the 9 wood. I saw him look at the 5 hybrid, so I don't know if that's what he hit or not.
Good putt, Gordy.
Nice putt, Gordy.
Wow. Just wow. Golfer 1 for a birdie here.
Yeah, may have to find out what the emergency phone call on the stream was, just so I can say what it was later.
Yeah, I think that's the first I've seen.
Yep. I like this look that Juhas and Nick have over here with the hand on the bottom on the top.
Oh, I shoot a little. Yeah.
Just a little far, Tim. Make a good chip and recover.
On the green.
Nice shot by Gordy.
Let's turn to the tee shot.
Tough wind with a hand tucked on the right. I have a hard time hooking it around and getting it to where it needs to be. I normally just try to drop it on that left side and let it trickle down and hopefully have a putt at it.
Like he's gotten.
Oh, no. Sit soft.
Like
no, he hit the hill off the bat. It drilled right into the bottom of the hill. And then, unfortunately, this is never a putt. I mean, at least I've never been able to do it. It's almost always you have to then chip at it, and that's a tough slope for a chip. And Juhas down one now after that hole. Not a bad run, just tough to judge. Trying to put enough speed on it to take the break out, but not cram it by the hole too far. And then miss the putt. It's going to be a tough one. Well, I'm sure Gordy's thinking the same thing I always do. I mean, you always want to win, but you hate seeing that.
Yeah.
And it just,
I'm always
the
rooting
mistakes.
for the guy
Yeah, of course. I'm always rooting for that guy to shoot a great round. I'd rather win it because I hit something great than
watching their mistakes.
But I'll gladly take a win any day.
That's usually how I win. If I do win in match play, I need them to make a mistake, and I can just play clean.
Yeah.
Golfer 1 is at the tee.
Yep, we're still competitive on our left machine, 1918. They're also up to the tree hole. I'm sure they're asking Gordy what that shot was right now. They were probably talking about that. Hey, what tree was that? What's the secret recipe?
Golfer 2 to hit here.
All right, guys, we're jumping over to just the Tim Juhas match because of the big stroke difference on the other match. So,
yeah, Gordy was up by 5 at that?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, as long as he plays his game, he'll take that W and keep on moving.
Yeah, if for any reason Gordy blew up and
not bad,
and lost that match, then I'm just going to say, oh, well. Sorry we missed it, but better to watch competitive matches than ones that are pretty much out of hand. I'm certainly not doing that right now. I'm not messing with Tim while he's playing. He'll be fine. Let him play and finish up, and we'll see where he's at after that. Tim's a quality player. I'm sure he knows what he needs to do to play his game. Oh, he got hung up on the top. Wow, their wind is probably a little more favorable than 14 in the face, so he should hit a good shot here. Oh, no.
Really took him. Yeah.
That's okay. He can make that chip. Oh, so here's a chance to go up 2 for Cornelius.
16, Poole from the spread.
Oh, and he just misses it. I mean, not just misses it. That was a tough miss. Right? This could easily not be any damage. And Tim's a click chipper.
There it is.
And love watching the people that can do that. Is not something I've been able to put in my game. I've tried.
Yeah, I've been there.
I can't consistently pull it back straight like they do, and it drives me insane to even be trying that and not be able to pull it back straight.
Yep, I need a spreadsheet on how much you pull it back per club, per distance.
Yeah,
well, I'm just kind of guessing.
Some of those guys use the finger on the fingers on the side of the ball. Some put their hand and then press on their hand. All right, Travis
All right,
Treslow just got called for a match, so Travis is going to step off. Good luck. Hopefully we'll get somebody else in here to jump in with me. But for now, you just have me calling the rest of this Cornelius Juhas match. Good drive by Tim. Leaves you a nice little good look. Kevin's bringing me food from McDonald's. Oh, never mind. He's walking off with the food. I was hoping it was for me.
Keeping it close with the bite. Very nice.
Nice cut in by Nick, having that little tree in the way to make a good run at it. And see what Tim can do with a very favorable look for him. Nice shot.
Nice. Golfer 1, now putting.
That's a very smooth putt. Well done.
Golfer 2, about to
So we'll be going to 15 with Cornelius still up 1.
mark down a birdie, Peter. Golfer 1 is lining up.
Yep, they have that same tough look with the outwind. I want to see what both of these guys, how they play this to drop it in there for themselves. Mr. Vaney is sitting down next to me. Come chime in. That's a great kick off the hill. Well, very well done. Got a great kick off the hill. Leaves him a nice putt. Definitely put a little pressure on Tim. This is definitely one you want to make sure you match on, especially being down 1. The last thing you want to do is mess this up and go down 3.
Oh, for sure.
Tough look.
Hey, guys. Pennsylvania here. Hope everyone's doing fine this morning.
Yeah, I'm not doing bad.
I won
and he's up. Nice on the green.
I won my first match.
Nice. Congratulations. Hey, you made purple this year?
Yeah, I made purple this time.
Yeah. You had a great run there, qualifying for Maine.
Yeah. Yeah, Florida was fun, and then making the Maine again.
Yep.
I'll be back.
Oh yeah.
I'll be back.
Well, I mean, go ahead and win purple and
yeah,
get a free World's Pass for next year.
For sure.
Then you don't have to worry about banging out whatever the next new course is.
Yeah.
Whatever the new bear is for 2026.
Yeah, for sure. I grinded qualifying last year and didn't get there, and
oh, it's got to be brutal.
Oh, I had so many weeks, so many games.
Yep. Yeah, I'm glad I don't play in a state that gets to qualify like that. And the top guys in Louisiana are better than me, so I'm not going to qualify against them. So I don't do all that banging out games like that. It's just got to be brutal, though.
I mean, look how good Tim's gotten in the last year and a half.
Incredible.
And he's been kicking butt.
Yep. One thing he does is play fantastic on that home machine, but he's really transitioned really well to playing well everywhere.
Oh, yeah.
This is a different look. Instead of going to the island, he went to the fairway. A little bit of a crosswind.
Yeah,
is playing a Cosmo, but
yeah,
should be fine. It's just a tighter landing.
Yeah, he's fine. A little baby cut in there.
Very nicely done.
Oh, yeah. I like going to the fairway a lot on this hole. The wind depending, even pin dependent, you know.
Yes. Another good putt by Nick. Looks like he's figured out what his issue was. He had a right six up two. They missed really bad earlier.
Oh, wow.
So it's good to see him get that stroke back.
Yeah.
Instead of getting putting yips. I've had those. They stink.
We've all been there.
Yep. If you hear Steve right now, he's announcing hole-in-ones.
Yeah.
I didn't get one, so I'm not worried about it.
I got one.
Nice. Congratulations.
I got one on Sahara, and then right after that, it went Went to crap.
Oh, man, I thought he had that one. Great run, Nick.
And Nick took a couple years off playing, and he's back. He's playing pretty well lately.
Yeah, he's doing very well. Taking a sip of my agua.
There you go.
I'm on the no drinking until I'm eliminated. It's sad. It's okay.
You got your first. Did you win your first match?
I won my first match.
Way to go.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to do something different. Maybe something different help me concentrate a little bit more. Just make it just like playing at home where I drive to go play with those guys, and I don't drink because I have to turn around and drive 45 minutes to get back home.
Yeah.
So the last thing I want to do is go anywhere and drink and then have to drive home. That's a negative.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
It'll come down to 18. Nick puts it on the green. He can definitely make Tim have to go for it, and it's a tough win, but it is coming back to the right, up 9, right 6, right 4. I mean, you could really play well into this. But that's a great shot. He's got it. Wow, sealed the win. Incredible shot to seal the win.
Wow. Great shot, Nick.
Yep.
It looks like Gillard and Hickey are getting set up on the other machine, so
and Tim
they'll be ready to go as soon as this match is over.
Yeah, I've been there before where you lost it because they hold it out. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
It stinks. I hate having to finish like that, but love seeing people win like that.
Yeah. A great shot.
Yep. So Tim will move to the loser side of purple, and Nick will continue on the winner side.
Mm-hmm. We got Pete Schmidt and Bryce sitting there behind. All right. Looks like they're live on the other machine. Andy, they're live on 13. Oh, it's Dan Gillard and James Hickey.
Yeah, we're getting another machine set up for you right now, so you're not looking at all the pants and tees that Nick wins.
Looks like it. Thank you. Yep, no problem. That's what we're here for.
And just keep leaving my phone open and refreshing to make sure people aren't. I really think I'm okay. I think this will go losers bracket side first and run through some of the losers to get them down.
Yeah. Yeah, there's even buys in the losers bracket.
Yeah. And look, it's an easy way to do it, so you don't have to redo the format. You leave the same format. You put the people in, and their system just fills it in for them. So yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, because of the buys. Yeah, there's not a lot of people playing on the loser side of pink.
Not yet. So we have 154 tuned in to the stream right now.
Nice.
And 37 likes. So we need to bump those numbers up. PA Twig. How you doing, bud?
It may have for you, Twig, just for that comment.
Wow.
Especially since he's one of my guys, I'm going to point that out and say, hey, Twig wants to pay more money. Twig said he'll gladly volunteer more, so the pots are bigger.
He's going to put a bounty on himself.
I don't know. I think because of Twig, and as much as he plays and as well known as he's gotten, I think there's already a little bit of a bounty on him. People certainly want to beat him. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good that you become known enough that people want to make sure, I want to beat that guy. That's awesome.
Yeah, it feels good when you beat someone known, you know.
Yeah.
Wipe it, Dan. He always does the little wipe up top.
Yeah, he's like
great shot.
It's like the old ladies in a casino that rub the machine right before they start a bonus.
Yeah.
Got to rub that screen and then tap it really hard with their finger.
Uh-huh.
Oh. Hickey with the didn't hook it out enough and actually caught the tree. This should be interesting. And caught the tree again, so he can chip though. This should
he's a great click chipper.
Yep, this should be consistently and most of the time for him. So we'll see if he can execute this and only lose one.
He's real deliberate with his pullback on his click chips. Thumb it straight and nailed it. All right, only one stroke loss. All right. Get a little selfie here right now.
Yep. Oh, and I didn't take any pictures yesterday, so whoever sits and talks with me on stream today, or who I get to sit and talk with, I'm making sure I get pictures with everybody. I always don't take enough.
Yeah.
And then I regret it later. And so it's one of those, I want to just make sure I start getting pictures with everybody.
For sure. Yeah, it's fun. Pictures are nice, you know.
Yeah. Oh, what a fantastic shot.
Great
Thought
shot,
that was going to
man.
go in.
It's a beautiful day here at Bear Lodge.
He's just going to thumb it straight. Oof. He made
Another
scared the
good
whole
run.
two.
Yep.
He scared the whole two. That 7 hybrid.
Yeah, I used to love playing the hybrids. Great clubs.
Yeah.
They're very consistent. They have a big hop. You know, with a backwind, they're going to take a big forward hop before they spin. Even with a wind in your face, a lot of times they still take a little hop forward.
Yeah. That 7 hybrid, I feel like it just goes forever with Cosmos.
Yeah, Mike, if you're not getting a picture with Jason and Jackie, you're just doing it wrong, because most of the time, Jason just constantly running around with the camera in his hand. I don't know why he just doesn't travel with the selfie stick or a little drone. Right. He doesn't have like a little drone that follows him around, takes pictures of him.
All right, we got our first gold bracket match here on the left side.
Yep. We got Bryce, the quick player, and
Bryce and Chris Jusic.
Yep.
Two young guns.
Yep.
That are really good now.
Yes. Yeah, Chris is very improved, and Bryce just really put it together in a year. I mean, it's a year went by. 2 years ago, he was good.
Yeah.
And now he's just very impressive.
He's at the top.
Yeah. He's right up there. There's a reason he's in the first bracket in the fantasy sheet. He deserves it.
He's dedicated his time.
Yep. Yeah, I'm sure it's helped him that Gomez has moved back, so he gets to play a lot more with Mark again.
He's teaching Gomez stuff now.
Oh, I'm sure.
You know?
There's no doubt. But to play with that quality, play with guys that have been there and have won that
Gomez and Rhino.
Yeah. I'm sure.
And even Sandmeyer, you know, those guys have all been around the game so long, you know.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh,
great
this
group.
is the second main match that we've had on stream.
Brittany already correcting you, saying this is the second main match. I think is it the second main match on the stream though?
Yeah, I don't know.
I
don't know. I got here, it was single.
Yeah, I thought both of those were purple in the last one. I believe this is the first main on screen.
Yeah.
I'm waiting on Andy to correct me in my ear, but he hasn't yet, so.
Yeah. Hickey and Gillard are main. Oh, okay. They're main bracket.
Okay, so two of them.
So, yeah, now we have main bracket for both. And we'll have main bracket until we're done on this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it'll all be main bracket matches now, and
unless there's a really big purple match that.
And yeah, that does happen.
Right.
That does happen every once in a while, but it's rare.
Yeah, we got some. That purple bracket is shark-infested waters.
Oh, and it always is. It's always people that should be in Maine that just had a bad round or had a bad course.
Yeah.
Or just didn't qualify as well as they'd like, and they're just like what I was mentioning to you. They end up in purple. They're not happy, but in the same instance, they want that free worlds.
Yeah.
That then is automatic.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not happy I didn't make Maine.
Oh, I know.
I'm gonna grind it and.
Exactly, but that's what I'm saying. That's what happens in purple. There's guys that make the
Oh.
bottom, like Travis Tressler qualified purple
Yeah.
at this tournament, his first purple. You're happy to be there, but you're going to run into the big dogs that want to win.
Yeah.
And it just makes it tough.
Yeah. Sean McKern made his first purple.
Nice.
So we got a few.
Yeah, that's good.
Let's watch.
Great shot. Very nestled right by the hole.
Yeah, I thought qualifying yesterday was definitely gettable. You
Yeah.
know, as we see Luna and JoJo both shooting two betters.
Yep. Yeah, we were talking about in my Louisiana text group about some of the guys at home felt that maybe 135 was a little high, but I really thought with Bear in there and Bahama.
15 strokes off of par.
I know.
Though.
I know.
You know, it's
Yeah.
it's really not that
No.
high.
No, especially not with as many people that have been grinding out Bear and Bear and Bear,
Oh, yeah.
you were going to end up with a lot of high scores on that course, and there were.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Mike, we got Jade here in purple with me.
Yep.
And Dwight Brace.
Yep.
Danny Skurlock.
Yeah, I mean, there's.
we're
But you get those guys that shoot great rounds that are normal poker guys that are happy to make their first main. They're going to knock somebody out.
Yeah.
There's never the guarantee for anybody.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, you certainly believe some of the top guys are almost automatic every time, but even they make mistakes.
Oh, for sure, yeah. I mean, they just called Andy Haas, Steve Beatty. You
Yep,
know,
that'd be
it's
a
a
great
one-game match.
Yep.
And you know, it's anybody's game at this level.
Dutch, it was 135. I don't know what the punt.
100,000. Great job.
Oh, really? It was 100,000. I know it was 135, about 100,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So almost 136.
Yeah.
I'll take the bagel. I'm not going to eat it while I'm talking. Yeah. I'm good right now. Thank you. Jesse just came by, asked me if I want half a bagel and another Mick Ultra. They ran out of Busch lattes, so. Yeah, Dutch, we miss you, bud. Hope to see you soon.
Yep.
Golf for two. Ready for liftoff.
Yeah, Greg, it does. Yeah, you got that right, you know. Corey Kanda, who I qualified with, bought me.
Yeah, I've bought people before that I thought, I always try when I didn't do Calcutta this time, but normally when I buy Calcutta players, I'm buying guys that could take down purple or maybe make a main and make a run.
Yeah.
And I bought one of those players before who had a terrible qualifier and some other stuff going on and ended up in pink. Came and gave me my money back. Even though they'd already bought half themselves, they came and gave me the rest of it. They're like, I'm not going to compete. Here you go. And you know what? That's big. And
yeah,
somebody did that for me in pink one time, and he was a guy that should have never been in pink and knew he wasn't going to compete. And it helped my confidence. It certainly did.
All right. Bryce has a testy putt there.
Yes, sir.
I think I just played this look. I played this morning, this look on Bear. Played around in that, warming up.
Yeah, we didn't see that. I had the pin on the left.
Yeah. Looks like we got a one-stroke. Gillard's up one on Hickey still from that shot on two. So,
with the putter and a shot at eagle.
You know, Hickey's looking for that hole out opportunity, get close, get that click chip. He's a very, very good click chipper.
He's a very excellent click chipper.
So are Bryce and Chris.
Mm-hmm.
They've got it dialed in. Yep, yeah, this is the same exact look I just had. That'll come up a little
That was
short.
close.
It's a good run on the right
Oh,
machine.
yeah. I love hitting my Super 2 into that green on Lexington
Yeah.
here.
I play the 24 plus spin irons.
Oh,
They have a
okay.
little extra distance and still have
Yeah.
the plus. I love hitting those. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's a same similar shot
Yeah, I
today.
play all the old distance irons.
Yeah.
Golfer 2 with a look at eagle.
Yeah, you win purple. The Calcutta money is big. You can
Yeah.
you can win a lot of money with the win. You know, you're walking out 1,500-1,600 bucks probably.
Frank and Barry chiming in.
Hi, buddy.
Good to see you, Frank. Sorry to not see you here.
Right. Yeah.
I know his.
Oh, there you go,
Great
Chris.
chip.
Can Bryce back it up?
Yep. The chip hit. I mean, it's basically a chip. It's a hole in one, but well done.
Yep. It's Bryce is. You got an 8-iron? Okay.
Oh, just by it.
The wind,
Definitely
the wind caught it just a hair and
definitely a shot
pushed it
Bryce
off
can make.
line. Yeah. It's all right.
Yeah.
One stroke. It's fine. You know.
Would have been fun to watch them both hole that out back to back though. On a tough look for me.
Oh, yeah.
Not being able to do that click chip like that.
Yeah.
For them though, it's almost automatic.
I actually, in my warm-up game, I was on the same exact look. I hit a full with a sand wedge, low
Nice.
feed,
Yeah.
bite, and it stuck the green. You
Yeah.
know, it had no chance of going in, but I was
Yeah.
able to just hit a soft full.
Yep, I did the same thing on a similar look,
Yeah.
but I would love to have that click chip at it like they do.
Yeah, that click chip can be scary because if you miss the hole, you can go wet. So.
Yep.
And that has happened to me. I've click chipped that hole in, but
Well, they're starting to call some main matches too, so I'll probably be still maybe a little bit more before I have to play again.
yeah, got a little while.
Yeah.
They'll probably try to keep most of the main matches on this side.
Sure, of course.
And then start moving purple over there.
Well, and that's why I said I figured he'd start running through the loser side on purple and pink.
Yeah.
Try to get some people eliminated, so if they have to leave early or want to leave early, that opportunity's there. I'm one of those guys, though. I'm here for the long haul. I hate having to make travel plans on tournament day.
Oh, yeah.
'Cause I want to stay and watch. I mean,
yeah, and it's a long day. You're going to be exhausted, you know.
And a majority of these people are my friends now. I mean, I want to watch it. I want to watch them.
Every single one
win.
I consider a friend, you know.
Well, I mean, some I still don't know.
Yeah.
But
it's just a friend I don't know yet, you know.
hey, good way to look at it.
And I'm a social butterfly, as are you. You
Correct.
know, we get around, we say hi to everybody if we don't know someone. Hey, I'm Ben or I'm Rich, you know.
Yep. Yeah, one of the best things about Golden Tee is coming by and not knowing somebody and introducing yourself and oh wow.
Oh man. Yeah, we got a brand new player from Louisville, his first tournament.
Bryce tossing that in the water on the
He was watching the Wisconsin stream and he's like, I'm going to the next tournament. Came over, real nice guy. I met him the other night, and then I actually warmed up with him today. So
Nice.
I even got to play with him.
Here's Bryce with
Awesome.
a click chip from over the water.
Oh yeah.
Wow, almost hold it. Fantastic shot. No, oh, come on, Bryce.
Oh wow, it went wet.
Yeah.
Game's not over though.
No,
I mean,
it's just that's a
it's
tough
5
swing.
strokes, but
That's a tough swing.
17's an easy look though, and 18's a pretty easy look. So
Well, he's gonna have to start
yeah.
holding something or hope Chris makes an error.
Dustin, I don't know.
That's
He
off
might
the
be.
green into the sand. I mean, that's not a gimme, even with a click chip. So
No.
maybe
No, I
potentially make one here. I expect him to make it. I do.
and Bryce going with the full, trying to get it up there. He's
up.
He's got a
nestled
putt.
for a putt. Nice shot by Hickey.
I think
on
he
the
needed to
right.
just slow down after that water ball. Okay, you missed the chip, but then he just rushed and smacked his putt.
Yeah.
You know, that extra two, that cost him 2 strokes.
Okay, I do have a member to play him. Kelly Ambrose, that's who I play next.
Oh, okay. Jesse played him first match.
Yeah, it's rough.
Yeah, she struggled. She said she had a great hole out though, so.
He's a good player.
Kelly can be, yeah, you can't sleep on Kelly.
No.
He might not qualify the best, because he just comes out, has fun, you know.
Yeah.
He works a lot.
Right up with the 7 runaround chip.
He's a big help. You know, he helps set up every tournament, drives with Russ.
Yep. There's a big putt by Chris that he misses, and it's going wet. Wow.
Wow. Ouch. It's all right. Is it going to give him the putt again, or it must be giving him the chip?
No, it's probably giving him the chip. Oh, wow.
Oh, it didn't go wet.
It didn't go wet?
He's got to go back to the fairway, though.
Yep, it did not go wet.
There's no way to get that up.
No. Wow, what a tough break. But, like we said, it's never over.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a really long putt from the right side of the green on this hole. And
Another look at
I putted it just to be safe.
Here's Chris now with
Ooh, he's not
another
click
tough
chipping
look.
This is right at it.
And it stays up. Wow, a 5-stroke swing.
Wow. Yeah.
And just like that, Bryce right back in it.
Yep. Like we just said.
Yep. Tough setups, leave yourself in a tough spot. You never know.
I still think Bryce is going to need a hole out because the rest of the course sets up fairly simple.
Yep. Yeah, and that certainly was not the drive he wanted to be around in the fairway.
Yeah.
Both of them hugging that edge.
Yeah, I hit a big cut 10-5 to the fairway, but
nice shot by Chris.
Great shot.
24.
Over to golfer 2.
Nope, still not have called me yet.
Nope. Well,
yep, I'm going to stay till both of these. I'll stay and call with you to both of these, and then I'm going to take myself a little break because I know I'll be up pretty soon. So.
All right, bud.
But
yeah,
these are both 2 good matches.
For sure.
Certainly want to see how they finish.
I think Dan is still clean.
Yep.
Yeah. This is a
tough run,
big
Bryce.
chip right here. Is he up 1 or 2 though?
Bryce with the birdie chip back.
Great chip. There we go. Now he's getting dialed.
And Chris for the Eagles, so that's 2-stroke difference on our left machine now.
Dan just missed it. Just missed that chip.
Yep.
That's all right. They are tied now. He's gonna make the putt for him and move on. Oh wow!
Wow, Chris. Man, just can't.
Laid off of it a little too much.
Yep. Wow.
And Bryce is going to try click chipping this now.
Yep.
That's ballsy.
Yes, very much so.
Great shot.
Well done.
Yeah.
Didn't release off the hill. I'm sure he's not happy with that.
Yeah.
Because had it released, it probably would have kicked towards the hole. That would have given him a chance.
Might have kicked, yeah.
But he should still make that next shot. So big shot here for Chris. Up 2.
Oh, Dan. Ooh. Oh, boy. He almost went wet.
Yep. Stayed dry, though. Can make this eagle. Chris missed the chip up the hill, so we should be tied on the left machine now. Potentially going to extras. Really depends on how they play 18. And at the end, we are now tied. Wow, what a swing on that machine.
Ooh. That's tough.
Tough look over here for Hickey. I'm sure he chips at that.
Yeah, he's got this. Oh, Bryce.
Bryce. Man.
Ready to tee it off here is
holy cow.
Good chip by Hickey.
Chris, I mean, you don't lay up in this hole. You got to go for the green. A little thumb bite.
And that was well
Beautiful
done. That's
shot.
gonna win it for
So,
Chris on that one.
yep. Great.
Man.
Ooh, what a battle. What a battle.
Yeah.
That's lamentable.
Rough lie, Jim. Don't
Yep.
over-expect.
All right. Bryce is just going to light the fire.
Strong
It's
finish to
just
the
going to
hole.
light the fire under Bryce's butt.
Amazing.
Was worried
Get him
about
going.
Hickey's bounce there for a second, but it sat real nice, so definitely would rather a putt on that than to be chipping.
Yeah.
So see what Hickey can do. He's down one.
Hickey's still down one.
I don't know. They were tied. I think he's down one at the moment.
I thought they tied
Okay.
it back up.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. It went to tie because Dan missed that chip.
Yeah.
So we might have extras here. That's not a bad look. Oh, high T3 wood. Wow. Okay. Let's see.
That's a shot you've obviously hit. He's hit before that he knows what he wants. Still a very gutsy look and well
Oh,
done.
he's playing stouts though. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So-
That makes more sense.
Looking at that 14, you know.
No, he was down one. I'm pretty sure he was 26. So this should be it. And he
Ooh,
got
great
it.
putt.
29.
Great putt,
Yep.
James.
Yeah.
Good
And
game,
James win by
29.
one.
His only mistake was there on 2.
Yep. All right, guys. Well, I'm sure they're setting up the next matches. Steve will be calling those in a minute. We'll
Yeah.
get some other people in here. Make sure somebody's here calling streams for y'all.
Yeah, maybe we got Matt Van Hoosier standing right
yeah,
here.
there you
Maybe
go.
he'll jump in with me for a moment.
Yep. But make sure while we're in this middle break right here that y'all click off on your phones or turn your phone back sideways, up and upright. Go to the chat. Make sure you like.
Yeah.
Make sure you subscribe if you haven't.
Say
yeah,
hi
like
in the
and subscribes
comments.
help everybody. And I'm going to yell at MVH when I step up, but I'll certainly come holler at y'all some more later. Thanks, guys. Enjoyed this stream this weekend.
All right, Lurch, be good. Let's see what we got going on in this bracket. Yeah. All right, I'm by myself now. No, we got a break here. He'll be calling the next matches here in a moment.
12, Ryan Ball, Frank Sandra. Ryan Ball, Frank Sandra on 12.
Right, he just called a match on 12. Now the line's backed up a little bit. We'll be back with you here in a moment. Yeah, TJ, they were not without drama, you know. But you expect that Sunday at a Golden Tee tournament. So. Man, you can see us in the background. Not a bad view of the room. See a bunch of people. I don't know. Talking to myself. I think I'm going to be sitting for a bit. They haven't called any of the second round purple matches yet. No, they have not. Second round of winner's side, at least. They got the second round of purple bracket loser side all going. Okay, good. Danny won. Just looking at the. My phone is 99% sideways. Oh. How you doing, Gravy Beast? CJ! What's up, buddy? Miss you. Miss you too, Gravy Beast. Wish you guys could be here. Yeah.
Machine 14, ball.
Okay. He just announced the next match on Machine 14, which is one of our stream machines. Nick Walsh and Eddie G. So they will be getting started shortly, hopefully. Sure they're ready to go. Nick's been chomping at the bit. He likes to keep playing. They both of them just play. They play a lot of games. And there they are.
This brilliant shot got things going.
Yeah, dad life. That'll take it out of you. You got a new priority. You take care of them babies. Bluey. Yeah, CJ. I hope you're doing well. Need to come visit you guys soon.
Time to check in, and you can use
Hopefully I can find a weekend to come down. Come hang out with you guys there in Fishers. Always a good time. All right. Greg. Big T. How you doing this morning?
I'm looking forward to this round.
Yeah, Eddie. You would never guess he's in good shape. Takes care of himself. He must.
With the honor, it's golfer one. Got behind that one. Golfer two.
Farmer Frank, yeah. That's a great crew. Great crew down there in Fishers. They like to have a good time.
Seven, that goal from Ohio, going to see.
All right, let's see who makes their click chip here. Oh! Almost got caught up in the rough a little bit there.
Very good.
Wow.
Here's the always entertaining golfer two.
Oh, you guys are too much. You guys are too much. He might be. The way he plays, you would believe it. Great chip. All right, and then Gomez and Heasley. Hey, Danny. Heasley's back in the main bracket.
With the honor now, golfer one.
Oh, he struggled for a couple tournaments there. Come on, Jason. Hi, buddy.
Hello, sir.
How you doing?
I saw you sitting by yourself and
Yeah.
thought you might want to talk to someone. Oh, we got comments up here. Nice.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Jackie's husband here. How'd you shoot yesterday?
Not to my ability.
Oh, yeah. I don't think anyone really does.
That's why I'm in
It's
purple
rare.
bracket.
Yeah. None of us do.
But that's fine.
Hey, Kins, Danny, the Beast, known as Gravy.
That's Mavy Beast now.
I know, maybe Beast. I like that.
Yeah.
That's sweet. Oop. Jesse's about to play.
Oh, okay. I should go watch that.
Well, I came over to talk to you.
I know.
That's okay.
I got a couple minutes.
So I guess I should have been on here earlier. There was what's the opposite of fireworks on
Oh wow, yeah.
on the Juice versus Bryce match, huh?
Yeah.
Hey Frank.
They both had to stock up on balls after that one.
Yeah, that's tough.
That was
It's
brutal.
I mean, it's tough to see, but it's also kind of nice to see that even people with that skill can do that too. You know, it makes them feel a little more human.
Yeah.
Sometimes, like especially Bryce lately, his runs, he feels. I feel like he's superhuman, right?
Yeah.
Well, I'm in the purple, and I can tell you my sad story why. And I won my first match, so I've been sitting around kind of chatting with people, which has been nice, but I got a little downtime as they try to get that first losers round done also.
Yeah.
So I'll probably
Looks
have to play.
they're moving through it pretty good.
Yeah, I'll probably have to
so
play
far.
in like 20 minutes. I thought I'd jump
Yeah.
on. Hey, TJ.
Me too,
What's up, buddy. We're going to try to see
coming
you
up
in
again.
June. I think we should
Gomez.
make that.
Gomez with the hole in one.
What the heck is this? Oh, that's spam.
Yeah.
Don't listen to the spam, people.
Yeah.
Stay vigilant with your.
Just eat the spam.
That's a phishing.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna get your credit card info.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch.
Golfer 1 stands
I'm gonna have to watch back and watch that Bryce match. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm gonna give that a try. I would like to win purple.
Let's both make a run.
Yeah, that'd be good. I wanted to win money shot on Friday. I got 4th.
Yeah, you were pushing hard.
Yeah. Well, I got my. It was like 3 something inches. I got it first thing in the morning, like right away. I just couldn't get it any better, and I knew it wasn't going to be good enough. When it barely taps the pin, I'm like, okay, it can be closer.
Yeah.
But I was like, oh man, if I would have won money shot basically Saturday morning, and then I won purple today, I'd be the first person to get 2 Worlds passes in like less than 48 hours.
Right.
That would have been cool, but that didn't happen. But
No.
I'm gonna try to make a run at purple. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah. Let's both make runs. I ain't letting off the gas.
Did you see the Heasley crazy off the mountain
I
mountain?
haven't gone and seen the replay yet.
Oh my goodness!
But I heard about it.
That was if that would have gone in the hole, it would have been the shot of the lifetime.
Yeah.
SOTL. Hey CJ, no, I'm not out. I'm just saying I won my first match, but these first rounds go a little slower as they try to go through the loser section.
They just got to give you some crap since you're on the mic. So
Well, yeah, usually, I mean, in all fairness, if I'm on, it probably means I went 0-2 and I'm just bored. But no, I won. I'm 1-0.
Yeah.
Is about to tee off.
My better half. Are you talking about my front half or my back half?
Top half.
Yeah, my top half or my bottom half? I will. And you do the same. Tell Courtney I said hi.
Golfer 2 is lining up.
Eddie G's too tall for the camera. We need an Eddie G adjustment.
Hey, yeah. It's zoomed in. You can see him on the other camera.
Yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Good shot there. This hole can give
his
me
hair's
some
too
issues.
nice, you know. He's got a
Yeah. What a jerk having full head of hair. Look at all these guys. All these guys have full heads of hair, including you.
I'm grateful that I still have a full head of hair at almost 40.
First up, let's head over to golfer.
All right.
Bobby Kennedy, I haven't seen you in a while either.
They're calling winner's side purple bracket now again.
Did they? What was it? Miller and okay.
Joey.
So I'll be next, I think. Or maybe 2 down from that.
Cool.
So I'll definitely be playing soon.
Yeah.
So we're gonna have to find a pair of people if you're gonna watch Jesse play.
I need to go watch Jesse until I get called. So I'm gonna check off here, guys. Hopefully get back on later today, or I'm gonna still be playing. and
Hopefully you're playing a
That'd
bunch.
be even better.
Too busy.
So, right?
Yep.
All right.
All right. I'll
play
see you
well,
later.
Jay.
Yeah, you too.
See you guys. Hit that like button.
All right. Now you're stuck with just me, and that means it's rambling time because I don't know how to sit in silence. Walsh got a little behind that tree there. That's always smart. Sometimes you try to do too much when you get stuck behind a tree, and you end up making it worse.
P3, Mark Sears, my ball. Mark Sears, my ball on 3.
Yeah, who saw that Heasley shot yesterday? I know someone clipped it. I think it was Q clipped it. That was incredible. Got a bunch of Cosmo players. I play mixed balls. I hit Cosmos on some and Stouts on others. But these guys are pros. They're Cosmos all the way, I'm sure.
That's a great way to finish a hole.
Golf for 2.
Is everyone subscribed? I don't know. I'm sure people have said it, but make sure you're subscribed in addition to liking the stream. We're getting so close to 10,000. We're at like 130, $130 away. And you could help us get there. Let's get there, guys. Come on. Let's go. Rachel, where are you? Why aren't you here?
What a shot. With the ball on the tee, it's golf for 1.
Yeah, let's turn those 69 likes into 420 likes by the end of the day.
Now that's right next to it.
Golf for 1 for birdie with this putt. Golf for 2 has this putt for birdie.
B-Rob, what's up? I'm everyone's second favorite. And I get it. I totally understand.
Kicking things off is golf for 2.
I'm some people's third favorite. Nope, I just got called. All right, so I'm going to have to go. It's going to be a little quiet for a little bit, but I'm sure we'll be able to find somebody to jump on. Hopefully I'll be back at some point during the day because I always like rambling and making people mute the stream. So I'll see you all later, and please root for me. Hit the like button, subscribe.
That won't quite get there.
Here again is golf for 2.
Right in. Nice touch. Nice placement.
Golf for 1. Trying to sink this and move on. It's in for eagle, Peter. Leading things off here is golf for 1. Golf for 2 is on the tee.
That'll do, right in the fairway. No complaints here. That's a nice lie. That's on. Nice shot.
Golf for 1, ready for liftoff. Lot of bite on that ball. Golf for 1 with an attempt at eagle. Golf for 2, putting for eagle. Kicking things off is golf for 1.
Watch it back up here.
From the tee, it's golf for 2.
Stop, drop, and back up.
Golf for 1, trying to drop this putt. It's in for eagle, Peter. Golf for 2 will be putting. We've got eagle. first, we turn to golfer one. Teeing it up, it's golfer two.
The rough will have an impact here.
And put it away. Back again to golfer one. Solid finish to the hole. From the tee, it's golfer one.
That drive was prodigious.
Golfer two is on the tee. Epic drive. That one stayed up a long time. Golfer one.
He's got to adjust for the heavy wind from the right. Put it in a good spot.
Golfer two approaches the ball.
Had that one dialed in.
Golfer one with a chance for eagle. Golfer two trying to putt it in for eagle. Let's turn to the tee shot of golfer one. That made it to the carpet. Golfer two between the markers.
Whoa! Right by the stick.
Golfer one trying for birdie here. And it's in the cup. Golfer two reading a putt for birdie. Golfer one is lining up. Well, there's a whole lot left on that drumstick, Peter. Golfer two is teed up and ready to hit.
Come on, Grandpa. Hit it.
Golfer one trying to sink an eagle putt. In the cup, Jake. Golfer 2 with the putter looking at an eagle. That to finish the hole. Already at the tee is golfer 1.
That's right there.
Ready to tee off, it's golfer 2. Let's watch golfer 2 hitting off the short grass. Golfer 1 to hit here.
Oh, yeah. Nice shot.
Golfer 1 about to putt. In the hole, eagle. Golfer 1 will putt. The eagle has landed. Golfer 1 will start things off.
Nicely done. That's on.
Ready at the blocks, it's golfer 2. Oh, that was a lovely shot. Golfer 1 looking to make birdie. Golfer 2 prepares to putt. And here's the bird. Golfer 1 with a putt for par. First off the tee is golfer 2. Between the blocks, it's golfer 1. Golfer 2. When you can't say anything nice, should be a good shot. Let's watch. Golfer 1. There she is. Peter, it's the best we've seen all day long. Golfer 1. This for par.
up, guys? Jason Elliott here. Let's see if I get this microphone right. There we go. All right. I love that video, Stenmark. Help us reach 10,000. How many? What are we at? No, they can't hear me. Subscribers. How many subscribers? We need 140 more subscribers. No, it's not. That's big. What's up?
Hello. Check, check. 1, 2. I hear myself.
Yeah, you probably got to move the microphone a little bit closer.
You hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, hi, Rachel. Miss you.
So Big Toodles, Crop Dustin, No Name, and Rachel.
How'd you do your first match?
I won.
Who'd you play?
I played Bryce. It was on stream. It was very interesting. I try to make it exciting. You know, I was up too much, so I wanted to water it. Make sure to give the home viewers a show.
That's what.
That was a disaster.
Adrian Cleary said he did that. He said he was up 4 strokes and he figured he might as well stroke limit a hole.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, I mean, like, might as well keep it close. You know, you want to get the practice of
the pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Being tied going into 18 and.
Yeah. What course did you play?
We played Bear. We
and what, you were tied going into 18?
Yeah, yeah. So I was up 4, I think, and then 16 or whatever. I hit it on the green and then putted it off the back, but I didn't water it, so I had to chip back to the fairway and then chipped it in the bunker.
Oh my
and then,
God.
yeah, so I double bogeyed while I was on the green. I didn't even water my first
Double
shot.
bogeyed while he eagled and what? So then it was 1 stroke. Or no, you doubled and he.
Yeah,
so yeah,
and then I watered
then it was
17 right behind it.
Oh wow.
All right, so who we got? We got Taylo, looking fashionable as ever.
Oh yeah, we got CJ Taylor. It's an elimination match.
Oh, this is loser's side.
Yeah, because I beat Taylor.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
We were clean the whole way going into 17, and I put mine on the fringe and missed a chip, so I gave him a stroke, and then he hit a Taylor shot. It was a 7-degree driver on 18 cut, and then he just didn't hit it out far enough, and ended up in that elbow of the water.
Was that your first match of the day?
Yep. Yeah, so I'll play Derek next. Player 5.
All right. Then we have
Solomon, and I don't recognize him.
That's a main bracket match, correct?
Absolutely. Ask what course, Mike. Thanks.
CJ's trying to get the NFC to work.
17, ninth place.
I lost some money to CJ earlier. We were watching the dogs catching frisbees.
So you're betting on that?
Yeah.
It's a fun bet. What was the bet that you had?
Well, I said over or under 11.5, and actually I thought they were doing like jumping whenever I first saw it, and I didn't realize there was a time of catching frisbees. And yeah, no. Can everybody hear that, or do I need to? Okay. All right. All right. Luna is up 1 on Chisholm going into 16, it sounds like. Are we just doing that for Rachel? We're just giving Luna updates for Rachel?
All right, so who are you taking here, Talo or Wangler? Who do you got on Bahama?
Oh, man. Feels more like a Talo course, to be honest.
Yeah. It's I love this course for match play because there's a lot of good holes out there. Obviously they're playing Cosmos, so they're on the same ball.
Yeah. There's some.
The right line there.
Talo's probably going to hit at least 6 fulls on this course.
Solomon misses. Put chip on 1. I think his tee shot came up a little bit lighter than he wanted.
Well, and Talo, he's so good at creating shots. So whenever you got a course where you got like several that you got to go through trees or around and everything like that, he's just one of the best whenever it comes to shaping stuff.
Yeah, and if you want to learn how to hit fulls, watch Talo's matches. Like you said, you don't need to hit a full here, but he still chooses to.
Yeah.
Ready to tee it off here is golfer 2.
I'm looking across the room at Chisholm, who is studying.
For a birdie here.
So they're probably still on 16, maybe on the tee box.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have they made the turn yet? He does have a very unique play style. Like he kind of measures the angles.
Yeah,
with
he
his
does.
hands.
Yep.
Like I saw him yesterday when he was gonna pull back right of B. He used like his other hand to kind of measure out the line that he wanted. I haven't seen much of that before.
There's nothing wrong with it. Play how you play, but I will always make fun of slow players. Always.
Yeah.
I play pretty quick.
Nothing wrong with taking your time to figure out the shot you like, but when it's every hole,
yeah,
then it's like, all right, keep it moving. Oh.
Prepare to be amazed. It's golfer 1.
Hill's got a nice line looking here. Oh yeah, I think there's a hidden. I think there's a hidden break on this one. Hidden right one.
An eagle putt. Golfer 1. A chance at eagle.
Yeah, they're playing Rocky over there.
Beautiful.
Good shot.
All right, so Franco's up 1 because of the missed chip on 1 by Howard.
He's probably just gonna thumb this 10-5. Yep. Just didn't blow enough.
Golfer 2 with an attempt at eagle.
So I think new tees is not this Monday, but next Monday.
Yep, next Monday.
Everyone's excited for that.
Yep, and I did confirm with Kevin yesterday the reteed courses will also have new tees.
Okay, cool. And is that going to be the original tees that they had back
I don't
in the day?
know. I do remember at the last tournament that he said that when the tee boxes come out again later in the summer, that it would include the original tee boxes. And I don't know if it's.
That's kind of fun.
I don't know if it's just now, but what's going to be really fun is whenever they do that. So they're going to include. It's just going to be random. It's going to be any and all of the tee boxes from this year. So we're going to have a whole bunch of different looks each time. That's going to be pretty interesting. Whenever they're especially whenever there's a lot of courses that like, all right, well, you could play. There is an advantage to play stouts because there's not an advantage on Cosmos, but then if it's going to be that random, you never know going into it as far as what the tee boxes are. So.
That'll be fun, and I'm glad that's actually after Worlds because I think
I'm
with
glad
how
it's after Worlds.
they're designing the holes for making Cosmos versus Stouts more interesting, and lengthening the holes and making new drivable.
I hope he doesn't hit this fence here. Good.
Good out from there.
Yep.
Only cost 1.
Golfer 1.
Or just hole out for eagle. He can do that very much. Yep. Of course, you got a full coming in here by Taylor. Threw it way out. Being safe with it, but that is fine. See, like, with that, he probably feels more comfortable hitting a full than a straight shot because he knows exactly the pullback to the A and how much it's going to cut versus trying to do like a, inside.
I didn't see it. Did he hit a full?
He did hit a full on his approach. But just because he probably knows that better than the distance he'll have on a cut, if you don't hit both pullback and forward, you can add distance or cut distance unexpectedly. So the full of the distance, he knows that so well that it's completely within his control. Luna won his match.
Luna wins.
Yeah, Dang does have an interesting style, like the way he pulls back and stuff. It's kind of like everyone has their little ticks and getting in their repetition and their usual flow of things. But yeah, he's obviously very good, so whatever works, right?
Yeah.
All right, well, that's got to
go. It's got to go.
He probably wanted to get all of that or close to it, lighter than he wanted, I think. There, only 133.
Yeah. All right, so Franco and Howard, I guess they evened up, losing a stroke, with Franco losing a stroke on the last one. We'll see here.
And CJ missed his click chip, so. All right, tied over there. Franco Howard. They're both Cosmos, correct, on that one?
I
think we have Cosmos
don't know,
across
but
the board.
I think so.
So obviously there's a few good holes that, they could go back and forth on. 15, 17, you never know on 18, so.
Ooh.
Oh.
That would have been huge. All right, CJ needs to get one here. Oh, a little low.
Wide.
Golfer 2, putting. Dropped it for birdie. Golfer 1 to gain a stroke.
Yeah, current commentators' names. I am Chris Jusek, go by RAR.
And I'm Jason Elliott. I go by Try Harder. I'm a motivational speaker.
Try harder. It's always the right answer. PFGB.
I got that from Mike Cannon, who's on here watching Monkey House. Anytime I would barely miss a hole in one, he'd always tell me to try harder.
All right. It's like Paul's really thinking about this one, but he's probably just going to crank this medium. All right, he's going to cut it then.
Yep. Cuts the high.
Got to go a bit.
Got to go. Whew.
Yikes.
Man.
Not quite what he wanted. I think CJ's going to, crank the 8.5 medium.
What, bite here?
Yeah. All right.
Now he's going high too.
Well.
It's always different whenever you're standing in front of the machine versus.
Yeah. You'll definitely get on, but.
Yeah.
As you can see, you really have to cut that down to not go long. But the bite would still be short.
Yeah. If I were hitting high tee there, I'm probably going to do the 10.5.
Yeah, you could probably.
Because with that tailwind, it's gonna. Oh, nice chip.
Nice chip by CJ.
Good save.
What a shot! Golfer 1, feeling the pressure on this eagle putt. In the can.
All right, get the little swan dive there for the putt.
Golfer 1 between the markers.
Have you qualified yet? Are you gonna qualify? Or
yeah, I qualified in the first month.
Oh, congrats!
Thank you. Where are you at?
I did try the first month a little bit, but I was doing I was on an international trip to Korea and Japan.
Oh.
So I was out of country for about 2 weeks, and then after playing pretty hard the first month, I was like, oh, I'll try this month, and instead I just try to practice for this tournament.
Sure.
Just you only want to play bear so much.
Yeah, I know.
The thing that's going to be interesting is with the new tees and if it's going to lower the par.
I would think that it would, which is why I've told guys that haven't done it yet they need a hammer bear this week.
Yeah. Ooh, he almost made that. Yeah, I would say that's good advice. Like, it's more than likely to go down a stroke in par than up to 32 is my guess on some situations. So
yeah, I just can't see them putting another 31 out there.
Ooh, 2 good runs at it.
Uh-huh.
So now Solomon's up 1. I did not see where he got up 1.
Yeah, I missed it too.
Golfer 1 is on the tee.
Good thing they're playing Cosmos because I'm not sure Stouts get there on 11. Nice. Almost made it there. Shotties, unfortunately, don't matter, but.
Not bad.
He is not liking his shots right now.
Well done, an eagle. Golfer 1 with the putter looking at an eagle. Golfer 1 is teed up and
Oh, okay. They got the bad win and bad pin for this look here.
But this is like just.
Oh, where is he
This
going?
is Taylor's world.
Oh, he's going that.
Oh no, and he hit the tree. Man, so much for talking that up on him.
He went up and hit that pretty quick.
Yeah.
For this look, there's more gaps to work with, like more.
Yeah, but they're small. They look smaller.
They definitely are. That's a good
It's
play.
gonna be a big swing.
So he's got a straight uphill putt. Actually, it's a good look for him to save birdie here, but yeah, he hit that a little quick, but he must, hit that same shot hundreds and hundreds of times.
All right, let's see what see how CJ does now. He's got a swing and a little bit of confidence.
Golfer 1 to finish up with no damage.
All right.
It's just crazy to think one of these guys is going to go in too.
Yeah, not normally guys you would look at going 0-2.
Lining up on the tee now. It's golfer 2.
All right, CJ's going to lay back for 10-5, I believe, from there.
Yeah, I usually lay back for 8.5.
Ready to
Okay.
tee off. It's golfer 1.
Both doing the same. I wonder, like, if they're gonna make some of these drivable or change the pars, because sometimes they change the pars too, not just the tee box. Where a 5 could be a par 4, or 4 could be a par 5, and
so
they could
he's doing
completely change
8.5.
up the hole.
Yeah, he can put that.
Golfer 2.
Bad kick there.
It's on the short
Decent
grass,
putt
Peter.
still.
Golfer 2 feeling the
There we go.
pressure of an eagle putt. And that to finish out the hole.
All right, CJ stays up 1.
Golfer 1.
And Solomon's up 1.
That's a great way to finish a hole.
Golfer 2 is about to tee off.
I don't know the final numbers, but pretty good turnout. I think it was close to, what, like 140 or something?
Yeah, I don't know how many actually signed up. I mean, the preliminary numbers are usually a little bit less. But yeah, I know it was in the 140s as far as the last update sign up on Monday.
Chipper wedge, bite.
Wow.
All right. I know he likes a chipper wedge.
Yeah, he does.
I have not seen it on this course. He's like, dang, I usually make that one.
Yeah,
shake in his
exactly.
head.
Exactly.
He knew
He's
exactly where
expecting
that
it,
was going.
Yeah.
But if you haven't been to this tournament before, this venue, this one is one of my favorites for sure. I've been to all the ones on the stop. This one has plenty of space, 2 bars, 2 different rooms.
Two different
so
rooms.
It's
definitely
really
it feels more intimate as far as, instead of being in just a giant wide open space.
yes, but also not overly crowded. Like you're not packed in, you're not stepping over people when you're
No.
qualifying. So definitely a great tournament.
And there's one hotel that's literally attached to the bar, and then another one across the courtyard, and then the comfort end's just, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this
8-minute walk maybe. I don't know, 10.
Yeah, Nashville has a couple walkable hotels, but there's probably a 10 or 12 hotels walkable. Yeah, I'm staying like across the street or whatever. It's a half mile, so it's really nice.
Oh.
And you're close to the airport too. It's like 15,
Yeah, it's not far.
20 minutes from the airport, so you could just have a cheap Uber and then walk the rest of the weekend. Prices are reasonable and all that, so yeah, it's one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's funny. Like whenever you're picking hotels, you're like, all right, well, this one's cheaper. I'm like, all right, well, once you add in,
all right,
once you add in, $60 of Ubers over the weekend, so why don't you just stay at the one that's right there?
So that was another, I guess, chipper wedge shot for Paul that he has when that's not drivable on the other side. Played that about like 60 yards for that club with a thumb with bite. It's good on Bear Lodge as well for a lot of holes. I bet you he's playing it there, but I did not know he was playing it here. It's really interesting. And even looking at that island, I have not seen this since the recent tee boxes came out. But oh yeah, that makes sense. That's perfect. And it's grass. I mean, good call there. Honestly, I forget to look over there now.
Yeah.
I just always go to the end of the fairway out of habit, but this is good. He's going to do his 7. Ooh, coming in hot. I think maybe he wanted to skip off the water first. Like he had his distances worked out for that.
Yeah.
He was very
I'm
sure
really
on
I'm really surprised he didn't have bite or something on that.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting too, but
yeah, once it hit and it kept going, I was like, oh no. But he loves the chipper wedge.
All right. So he's also quick chipping with it. Is that like 6? Kind of hard to tell how many clicks. Look like 6 or 7.
Kid's good.
That's nice.
Yeah, I think he's used that club before.
Yeah. Chisholm's taking pictures of us whenever he should be going to his match.
Oh, did Chisholm get called?
Yeah, he got called.
He's fangirling right now. Well. Oh, all right. Tough 17. He's probably gonna thinking about a probably full bite, maybe send it out.
Yeah, definitely good. He's got the plus spin on that.
Solomon's still up 1.
Watch.
Going into 14 there. Good look to hole out.
Taylor's gonna hit a crazy full on this, I bet.
Oh yeah, there's no way that Taylor doesn't hit a full.
And that is nicely done, CJ.
Does Paul have the 9+2 also? Because he's going to dial this in. Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
So now that he saw CJ's full, he can get a read off that.
And then watch him not hit a full.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, naked. All right.
Naked thummy bite.
They're way out.
Oh, no. Well.
That's scary.
Well, next up is one of the biggest swing holes in the game. Oh, no.
Damn. Oh, wow.
Well, like I said, still next up is one of the biggest swing holes. But but now that CJ has 2 strokes to play with.
Yeah. Now I was just thinking, don't water it, get anywhere on or around the green.
Yeah. Is there a good layup spot on this?
Yes, it's a full around the corner.
But it's not necessarily with it. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Yeah,
so
yeah, but with this setup, he can easily just do that 9.
I would probably be looking at like a full off the back of the green or no.
And
that's the layup.
Game
like if you're
blouses. Yeah.
You're going through the trees, you might have a better chance to make it because that 9 one is probably not going to come back enough. But
yeah.
When you just need to get on the green.
Which is that's what he's looking at. I think he's looking at doing it.
He's probably lining up for the 2-iron. Oh, is that 2? Yeah, 2 plus. The 240. That's the new club, I believe, right? And newer 2-iron.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh.
Oh, it almost stayed.
He needed that, didn't he?
Oh, he tried. Oh, interesting. Low A wood. So if it stayed in that first set, and then gets over the second. But that'll be that.
Yeah.
CJ survives. And Paul goes 0-2.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Jeez. Sometimes it just happens that way.
It's got to happen to somebody.
Andy Coleman for IT Employee of the Year. Yes. Submit your votes. Marge is written for CJ. It's probably been quite a long time since Paul hasn't won a match on Sunday, I'd imagine.
I would say so.
Who do you got next?
Player 5.
Ah, that's right. Looks like I have Evan Gossett next. And then you also have Haas and Mark Gomez coming up.
Yep. So the winner of me and Derek get the winner of that.
All right. So I'll quickly read off who's left in the main bracket. You have JoJo and Sean, Gary Sheldon, James Hickey, who just got called, Nick Walsh.
Are they still in the winners?
That's winner side. Nick Walsh, Matt Kay, myself against Evan, Andy Haas and Mark Gomez, Derek Trombley and Jason Elliott, Bryce Lepic, Andy Fox, Craig Sander, and Paul Luna.
Looks like we're getting ready to get Masara Gervais coming up on the next stream.
Excellent. Don't see a lot of people go over to the left, but he's going to like that. Cut it. A little too hard, but that's a decent putt.
All right. Who is he going to call? I like looking at the matchups and trying to figure out who Steve's going to call to one of the stream machines next. So yeah, he's got Masara Gervais. He's probably going to skip over a few and put Haas Gomez.
Yeah, that'll be another good stream game. After this one, maybe. Oh, a little wide.
How much is he up?
I think they.
All right, so 23. Okay, so he's.
Yeah, up 2.
Well, makes it a little more interesting.
What course are you hoping they get?
Oh, over here?
Yeah. Gervais and JoJo.
I'm gonna cheer for Palmetto.
Palmetto's a good match play course.
Yeah, I don't want to play it, but yeah, I'd like to see them play it.
It's probably about as good as it gets when you're playing wind balls on this. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
That could have been mud and then you're screwed. Okay. Guessing you palm this with a release or something.
Hey, all right. So Mike Johnson won a Golden Tee gift card. Rachel won a Golden Tee gift card. Rachel, those are not transferable, so you will have to use that yourself and play.
All right, so more than likely Solomon will just play it safe on this next one, and he's up by 2, so he can watch this first shot here. Tough look there with all that right wind.
Yeah.
So he just.
I'd almost just. I mean, he's got to be a little more aggressive, but like Solomon, I wouldn't even bother hitting a cut. I would just, throw it out over the water just a little bit with bite on it just to be safe.
Yeah. That was pretty good.
Yeah.
Let's play it smart here.
Maybe Rachel's going to qualify for Worlds.
Nice. Great.
And
Ooh.
Yeah.
Man, he laid it out there.
He did. He did. I didn't mean
to
throw it out over the water that much, but yeah.
That was a great bite shot.
Yeah.
He knew what he was doing. He knew he was going to hit before he walked up. So almost ultra'd it. That would have been a nice finish.
That'd been fun.
11, Rob Myers, Steve Schwab. Rob Myers, Steve Schwab on the double.
All right. They're bringing in Joe Massara, Sean Gervais, and it looks like they are on Palmetto. Look at that.
Just what you wanted.
Absolutely.
All right. So potentially a runway there for a click chip.
And I'm not a click chipper, so I'd be hitting that with release.
Interesting. He has
He's
a
gonna
lob
go
gap.
roll.
Lob gap, no super spin. Interesting.
My club set's a little unconventional too. I go lob pitching.
Okay. Do you have the new lob wipes, the longer one?
No, I've got the shorter one. I should probably go with the longer one. Yeah, I've seen some setups where, especially on, what were they just playing? That short par 3 on Basin or not on Basin, on Bahama that Taylor just did that click chip or the chipper wedge. I've seen some setups and I'm playing with the guy and his lob wedge. I was like, oh, lob wedge will get there, and then I get up to my club and I'm 10 yards further back. Awesome.
So JoJo just is click chipping with the zero hybrid, I guess, for the fun. Because he probably could have used other clubs. It's like, let me show you this. I believe that was like a 1 click from, was it 10 yards?
This looks good.
Both of them are probably going to make a good run. Oh, he pushed it left.
Yeah.
Good look here.
Yep. He definitely likes it. So let's see if he can hit the shot he's wanting to hit here. And
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Haas Gomez just got called on the other machine, so we're about to have
Called it.
a lot of good matches.
I just know Steve so
Yeah.
well.
I mean, for these kind of matches to be going on this early is really wild.
Yeah. It's going close. Close. Oh my gosh.
Kidding me?
Cut.
It
Eight
stopped.
five
It's a 5-incher or something like that.
50-50 winner. 1,045 for the winner. Plus
They've-
the cooler. You can have in the car.
They've both been all over it. Oh man, yeah. He was
Yeah,
all
and it
over
was
that.
tracking right at it. It wasn't like it was going to the side. It just stopped. 9 inches. Great tap in by JoJo.
Sean, rare, I think Sunday without the pee-pee pants shirt. Is that retired now?
That is, yeah. You know what?
I think this might be the first Sunday I've seen him in years without that shirt. It's like seeing Haas without his straight cash home.
And you know what? Taylor wasn't wearing his usual Sunday shirt either.
So
there might be something to that. I bet he wears it. I bet he wears it at Nashville and at Worlds.
Phone number 636-244-7279.
Ooh, man.
Good run at it.
What can I do?
Haas and Gomez just teed up on
Rocky
Hollow.
I guess it was a
drivable
one.
Yeah. Haas had the 7-degree there. I don't know if you needed it. I didn't see what Gomez hit. Oh, there it is. You knew it was coming. Joe just shaking his head. He's like, ah.
Yeah. Well, he's doing it because Gervais almost hauled out 2 in a row and didn't get it, and then Joe gets it.
He's just shaking his head. Up 1. A little bit of a longer look on Rocky there.
Yeah, but you can still, like, a high 8.5 goes over.
Yeah, Joe's going to run this right by it too. Watch.
All right, so Gomez is going to cut this, looks like.
I think the high 8.5 is good right over
I
the
mean,
top.
if I want to be safe, I'm going to smash that 10.5 with roll.
Yeah.
And just leave myself a makeable putt. But yeah, he's going to.
A little full send out. He didn't get
Yeah,
all
that's
of
that's a great shot.
Nicely read.
And looks like this guy's going to do the same thing. Get off the rock.
And just
and
work that. It'll all come back, so might as well run it up there.
Yeah, you're right.
Decent look on 6 here. Oh, bird. Right through. That cleared straight to the green first, too. I don't even think he skipped water.
I was playing with Mike Arrington. He loves hitting the 7-degree through there. All right, Chris, you're about to be called.
Okay.
You're next up, and then I'm next after that. So I'm going to hop off here, too. So
Haas
somebody else will jump off.
Yeah.
Oh, did he?
I'm going to hop off as well.
Did he just hold out?
Haas just, yep. He saw it lined up, fired away.
Yep. All right, see you guys.
Look. Yeah, you as well.
#24, Kevin Duda. Mark Sears. Kevin Duda, Mark Sears on 24.
$100. Yeah, no doubt. I don't recall.
Joe Finley with the shot, 1. Joe Finley with the shot, 1.
Much appreciated. Yeah, she could have 6 weeks. I'm not driving right now.
Bill Cassini, Russ Clayton. Bill Cassini, Russ Clayton on machine 9.
5 hours?
That's a lot.
Matt Kavanaugh, you're on 16, sir. Matt Kavanaugh, 16.
Well, I'm going to take the train alone. You drive.
Well, somebody's got to hop on here and commentate, right? Tim Juhas here. We got Sean Gervais and Joe Massara on the left, Mark Gomez, Andy Haas on the right. Let's see what kind of scores we're looking at here. JoJo's running away with that one. And Andy's got a 2-stroke lead over on the right. Hello, Rachel.
Machine 12, Chris Cusick, Kevin Gossett. Chris Cusick, Kevin Gossett, 12.
Hey, Matt, not the best showing for Team Louisiana. A lot of 0-2s. So it looks like Haas will be 2 ahead going to the back 9. JoJo keeping the heat on, up 5 on the left. Hi, Erica. How are you?
Machine 26, Dustin Nasty, Reese Walton. Dustin Nasty, Reese Walton, 26.
Gomez with a good approach, just a little bit short. JoJo pin seeking, nothing new there. Good run by Andy as well. A little bit of a tricky shot here on the right. Hook it just enough to where you don't get behind that rock, but you still got a fair enough putt. And he caught the rock. See if Gomez can put in a better effort. Much more makeable putt, but 126 here on the putt. Oh, a little bit high. So Gomez will get one back here. I got you, Erica. And yeah, I thought Bear was only allowed to be played for these 3 months, but it's nice seeing these classic courses every now and then, you know. See if he's going to make a run at it. Oh. Oh. Yep. That looked funny when it hit the downside of that rough right there. Wound up costing him one on a easy click chip that he makes 99 times out of 100. So now we are even on the right. Gomez and Haas. Fellow Louisianan, Jonathan Munn, also known as Mum, hopping on the street. What's up, Mum?
Hey, how we doing?
We are surprisingly tied on the right. Haas gave him 2 back.
Really?
Yes, in the last couple holes.
What's the story on the Gervais JoJo match?
JoJo was up 5 last I looked over there.
So JoJo doing JoJo things.
Correct. To everyone's surprise.
Not to mine.
Oh my. Andy's a little bit off the green over here. Gonna have a little click chip. Nice putt for Gomez. And this should
I
keep
mean,
us.
something like this for Andy is, I mean, it's textbook. I mean, 5 hybrid.
Yeah, but the last hole he kind of got stuck right at the bottom of it and wound up missing it. It hit the hill and then shot right on him.
Got an interesting shot right here with JoJo and Gervais on 15. He went straight through the trees.
Well, you learn something new every day, right? We've been doing it wrong this entire time.
I don't know if you could pay me to hit that shot. Love Gervais approach right here. Hey, how you doing, Rachel? Tournaments really aren't even the same without Rachel here. Like I feel like she has to make a guest appearance on the commentary every time she comes in. There you go. Tell them you love them.
Trying to check in for my flight for tomorrow.
Oh, you got plenty of time to do that. We got bigger things to worry about. Oh, Gervais with a whole full dozer. There we go.
We got B13. Not bad on the.
There we go.
All right, let's get back to golf.
Great shot by Gervais right there. 2-click full. In his final ball shirt, and his whole heel turn. For those that don't know, obviously Sean Gervais is a huge wrestling fan.
Looks like we're even going into 18 here on the right with Gomez and Haas. Bit of a tough look.
I mean, beautiful shot by JoJo right there on 17 on Palmetto.
Oh, nice bounce.
This shot right here by Gervais. Who's hit?
So Gomez is on 18. Haas trying to follow, and looks like he'll be safe as well. It looks like we're going to be heading to extras over there.
Yay, extra golf. Oh.
Almost spoke too soon.
It doesn't really matter what the animation looked like, right?
As long as it
went in.
Umpire called it a strike. It's a strike.
I mean, you would sit here and say in most of these tournaments, you shoot a 30, you're pretty good. Like you're probably going to win that game 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, you would think.
And then
I had a rough draw. I ran into 2 guys who both shot 29s on me and went 0-2 in the purple. So early day for me, but get to spend some time on the stream, enjoy myself a little bit more.
I mean, I love the shot by Gervais right there. It looked like he curved it just a little too much. You hate to see it.
It's a casual 32 for JoJo.
No big deal for him. So I remember, me, Brad Reynolds, and Lurch all flew in together, and we picked up Luna at the airport. And even Luna said that JoJo's best player in the world right now. Everybody else is kind of playing for second. So, I mean, glad to see him, put up the scores that he did. I mean, especially with the qualifier that he had, him and Luna both. I mean, 30s across the board. First time that's ever happened. Couldn't happen to 2 better guys. Qualified with both of them in multiple tournaments and everything like that. I mean, qualified with JoJo last year here in St. Louis. And playing with somebody of that caliber, you get to learn so much, even if, you just watch. Obviously, most of these guys love answering questions. Don't ever be afraid to ask, a top tier guy like, hey, like with that 5 hybrid. I mean, everybody picking up on the click chipping and everything like that now. Like, don't be afraid to ask these guys questions. I mean, like during qualifying, it's a little different, but please don't be afraid to ask them questions. I mean, for the guys that have just started playing this game and everything like that. Like I got to qualify with James Hickey yesterday, and I mean, he taught me so much. I mean, especially, something like the sandwich. He's like, if you're playing Cosmos, or even if you're playing Stouts, a sandwich, every click goes 1 yard. If you're playing Cosmos, you get 2, 3, just kind of depends on the height and everything like that. But I mean, don't be afraid to ask questions. Like everybody here in this community, especially with Golden Tee, they love answering questions. They're not gonna tell you,
Ooh.
Everybody wants to help everybody. Everybody wants to see everybody shoot good.
Gomez almost scammed Haas on hole 2 here, but
does this end in a hole out?
I believe so. I don't think we have any. Well, nobody wants to see the miss putt, but I don't think we have that in these guys.
Nope,
I think
nobody
we have a
likes
hole
winning
out
like
coming
that.
before
Nobody
9,
likes
I
winning
would
like
guess.
that. I mean, especially at this level, the level that these guys are at. You don't ever want to see a match in, because somebody missed a putt.
Right.
It's
painful.
I mean, like Florida, 2023 with Gervais and Haas on, what was that? What course was that? Where he just missed the
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I can't remember it right now.
Scab.
I think from 2 years ago.
Scab.
I think from 2 years ago. It's a little fuzzy, but
it was Scab. It was Scab 17.
So they're both getting a good look at it
good
here.
Good rip.
I think Andy had this measured out before.
I think Gomez probably helped him with that.
That's precision. Oh, good run.
You would figure with how bad Gomez just ripped that lip. Haas can't give that. You can't give Haas too many looks like that. He's going to make you pay for it. Oh, big nasty bulldozer right here.
Yeah, you can get up on that. A lot of guys play from the rock. I've played it from that fairway a few times when it gives you that look.
The benefit of the cheater balls, the Cosmos, should be nerfed.
There's there's your other play where you can get it onto that fairway.
Oh, and a nice 5 hybrid. Look at it. Ugh.
Easier to control your ball as well from the fairway. Leaves you a nice shot. Yeah.
Beautiful shot by Haas, obviously.
So we'll head to another hole. Searching for the pin here.
So, I mean, obviously, once again, everybody, please, I mean, give the stream a like, a follow. Obviously, leave a comment. I mean, if Golden Tee's your thing.
If it's not your thing, then what are you doing watching?
Exactly. See Big Toodles over there, and Go Gomez, the champ. Yeah, he has that prefix ahead of his name, world champ. I was talking to him earlier. He's like, it's almost one of those things. I don't care if I ever win another tournament. I've won the one that matters most.
So we stay even through 5. I was hoping we would.
Oh, wow, what a look!
I was hoping we'd have
what
a
look.
real close look where they could click chip at it, but this is a very good look for a hole out.
Little
high.
Wow.
Little high.
What a run. Very good run by Gomez. I'm really kind of digging the Stenmark thing over here in the lower right corner.
Little high as well. So we'll play on.
I mean, surely we'll get another match on that other stream machine here soon, right? Okay, so I mean, Tim, obviously, because I mean, both of us from Louisiana, but both of us obviously play completely different. I'm obviously, I sit here and say I'm still a stout player. Both me and you played in the Louisiana State tournament where, me and you were on the doubles team, and I've played a few rounds with Cosmos. I mean, I'm not super comfortable with them, obviously, coming to a tournament and everything like that, but like the benefits of Cosmos, obviously, on some of these courses, especially Rocky, that obviously plays long and everything like that. Like, give the viewers a little bit of, like what you're looking at whenever you're, a style player as opposed to a Cosmo player, you know, something like what they just got done saying where Cosmo players obviously probably clicking over to the left one, laying right up, right there on the hill and having to use like a 3 wood or a 10.5 to get up top where obviously they just made it look that much easier going
Right. Yeah,
straight over everything. Obviously, another great, obviously, Cosmo stout look. For anybody that's looking for that competitive edge, that's, somebody that's, on the fence about, do I really want to go back to a win ball? I've been playing I've been playing stouts for, 3-4 years now. I mean, obviously the stout came around like right there around COVID. Everybody, jumped on board with it, and that just next level, next level.
Who's this David Key character?
I never heard of her.
Yeah.
I mean, legend has it that he comes to these tournaments and just goes to the casino and wins more money than you would here. So
I think that's a myth.
that's I can't deny or confirm it.
Well, we've never seen anything like that.
Never. I mean, guy like that obviously has to be a legend, right? I mean, probably finishes like third in the Florida tournament a couple years ago, right?
I'm thinking somebody like that. Yeah.
Supposedly bought somebody a bunch of shots to get them. Okay, that hearsay could have happened to anybody, really.
Really can. I mean, sometimes you got shoes flying at TV screens and, pants on the floor. You just.
I don't think he'd ever throw a steel chair at me. Not like
he would never do such a thing.
Never. No such thing. So this look right here, I mean, not the straight on look where, you're obviously either picking left or right. I mean, is there an advantage here? I mean, obviously both these guys are Cosmo players, but I mean, say Gomez even played styles right here. Would there be an advantage right there?
I was hoping, I was hoping to see the look where you can drive this green. It's there probably 10 to 20% of the time, if that. But
honestly, say I don't know if I've ever seen that look.
Yes, it's you'd be hooking around the rock and kicking right onto it.
Okay.
From that rough area, but we didn't get to see that look, unfortunately, because that's a fun one to see. But that's one that somebody who has only played stouts, you wouldn't even imagine that that's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, because that shot right there, I don't think I've ever seen a look where, oh, I can go for that. No, I mean, even if you're, 180, 143, straight at it, no, not even there. Once again, the importance of picking your equipment correctly. I mean, it's one of those things that, not just with the ball, but even your equipment, your driver. Do you need an 8.5? Do you need a 9.5?
And every course is different, so you got to make sure you get your club set and the ball that you're comfortable with, and just grind it out on that.
Did you get in the hole-in-one top pot?
I did, and I lost that too. I lost just about everything this weekend.
Oh, hate to hear that. How many did you get? You got one? Did you get one?
No, I didn't get any. No hole-in-ones.
I was lucky enough to get two. I was lucky enough to ace one on Lexington, and it was that real short par 3 on Bear. Luckily, I was lucky enough to qualify with somebody like James Hickey, and even though he played Cosmos on that course, and I'm still just a stout player, especially for something like this until I get more comfortable with him. Both of us were able to go back to back on that and literally hit the same shot. Both of us had a sandwich. I think he had bite on his that ripped back, and I had backspin on mine, and both of us pretty much same result. So was able to grab a cool $60 out of that. So that was fun. So 1 through 5 later.
I don't know what great shot points are. Never heard of them.
No.
That's a bad game for me.
Ugh. So
you should get an up and down win. Give both of them a good look to run at it right here.
Did I see? Thought I saw somebody checking in over there on that other machine. I mean, for somebody that really, I mean, obviously St. Louis was my last tournament last year. I mean, I had some family emergencies, family issues, and everything like that. It's one of those that I've always had to kind of tune into the stream and everything like that. So thank you for guys like Andy, Paige, Russ, Steve for putting on, this stream like they do, and as great as it is to be able to follow even across the country and everything like that. But I mean, to watch some of these guys just hit the shots that they do and just make it look so effortless is, I mean, something to admire. Brad, this is not round one. They are actually in extras. I mean, they are now, 32 holes in. Do believe in the first the first round, I think Haas aced 3, and I think he might have missed a chip if I remember correctly.
Did miss a chip. Yes.
Yeah, okay, and Gomez was able to kind of even everything out. I think both of them have played clean since.
Yes.
G25, Yao Tandau, Jeff Ellis. Yao Tandau, Jeff Ellis on 25.
I'd have loved to have seen a better look right here. One that they can. Oh wait, is this the hole I'm thinking of? No, I think that hole's already passed. The one where they can drive it.
Yeah, that's already passed.
Yeah, what was that 12, 11, something like that? I think it's on the back 9. A little cut in. Shot right there by Gomez. Where are we at on the, does it show us how many people are watching, where the likes are? I mean, obviously, guys, if y'all are watching, please give us a like, follow. I mean, if Golden Tee's your thing. I've seen so many people miss that putt this weekend. It's unreal. My second match, I had a guy miss that same exact putt. So that's not an easy putt to make, especially right there from the rough, that far into it. That's, I mean, would it ever really be a GT Sunday if Andy Haas isn't wearing the straight cash homie shirt? I mean, I kind of like the back in the day when he wore the Ultimate Warrior shirt. I mean, if anybody watched streams that far back,
this has got to be what, 5 years running for him wearing that shirt.
I mean, my first tournament was Wisconsin 2021. I mean, as soon as all the COVID stuff was done, and I don't think I've seen him wear any other shirt on Sunday. I mean, it's like a staple. Like it has to happen. It's like Tiger Red on Sunday.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like straight cash homie.
This will be
8 likes with 243 people watching. Thank you, Big Toodles. That's those are rookie numbers. You know, we got to get them numbers up. You know what I mean?
Brad's got better numbers. So we're looking at a pretty difficult look here.
Whoa, yeah, that's not ideal.
Cut it into that wind and yeah,
Well,
played it
baby
nicely.
cut, love it. I mean, probably could have hit that just a hair harder. Oh, that's not going to be. I mean, for Andy Haas. I mean, the standard Golden Tee player. That's a tough putt. I mean, there we go. So I mean, Tim, for somebody like yourself, that obviously I mean, one of the.
Oh my.
You don't want to see that. I mean, obviously now does Andy just stick a green?
That's all he has to do here. Just stick it. Yep.
That's you hate to see that. Obviously, that's not the way. I mean, you could even tell by Andy's reaction over there on the side that's not the way he wants to win a game. I mean, most of these guys, we all know one another. I mean, it's all a friendly game and everything like that, but you don't ever want to see something like that. I mean, how does that always happen to him?
Yeah, that's tough.
I mean, we're talking Nashville 2021, where he was obviously wiping off the ball with his towel and
yep.
Forgot to hit the pause button. Like it's always something like that that gets Mark Gomez. And
well,
man, I got him. I got him in the Calcutta
you know.
last year. I mean, I got him for a decent price. I think I got him for like $60, and he won a podium. I mean. But it always seems like something like that happens to Mark, and you hate to see it, because these guys they are competitors. They come here to win, but they don't want to see anything like that. That's I might have to go buy him a shot. For those that are asking, Mark Gomez does not drink though, so you want a shot?
I'll take a shot of water. All right, so this is going to do it for me.
I was about to say, I think I'm going to make room for somebody else. This has been fun. I mean, obviously with a fellow Louisianian and everything like that, but I think we're waiting on the next round to finish up and everything like that. So, guys, once again, if y'all haven't, please give us a like and a follow and everything like that. Please help the stream out. I mean, obviously gets us more, what's the word I'm looking for? Notoriety. So please, I mean, if we had 100, 200 something people watching, we ought to have 200 something likes, correct? There we go. All right, guys. Well, me and Tim, I mean, I know I'm waiting on my next match to be called. I think we're going to walk around, do our Golden Tee Sunday thing and everything like that. But please, y'all stay tuned. Please give us a like and a follow and everything like that. We'll see y'all in just a little bit.
Always come into play. I can't imagine. It means whoever's offering it is good. Either bad doubles or you got a little extra and then now okay, let's say it was one. You gave it to me.
Machine 11, Jonathan Bunt, big horn. Jonathan Bunt, big horn on 11.
Either keep the coin and then you and losing the one or you losing the two. I already doubled it, so yeah. Me too. Yes. What's up, guys? How goes it? I'm here. One to start.
Machine 24, Andrew Cosgrove, Madman Hoosier. Andrew Cosgrove, Madman Hoosier on 24.
Because you're going to upgrade to 4K or something like that. Talking about your skills there, man. Good luck.
Team 26, Mike Jones, Kevin Ball. Mike Jones, Kevin Ball on 26.
Appreciate it. Lovers did. Red Bull from.
Machine 19, Brad Schnorr, Paul Jensen. Brad Schnorr, Paul Jensen on 19.
Force move for you. Awesome. Thank you. I'm not mad at somebody. Don't that's what you want in a situation.
Oh, never mind. Get out of jail free card, eh? Too late now. Well, it's nice. It was nice being on the commentary with you, Gordon. Jason. Me too. Say that. I've already been on.
I don't want to have to do it either. Is this thing live?
Oh. All right, I got called. All right, I'll see you later.
Hey, everybody. Richard Swindell jumping back in for a little bit till my match gets called. See, we have Heasley and Juszczyk and Hickey and Boyette. Hope y'all are having a good time watching the stream. Sorry that you go with blanks of commentary, but not everybody likes to sit down and talk. So we'll make sure, I'll do my best to make sure we grab somebody when I have to get up. Yeah, and when you sit in that silence, I know it's deafening, but make sure you're liking and sharing the stream and passing that along to everybody, pumping everybody up when we're not here. Appreciate it. All right, so we'll watch these and try to catch up on scores. Oh, Heasley taking it over the back of the green. That's a tough shot. Andrew Russell, what's up? How are y'all doing? Sorry to not see you here. Yeah, Heasley's definitely off a little bit with that shot. Yep. Oh, wow. Yep, down 6 after 13. That's rough. Definitely a rough start. But, I mean, like the last Chris match I called, it's just never over. Got to stay in it, keep playing. Ooh, Hickey getting the go for love, at least to win in the hole. Yeah, I can tell Heasley's pushing, and they're just not dropping the way that he wants to. Yep, that's rough. Hickey and Boyette with a pretty friendly look. And at least Heasley and Juszczyk have a drivable 15. Sometimes that wind is in your face makes it a really hard look. And I'm guessing Chris wanted to be there because he put it so high on the sand. And the way that he clicked chips, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what he did. Yeah, and Heasley just overcooked it a little bit. Okay, wow. Okay, so Hickey's over here down 3. All right, looks like we're doing GT gift cards again today, so just pay attention to chat. If you see your name come up, shoot them a message so you can get your free funds to play some more Golden Tee. Yep, that's just a tough go for them. Down 7 after 15. Ouch. Yeah, y'all have a lot of good players out in the Cedar Park area. Katie, always have fun when I'm out over there. Definitely a good group to go play with. And, ooh, I thought Boyette almost holed that one out. It was a good look, Hickey, or Heasley, sorry. Yeah, I just played that same course. I think played that same setup. That's a really, really tough wind to navigate. It's an interesting look with the pin at the top. Could be a little dangerous. But, I mean, I expect both of those guys to hit good shots. I can see one of them's already up top. Yeah, both of them played a nice, safe shot. It's definitely something players like myself need to learn a little more. You don't have to go for everything. Leave yourself a safe shot, make a nice putt. Here's a fun look on the Hickey Boyette match. The pin is all the way tucked to the front on the top tier. Chris with a great shot on his match, and that match will be complete with Chris moving on. Wow, Blake, fantastic shot. Way to run that up. Great job coming in from left to right. Perfect use of spin. Hickey definitely pressing, being down a few strokes and missed that one. So unfortunately, looks like some matches are pretty well completed at this point, and we'll see who we get on the stream machines again for the next matches, and hopefully get something awesome to watch. Yeah, Blake Boyette up 5 with 3 to play. Pretty straightforward here since they moved the tees, it's just drive it as far down as you can to make sure you take the trees out of play so you get a good look. Unless you do that and put in the sand, but that should really only cost him 1 stroke. But since he's in the sand, I'm sure Hickey will try his best to hole it out and get as many strokes back here as he can. Well done. It's a fantastic shot from where he was. Well, pretty clean look out the sand, so. And very well done. So won't cost him any. Fantastic job. And I'm pretty sure I just got called for a match. So unfortunately, I'm going to have to step away. But when these next matches get going on these machines again, I'll make sure we try to get some commentators in here for y'all. Keep watching. Keep liking that stream. Thanks for joining us. Hopefully it's not too quiet for you too long.
T25, Chris Albert, Tom Zeman. Chris Albert, Tom Zeman, 25.
The opposite.
C22, Lewis Bowman, Brandon McBride. Lewis Bowman, Brandon McBride on 22. C15, Mark Sears, Drew Moss. Mark Sears, Drew Moss on 15.
You can find a +1 if you want one, Paul. Thank you, guys.
All right. All right. We're before we start, I'm
Yes.
probably going to say something like, "Hello, it's Paul Luna and Jason Elliott. Welcome to the St. Louis Open," and then we'll go from there. All right, you can turn the audio on.
Yep.
Hello, everyone. This is Paul Anthony Luna,
And this is Jason from JoJo season.
JoJo season. He was runner-up.
Yep, runner-up.
Then saw her at Stagecoach, and it was just an awkward situation.
Yeah,
because she was already with Jordan.
I wasn't an Aaron Rodgers fan, but since him and Jordan aren't close, I became an Aaron Rodgers fan because that Jordan Rodgers stole her from me. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's go Steelers maybe? I don't know.
So how's everyone doing? Seth S.
That would be Standifer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey Seth, how are you? Long time no see and hear.
I was actually in Chattanooga on Wednesday.
Oh yeah.
And I didn't bother to text him until 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock. So y'all played till like 2 a.m. or something when he came out and met you?
No. We did not meet up because I was downtown and he's about 30 minutes away. So
oh wow.
Instead, I sat at a bar by myself and watched him and the other guys play on Discord. It was awesome. I was the coolest guy there.
Oh wow. So how's everyone doing? Hey Mike.
Look at this.
What's up, big dog?
Oh, look at this click chip from what, 84?
Oh
whoa.
Wow. The historian. All right.
And
Is this so? This is overtime, right?
Yes. Yeah, they went to extras because I think they're gonna put Eddie and I on that one once they're done.
So this could be a game ender right here. BA, the bar it's called the Funny Bone. It's a comedy
facility
venue.
Yeah.
And there's also another side to it that's called the it's like a jazz.
They do music on the other side.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of cool. There's 2 rooms. We've got machines in both rooms. One room is noticeably colder than the other.
Derek Sawyer, Nate Russell.
Yeah, it's super cold.
Wait, were they asking about this bar or the bar in Chattanooga that I sat by myself and watched Discord?
I think they were.
It was something pickle, something pickle barrel, I think.
Historic blown 5
Oh,
God!
Are you
kidding me? Wow, production was great on that.
They were right on that.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, Funny Bone. It's a comedy club. So Jack Ballin, the longest match. We've gone over this before, but
that'd be it.
Couldn't do it.
Mr. Hickey.
I don't know. That's a good question. Now this is not overtime. This is just a regular.
Yeah, this is just a match.
Regular match.
Two great players too.
Do the graphics look better right here?
Yeah, it's bigger right now because there's only one on. So
but it looks, but it just looks crisper.
I think it's 4K.
Ah, yes, that makes sense. Hey, Gravy. Hey, Dutch. What's up? Tell Sarah I said hello as well.
How long's Nick been playing? I mean, he's
actually relatively new.
Yeah, and he's gotten really good really quick.
I think he went to like his last tournament maybe 2 years, or his first tournament maybe 2 years ago, and he's been playing. He's been playing a lot. He has a home edition. He's a great singer-songwriter.
Really?
Yeah, he's in Nashville. So
okay.
Yeah, follow him on Instagram, and he's a country singer.
Yeah,
and it's like
Nick Walsh. Okay.
Yeah, he's good. He's really good.
We need him on the karaoke stage later, or maybe we don't.
Yeah, make everyone look bad. So CJ's gonna get another stroke here. I mean, just one.
Yep, one stroke.
Yep, just uno. You speak Spanish, right?
No.
Oh, well, you had the beer.
See?
I don't know. Hey,
for those
up,
of you who can't see, we just locked eyes. And it ended with a chuckle.
So I didn't see what happened. How he was up 5 strokes and then ended up losing in overtime.
Oh, Aiden?
Sorry. The historian, Blake Boyette.
Oh, he was up 5 early?
That's what people are saying here, and I don't know what happened. Can we go back? Can we rewind it? Can we go?
They can.
The tape?
They can.
Erica, what's up?
What course were they on? They were on Palmetto, weren't they?
Palmetto, yeah.
Okay, so I mean, I guess, yeah, he must have watered 18 and maybe watered it twice.
Wow. Yes,
wow.
It is.
He was
Caesar.
down 5 going into 18. That is incredible.
What's up, big dog? Sometimes you do get a bad drop on when you go in the water.
Yeah.
And it's kind of.
I too went in the water on 18 Palmetto in my last match, and then yes, I got a 9-iron with a 17-mile-per-hour wind in the face, and
yeah, that might be the same look or same setup there.
Been.
Yeah, because you can really get screwed there. Triple bogey, damn. Gravy Beast, Spaghetti Sunday. What's today? Yeah, actually it is. First Sunday of the month, Spaghetti Sunday.
That sounds awesome. I think I'm going to adapt that.
It is.
Yeah, we're going to do that at my house.
One of Rachel's, her family takes turns hosting, and just the whole family just goes over and they have spaghetti and meatballs and sides and
Do
stuff.
they all make the same meal each time? Like
it
it
is.
rotates, but they all make the same thing.
Yeah.
Which
yeah.
one's the best?
What do you mean?
Yeah, pick which family member right now makes the best spaghetti and meatballs.
Well, it's not. It's her grandpa that makes the meatballs every time.
Oh,
I think.
okay. So, well, that's consistent. So then, what kind of sauce is this? Like homemade sauce, or we?
Oh yeah.
Oh wow.
Big time. Rachel.
Oh, Rachel's gonna cry.
I told Corey about it. He likes the idea.
Corey Edwards.
No, Corey, Gravy Beast.
Oh. We're good. He's good.
Luna say, what's up to my guy Derek? He watches you every tournament. What's up, Derek?
Derek and I have a lot in common.
Thank you. Thank you for the support.
That is an awesome setup here on Pine.
Right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's a 10 straight in the face with a pin up top, so you don't have to. It's easy going long.
Seth, yes. I'll give you a hint. She doesn't keep her sanity.
She gets more cats. Who's the bigger cat person, you or Rachel?
I don't know. We're probably pretty equal. I mean, we both she loves Bartle. I'm a Beetle guy, and then the girls kind of do their own thing, but they have the times where they're kind of more social.
I hate cats.
There's a lot of people that say that. Anthony, the tees don't change for the remastered or the reteed courses. They'll stay the same.
That is false. I talked to Kevin yesterday about it. He said yes, the reteed courses
He's saying
will have new tee boxes.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Okay, well that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's smart though, because I think in years past they would get they got less and less play because it's
Absolutely. Yeah, it's the same, and we would just go and play the new tee boxes on the original 5. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not great, Bob.
Yes, Andrew, what's up? Miss you and Cindy. Yeah, Sveti is Sveti's very photogenic. We call her Sveti Spaghetti because
Spaghetti Sunday?
Yeah.
Okay.
If there's ever spaghetti around, she tries to eat it.
Oh.
I just made that up. She can't jump high, so she never gets.
It's because of the opposable thumbs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
Hmm.
Okay, so Nud Walsh is down 3 going into 15. And unless CJ does.
Yeah, this is it's an easier look.
This is pretty. He's probably going to float that right up.
Yeah.
No smash, and he should
138's
be.
good.
Yep.
Yep. CJ Knockfor wants to know when the Lunars are coming to Fishers.
Oh, well, we don't have plans to do that just yet, but it is on our chart.
Oh, the chart?
Yeah. We have charts that we put.
Like a flow chart.
Yeah. But I do have to say, if we're in Indiana, I kind of got to hit up Evansville and see my boy
Corey
Edwards.
Yeah. Marty Fisher.
Yeah. That's it. Those are the two.
Yeah.
No one else, really.
Yeah. Well, I live in Newburgh, so. Oh, look at this look.
I've been waiting for
Yeah.
something like this because this is.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it carries, but there's a chance to get a bounce.
So he hit that 135. That might have been able to get up.
Yeah.
If he would have hit it like 145 or whatever the max is there.
Oh, and CJ's playing stouts on this. I noticed that last hole. So he laid up, but.
Yes, thank you, John. The cats are awesome.
Hard pass.
Thank you for that.
I think we lost a viewer whenever I said that. Her name's Rachel.
Rachel, yeah.
Yep. All right, they called me. I'm gonna be up on stream.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go watch, and
bye.
We'll catch you later.
Dan Buer, Andy Fox.
Hello, everybody. To make sure I don't get called. Matt Van Hoosier with you at Missouri Open Sunday match play. Got the very end of CJ Wengler, Nick Walsh. Saw CJ go wet, grab that tree. Let's see what Nick's got. I don't know where this match is at yet. I'll catch up slower than you all. Big old cutter, safety cut. Making sure not to clip that tree. Okay, so CJ was at 28, Nick's at 25, so this is just up and down here. Just. That'll do. That'll do. Congrats, Austin Costello. So there's that putt. CJ moves on. Congrats, CJ. Jason Elliott, Eddie Godfrey getting started on the right side, also on Pine Coast. Brad Tuttle, what's up? Been a minute. Eddie getting up there for a chip. CJ, I'm mad at you. You were coming this weekend and then you didn't show up. I hope everything's all right. Eddie G's going to evaluate chip versus sandwich here because he's got some kind of a aggressive chip, as would be expected. Three clicks. Yep. Andrew Russell, what's up? Good to hear you. See if Jason can match the chip here. Looks right. Yeah, short, but offline. MG Dub. Miss seeing you. So if you haven't liked or subscribed, why not? Doesn't really take much time or effort. In fact, while you're at it, why don't you go ahead and share? Share the stream on your socials. Get some friends involved. What's our viewership at right now? What's our numbers here? We don't know. We got a shrug from our producer.
More about quality than quantity, I would say. As long as we got one good viewer.
Got Nate Webb joining me. Nate, how are you?
I'm doing well. Happy to be here to help you out. Looks like we got some good Golden Tee happening.
Absolutely. And a layup look on 3. Had a couple people in the qualifier try to claim they could drive this, and we were talking about it at the time. I think it was. So yeah, maybe you could get it up there, but why would you want a 3-putt? It was
exactly.
So, it was so far in the back.
It was that back pin. You just trickle on the green. You've got a 400-foot putt.
Yeah, it's like
what do you do from there?
135. That leaves you a nice, cool 70 left at the end or whatever. Math is hard. I don't know.
Best
That'll be
play.
another 135 and 400. Somebody measured up. They got just short. They were chipping from like 70 yards, I think it was, or 80 yards. Still, that's 240 feet at 80 yards.
Yeah, certainly not worth the risk.
Very long, very difficult to
Discretion is sometimes the better part of valor on this one.
Yes.
And certainly, for Godfrey here, very possible to just hold this out anyway.
Oh, for sure. Those super spin clubs are really helpful for that too. Looks like it's overpowered to the hole, but that thing rips back really hard.
Does he use that across most of his bag, or just a couple kind of pinch hitter type clubs?
I think it's most of them, but I won't swear to it.
Well, we'll find out here over the course of the next few holes. All right, so this is the first scoreboard I've seen since I sat down. We got
Eddie, get the clicker on number 1.
Okay, that makes sense.
That's the difference right now.
I don't believe that I was in this contest. I did just play a match on Pine. I'm trying to remember if the look is similar.
So yeah, sometimes you can get up the fairway there with a different tee box farther up. But this is definitely that layup patch. There's one there. There's one to the left that you can see too. It's much smaller. There's not really any advantage to it other than it's a bit more flat than this one. This one has that tilt to it that you got to kind of think about a little bit.
You got to plan ahead. I think it's difficult the first time you see the course, but after you throw a couple over there and see how they play, you know where to aim.
Mike Kenny, happy belated birthday.
All right, uphill here into the wind. Gonna let the bite just
the elevation is the one the elevation that makes it. I won't say it's a tricky shot. It just changes the shot.
You got to understand what it does to your distance,
and
to the impact of the wind, and critically the spin. Right, his bite coming in there acting more like a release just because it's coming in so shallow on that green.
Yep. Ed Gutierrez wants GT in Bethel, Alaska. I think, Ed, you are just the man for the job. I think you should champion this effort.
To my knowledge, I know there's at least one machine, I think in Fairbanks.
Yeah, and I think there's a group that has a home machine up there that has like a little club that they bang around. Gosh, the name's gonna elude me.
Well, time for a road trip.
Yeah, I'd love to go to Alaska, especially right now. It's beautiful.
Can you imagine a Golden Tee tournament up there in the summer?
Oh,
long days.
I wouldn't want any of it. I wouldn't want any of it. Put me up there, get me out of the way of the machine. Gonna go see stuff. I mean, I love Golden Tee, but whew.
So what do we have coming up here? I think I did just play in this contest.
This was yours.
That's
okay.
3 pin positions in a row that look pretty similar.
Okay.
Lots of options here. I was looking at my 6-wood, my 9-wood, and my 3-iron.
Yeah, that 3-iron. Whew, that's a fun one. Look at this.
Oh. And no hesitation there. He knew exactly what he wanted to do.
This is another one where we're talking about with that elevation change. It really does change kind of your distance that it's going to fly and how that spin reacts. Even like a low T6 will kind of come in there and it's like, oh my, is it going to get up? And it's like, it'll get up, but you just got to give it a little pop.
I could say, if a medium T3 iron gets there, I'm not too worried about the height. But
really?
That's a shot that I picked up, I think, probably back in January timeframe when these courses came out, whenever they first released.
Yep.
So nothing super complicated here. It's just got to be a little bit careful on your second shot. Very easy the right wind plus the right green to find yourself either far down to the right or head terribly into that bunker.
Yeah, that pin spot on the left there, it leaves you quite a room behind the pin to maneuver, so this is pretty favorable for the players.
Yeah, I agree. I think the back left pin on this hole is the most threatening. Just
Yeah,
you don't have a lot of room to maneuver.
Yeah, it's tiny back there.
Yeah, no drama.
I'll say the old course, before they reteed it, the play that you usually ended up hitting was you were on the bottom fairway down the left side, so you still had that elevation deal with, but you're coming in from the long direction of the green. So it still made that exact same pin spot, was still the hard one, because you had to come over the hill and then hit the tiny landing spot. But
now I know you've been playing this game for
forever,
for a pretty good amount of time. When I'm playing these courses and kind of the level I play at, I'm just looking to try to shoot a clean round.
Yep.
I'm trying to think through, which holes are worth attacking and which ones are
on Pine.
Just be a little bit safer. Well, really, in just about every one of my matches.
Sometimes, I see.
Am I chasing the hole out, or is this one where I just want to be a little bit safe? Now, at these guys' level, I don't know. It's probably just about every hole you're trying to get it close enough that there's some threat of a.
Yeah, I mean the score and your position in the round, where you're at hole wise, lots left, not coming down there. All those things play in strategically to match play, especially. Qualifier yesterday is way different than how you play strategic match play. Just in that the qualifier, you're trying to avoid that big number, right? You don't get the red number. So a lot of times you'll play a little safer side of a hole or something like that. Whereas match play, like in Eddie's case, he's up one, but it's still pretty early. So I would think if he saw a look that he liked, he might still get after it a bit. But if he's going to miss, he's going to miss safe side. Jason being down one, right? It's completely the opposite. He's not expecting Eddie to mess anything up here. So he knows he's got to go find one somewhere. And if he gets one from Eddie, that's great. But he's got to go find one in his head. So he's going to be cautious, I think, in attacking some places. But if he sees one that's pretty, not just danger free like Eddie would, but if there's one that's, say, medium to not high risk of penalty after going for it.
Oh, and he almost does it right there.
Then you're going to give it a run. And yeah, then that's the other danger is if Eddie does get one, all of a sudden you're down two. Tom Shaw waiting to be called again, I should say. It'll happen. I am 2-1 right now. Jack Wallen, nice to hear from you on this chat box. Look forward to seeing you in Nashville. I do have to go. I've been called.
All right.
I didn't even hear it. People have been waving for me. So
I will attempt to hold up the fort. Hopefully someone
be strong solo.
Be
strong.
All right.
See you guys.
All right. Well, again, I'm Nate Webb here, sitting in for my more experienced bettors on the broadcast. Did a couple minutes of this last night, so I'll try to talk through some of what I'm seeing on the screen here. Now that's interesting. So as we mentioned a minute ago, I did just play these exact looks in a match. I went right of the trees. My opponent went around from the left, and Eddie's proving us all stupid, just going straight through the middle. So nice look there. The biggest challenge on this hole is going to be the second shot. Godfrey's going to be coming in with a decent amount of height, a lot of left to right action from that wind with the extra hang time. We're going to try to go forward at it with a nice little low loft 4-iron. Very safe. Now, I don't come down to this little patch of rough very often, mostly because I have trouble hitting it. But it does set up really well, so maybe something I'll have to experiment with a little bit once I get back to Boston here tomorrow. Mike, thanks, man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Vegas this year. I think it's going to be a blast. Great opportunity, always fun for anybody who decides to make the trip. Last year, I flew out without a bid, and I got in through the last chance qualifier. So this year, a little bit more certainty, and looking forward to seeing everyone. So this is always a challenge to try to make a smart decision on. Not always my strongest suit. Looking here at the long look on 11, very reachable, even into this wind. It's a question of getting it on the right line, and that is a job well done. That'll be a nice little easy putt. Very easy to catch that little bit of cliff that sticks out into the middle of the green here and get bounced out into the ocean. But for Cosmos players, my thoughts on this one are to almost always go for it. Because even when or if you miss, as I think we're about to see right here, you get a drop that is really not that challenging of a chip. So you still get the birdie just like if you laid up. Yep. So he tosses it in there, but we might start to see some fireworks now with Godfrey going up by 2. We're going to start to see, a little bit more aggression to try to close that gap. So Dave, I'm trying to parse exactly what that says in chat right now. Size of each. Oh, the grid square on the tee boxes? Is that what we're talking about?
Safe travels. Thank you. You too.
Well, we got Mr. Ben Vania hopping in here and putting a headset on. So Dave, my understanding is that each of the grid squares on a full-size tee box is half a yard. I say full size because sometimes the grid itself, at least from what I've learned, shrinks to fit either the graphical design of the hole or some other criteria. There's certainly, even amongst the new courses, some or new-ish courses, some par 3s that are a little bit smaller. Ben, hopping up on the stream. How you doing today?
Started out well, but I'm done.
I think you and I had pretty parallel trajectories, which means hey, more time to be here on stream and hang out and watch some good Golden Tee.
Not where I want to be right now, but hey, can't win them all.
So we've got an interesting one right now.
Yeah.
Godfrey's up by 2.
Oh, okay.
So, he's.
Did Jason make a mistake?
You really can't count on a he missed. So Eddie got 1 before I got here. I think it was a chip in on 1. And then on the previous hole, the long par 5 drivable long carry over the water, Eddie stuck the green. Jason trickled off into the water. Made the chip, but now we got 2 strokes in it. So you're not really sitting in this match thinking that Eddie's about to make a mistake, which means that Jason's going to be looking for 2 hole outs, which is going to be a tough ask on these ones.
Yeah. Hey, Shaggy, why would you want to restrict click chipping? It's just as skillful as hitting any other shot.
Yeah.
Laurie,
I'm good at click chipping and bad at fulls. Let's ban fulls.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, it's just another part of the game. So it's been an interesting part of the evolution. It's cool to see some of these players hit it really well.
Hey, Laurie, Jessie is done playing. She didn't play her best this morning. MG Dub, what's up, brother? Hope everything is well with everybody. Not much to this.
Not a whole lot.
Jason can get aggressive here.
You certainly can, and there's both forwards and backwards looks. Ooh, almost too aggressive. Yeah, it's a great point, Zach. The margin here between our 2 players could certainly go the other direction if Eddie finds a way to dunk one. He certainly had some good ones here. So there's a couple different looks here. I think there's a medium 10.5 that actually plays pretty well. You can go over that right side of that tree, and then
with the medium
depending
10.5.
Depending how you do it, you can let the wind carry you up to the pin.
And he had
high 3 looks fun too.
Yeah, there's nothing.
Very safe, right? He's playing with a 2-stroke lead. I bet there's another shot he could have uncorked there.
Mike, nope, I'm out. Jade and I are out of the purple bracket early.
Ooh, and that was very close to being game over. Yeah, purple bracket has been a bit of a buzzsaw today.
It was shark-infested waters.
Yeah, man. Well played, Ryan.
Jesse's doing well. I think she's over watching Danny Skurlock and Jeff Poole match, which is right next to this match, actually, that we're watching right now.
All right, so we've got a second game joining the stream.
Matty K and Evan Gossett.
Yep, setting up, playing some Rocky Hollow. Joining them on hole 2.
I just played this look.
Oh, nice. I just played the look on the right. So, So Evan at least is -1. I'm guessing they got the long look on hole 1, and he didn't get an opportunity to make the chip.
Yeah.
Looks like 1-1, no damage done.
Yeah. Yeah, it was I had a long click chip, and I actually left my click chip short.
So
of all things.
On the right hand side game here, so Eddie went over 2 kind of patches of fairway to the right of where I think a lot of players typically go, but we both did that in my match to try to get the wind line up.
Yeah, with this wind, it's not bad.
Ooh,
yeah.
And that is a gambler's play. Bounce it on the very first inch of the fringe.
Yeah, Mike Bryce and Kavanaugh are both representing Indiana well. So is Elliott. Oh, until he does that. But he can chip this in.
Now, have you looked at the bracket? Are these both winner side games?
I have no idea.
All right, well, I'll let you fill some air here real quick while I do a little bit of a refresh on the phone.
Ooh. All right. Ooh.
So on the left side, Matty K, Evan is winner's side. I don't see the Elliott Godfrey match, so that could be loser's side. Let me keep on scrolling.
Ooh,
yep, so Eddie and Jason's going to be a loser's bracket match there on the right. So
yeah. Someone's going home after this one.
And all signs point to it being Mr. Elliott at this phase of the game, but you know, there's some opportunities for tee shots here to get a little squirrely. 18, not the hardest look, but certainly not one where you're going to make up, what is it, 3 strokes?
Is it with the tree in the way, or?
It's with the tree in the way.
Oh, okay.
I came into that hole 1 down and tried to play a nice little full and hit the green and took one little hop about 45 yards over to the fairway. So not my best effort. I'm sure they'll do something a little more interesting here.
All right.
Yeah, backspin on the 3-iron was apparently not the play.
Yeah, those irons like to jump when you full spin them. Then Eddie hits a.
Is that Charlie Hall?
Yep.
I'm getting names right there in the chat. What's up, Luco Chaco? Yeah, we've been having a lot of fun. You know, I think we both came into this weekend, and I'd say at least for myself, thinking that the main was going to be tough with this field, but that it was gettable. I didn't get it done on Saturday. But hey, there's always you know, chasing the gold bracket at Worlds or hoping to see a lot of friendly faces in Nashville and have another go at it.
Yeah, I'm not sure the next tournament I'm going to be at. Work schedule is not friendly the rest of the year. So I might be done for the year, actually.
All right, so that is the conclusion of the match that we have over here on the right-hand side.
Eddie G continuing on.
Nice little casual 29 there without the drivable look on number 3. So I think that was one better or clean?
I
think that was clean.
I know it can set up for 30.
At least coming into 18, so.
He had a lot of points.
All right, so we're on the left-hand side here. I've been mostly concentrated on the other side, but should pay some attention here since that's the winner side match. So.
Yeah. They must.
Interesting.
Is that 2 and 2? Are they both 2 and 0?
I believe so. They're both something to know because it's still on that winner side.
Okay. So
1, 2. This would be they're both 2 and 0. Yeah.
Okay.
So this is you call it a winner side Elite 8 type matchup that we have going on here.
Okay. Guaranteed 9-12 here.
Yeah. A good look here. Anytime you can come into this hole with a medium tee and try to back it up towards that pin can be a pretty good time.
Yeah, my match against Aiden, it was the pin was on the left side. I just hammered an 8-5 with bite, and it was almost perfect. Okay, Matt's up a stroke.
So this is a fun one. I know a lot of folks are click chipping this these days. I've seen everything from a 10.5 degree driver to a 9-wood used to try to throw this just directly at the pin.
Yeah.
You know, there's a little bit of risk here, and that if you end up way on the back right of the green in that little strip of rough, it can be tough on the comeback, but. All right, so we're going to use a scalpel here instead of a sledgehammer. Try and get it in there with the sand wedge.
He is a doctor.
And we're going to do it. That's an impressive shot.
That was precision.
You know, 10 miles an hour of wind when you're hitting a 60-yard club or whatever that was is,
yeah.
You know, a click even when you're playing these wind balls.
Really.
And
it's over
that's
a click.
Difficult to be that precise.
That 10 wins over a click with the sand wedge.
All right.
Can
we get some back-to-back? No, we can't. Probably about 3 miles an hour short on that hit. Don't get across that way.
That was a great shot that Matt just hit.
Yeah. All right, so 2 strokes in it. Rocky, certainly a course that's not over until it's over. 17 can break spirits and certainly break scorecards.
This look isn't bad. Pretty straightforward.
Nice, Chucko. Yeah. With the precision of those thumbs, yeah, maybe there's 3 miles an hour where, I don't know, left from somebody dinging a wedding ring through the trackball or something like that. One of the machines in my home bar has a ball with a little nugget out of it that I think someone took.
Oh wow!
And given how hard that ceramic is, I'm always guessing it had to be some kind of wedding ring type issue. They had to hit that with some kind of stone.
That had to hurt.
It most certainly would have.
That had to hurt.
Matty K probably would have liked to have put that one in. This was such a good look that they were coming in from real close on that second shot.
Yeah. This might not be the same look. Yeah. The pins and tees look about the same.
344. I'm thinking high 10.5 release here, something like that, and just mash it towards the pin.
Yeah.
Lose about 20 yards to that wind. You could actually hit the high 10.5 too far here.
Mm.
All right, so we're gonna do a much more advanced shot than my Ooga Booga brain would have concocted.
Oh, come on.
Wow, that could open this match right back up.
Yeah. That's a big swing. Oh, wow. That drop is like 120 yards away.
That is a 2-stroke swing. So
yeah,
we're essentially playing a tied match. We're doing the same thing here.
Evan hitting the full.
Now, you think you played a similar look? You play, I think, a similar way that I do on a lot of these. I think over the top was just available there. But do you think the full was a little bit more precise? Certainly not over the tip of it, but just over that shoulder.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure.
Given that neither of these guys tried it, I'm guessing that if I'd taken a go at it, I would have bounced right off the cliff.
High 3-wood might have had a chance. Because that is pretty tall there.
High 3-wood, yeah, you're probably landing about 10, 12 yards short, but if you get over the top, you can let it roll down the green a little bit.
And even if it does catch the backside,
right,
it won't. You had enough green to play with that it shouldn't roll all the way to the off.
All right.
But you never know.
Par 3 here, opportunity to just kind of showcase a little bit of artistry. Nothing complicated. Just wind, distance, slope.
Yeah, this isn't a bad look here. I think Matt just threw his out on top a little too far. Yo, seam head 33.
Ooh, okay.
This is a winner's bracket match also.
Yep, so we got Paul Anthony Luna coming up against Bryce Lepic. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure it's Bryce, but I don't want to be wrong.
Yeah. He's playing really well.
So you know me, with them playing Basin, I'm just sitting here waiting for hole number 13 and seeing these guys arc it up through that window and hopefully find a way to get on that green.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so we've got the drivable look on the left stream right now for, I believe that's number 10 on Rocky Hollow.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, this look all on its own is probably enough to guarantee that if you see me on this course, I'm playing Cosmos because, wow, it is fun to bang that out there and then put that in for the double eagle. Oh.
You didn't get it out enough.
Yep. Matty K getting wet again. And get a little feature on that reaction there real quick. So Luna actually made the click chip on number 1 on Basin. So he's one up already. Damage already done in that match.
Yeah, Bryce almost holed out. Come on, Matt. Oh. That's another.
All right. A little bit of work here for Evan, but looks like a pretty straight putt. So, wow, how the turntables, right? We've got Evan now 2 strokes up.
Yeah, that hurts.
21, Lewis Bowman, Dustin Aspey.
Ouch, that hurts.
So what was Luna's last tournament? He was not in Wisconsin.
Dallas.
It was Dallas?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure he's been
He
itching to go.
He
So
missed Florida and Wisconsin. Not sure why, but we do have
all
lives
right,
outside of this game.
There's Evan getting after that spec on that ball. Ooh, some good news in the chat there coming from the official Golden Tee Golf.
Yeah.
We got Lucko Chucko winning a Golden Tee gift card. I'm sure that will be put to use on either tinkering with a custom club set or maybe heading over to a contest and burning through some rounds. So good stuff there. Couldn't happen to a nicer dude.
Heck yeah.
Yep. Oh yeah, we got the zoom in here on the precision of the thumbs trying to get the shot set up.
7 driver bounce up there. Holy, that's a shot.
So that's what I'm actually gonna have to study because I had a look in I think it was just a side cash game last night where this really wasn't drivable, and we kept trying to go at it with the 8.5, and we kept bouncing back. Now Matty K is gonna go for it, see what the 8.5 can do here. Gonna get a bounce. Yeah, see that's the risk. I can forcefully say been there. So that 7-degree driver on that shot is an interesting one. You know, I only really put it on my bag on certain looks where I need it for number 1, and I switch it on the first tee.
Yeah.
But knowing that it could bail you out here, it might have to become a permanent addition. So goodbye lob wedge.
We got Steve Celeste in the chat now. Hey, buddy. Miss you. You should be here.
Machine 10, Jeff Leeper, Gordy Brown. Jeff Leeper, Gordy Brown on 10.
Yeah, that hurts. That water ball on, what was that, 9? Yeah.
Number 10, I think.
10,
First hole in the back 9. Yeah, you get that a tiny bit further out, and you're on the green, and we're at least all square.
See what kind of trickery Evan does here. Low bite. A little softy. Great shot.
Excellent shot. All right. So Bryce having a precise understanding of the loft of his clubs and just, taking a little bit of paint off the ball on its way over the cliff there. Nice look for eagle here on Basin Lake number 5.
Have fun, Steve. Have fun at your EDM concert.
All right, so I didn't see where the pin was. I'm sure Evan checked before hitting his first shot over there.
Okay.
Inch.
We just got word that Gary Sheldon is about to be in the losers bracket.
Yeah, so
they
in
have...
a non-stream match right now, we've got a winners bracket match happening in the main bracket. Joe Massara looks like he's coming through for that victory. So not a lot of surprise there. I think Joe was one of the blind bids when people were doing the player auction earlier. Been playing a really tight game. So
it was him and Andy, I think, right?
I believe so. Yes.
I didn't pay much attention to the Calcutta today.
I didn't either.
Or yesterday.
Richard King very kindly, invested in purchasing me in the auction, and I squandered all of his millions there. So probably owe him a beer here at some point. But
yeah.
All right. Evan just tossing it up there.
Yeah.
Really favorable look, honestly, here on Rocky Hollow number 14.
Not bad at all.
You got the wind to the left, slope to the right. Not too much of an offset. It's a good day.
Matt will hit a similar shot. I don't know about you, but I'm tired. We were here till 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I've been here until they chased us out 2 of the last 3 nights, and it's starting to take its toll. Sunday, the fatigue builds up over a very aggressive and fun, full Golden Tee weekend. And I'll also say, I'm always a fan of getting a decent amount of warm up in, so I'm usually here at the venue when it when the door unlocks, and the 9 a.m. availability makes it a 9 a.m. start to my day. Might be an early night. We'll see.
Yeah.
Sneaky little par 3 here on the right-hand side. For me, the change in elevation into the slope of the green.
Luna's looking at a hole here.
Yeah, so needless to say, that's not what I would be doing in this situation. Oh, so those who said that, wow, Evan almost getting it there and then just tossing in all the putts.
Yeah.
So I was actually so distracted by that near hole in one, I didn't see what Luna ended up doing. How did his attempt go there on the right?
It was a great shot.
As one would expect. Yeah.
I think. Who is that, Steve? Not sure what you're talking about, Tom. But Baki, yeah, I need something, bud.
So Tom, are you talking about Steve Celeste in chat? I'll let you guys have your conversation over there.
Yeah.
Okay, so 16 on Rocky Hollow. Usually pretty straightforward. Find yourself in the right position and get over through the saddle.
Long putt.
Evan though, making me eat my words there, clipping the cliff. All right, Matty K gets it up and over, spins it back. That's what you need to do there.
Great shot, Matt.
So on the right-hand side, we've got Bryce, and okay, so Bryce went to this elevated patch of grass that plays like fairway.
Yeah.
My preferred place to be able to come in for exactly that type of look into the pin. Looks like Luna is going to the position that a lot of people actually hit their shots to on season 1 of these courses, the previous tee boxes.
Oh, Evan.
And then trying to find the shot up and over the hill. So we got the 8-wood releasing down the green.
K-Dog. That's Kellen. That's Jesse's son in the chat with us now.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah. He's at home watching.
You know, I agree. Ben does need a vodka Red Bull. Or a nap. What do you think?
Something. We'll figure it out. I'll be all right.
What about maybe a nice hole out here on number 10 on Basin to get the blood pumping?
Need some kind of bomb.
It's an interesting look. Probably some kind of 5-wood or probably not 6-wood with this wind. Backspin and just rip it towards the pin. Are we getting it? Oh, almost on demand. All right, so not a bad look on 18 on the left. That match is being put to bed as we speak.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty much locked up.
So I actually
Matt's got to try to hold this out and force him to make a big breaker. And that's a great shot. Ooh.
Fortunately, not going to get it done.
Great shot, Matt.
So I actually didn't pick up on the right-hand side that Bryce is playing stouts here on Basin Lake, or playing breezes.
Yeah.
A stout by another name. I'm trying to think if that could create some intrigue at any point in this round. Unlikely, honestly. Most things are reachable. I think stouts are a pretty common use on this course.
Yeah. I don't think there's any advantage to the distance. A little bit, but I don't think it matters. I'm just so used to the wind balls now that the Cosmos, I don't switch back and forth.
All right. So that
yeah, Mike, I was having fun Friday night for sure during the handicap tournament.
Hell yeah, man.
I was playing well, too. I was playing, jumping on here between matches.
Just living all of it. Hey, my first time ever hopping on a broadcast was in the Connecticut tournament that we hosted up in New England a little ways back. And it was my first ever tournament win. So maybe something about being on the headset just heats things up.
It helps. I was on here earlier this morning.
So maybe it works for handicaps, but not for...
I don't know. I didn't play bad, just missed a couple.
So I would, Oh, that was a pretty excellent look, and one of those holes where
Rice is still chasing a stroke here, so
he is, and this is certainly a hole when you've got that outwind with the pin up on that raised tier that stouts can be an advantage, not having to fight back against that wind quite as much. Yeah, Tom. Yeah, Tom, that's a great point. It is sort of an added degree of difficulty and some extra mental gymnastics involved anytime you're trying to switch back and forth between golf balls on the fly. I've, personally, I tend to use stouts on Sahara. I didn't do it in qualifying this tournament, and that turned out to be a huge mistake. I play Cosmos and everything else, so it's a little bit of switching, but I'm sure, some folks I've talked to this weekend are playing kind of 4 and 4 stouts and Cosmos across the current courses.
Oh no.
Well, that is an unfortunate hop over the back of the green there. Not a great chip opportunity coming back just because of the limited green to work with.
Luna, that'll be an easy chip for him.
We call that shot good enough. All right, so
I don't know if Bryce a click chipper. Yeah, it looks like it. Yep, he's click chipping. Oh wow, an extra 1 or 2 there.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened. When you get up, depending on how hard you hit your click chips, as you get up into that 5, 6, 7 range,
yeah,
it's very easy to just lean on the ball a little bit more and accidentally get up into the kind of full speed regime of the club and have it take off.
8 wood click chip.
Nice look there.
Nothing wrong with that. All right, 2 strokes here.
Okay, so here we are on number 13, the design a hole.
Yeah.
These tee boxes from the current season always make this a little bit dramatic. Common plays include kind of a high 8 wood, 9 wood, or even 7 iron with Cosmos if you're running the new 7 iron up and sort of over and through that gap, either directly to the green or trying to trickle on down.
High 6 iron gets there too.
Would you know, I don't have any even numbered irons in my bag, so I tend to forget that they exist, but that's a very good point.
You are an odd guy, so.
Yeah, I think I've earned that one with some of my contact through this weekend. So, all right, get the good.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
All right, he's okay.
I mean, that was the shot of the week or a shot to the bunker look coming there off the cliff.
That was a bad, third bounce. That was the 3rd or 4th bounce, and it just kicked hard.
Yeah, I think the cliff there is kind of, it's very steep at the top, and then it curves to be a little bit more of about a 45-degree incline as you get down near the green. So if you clip the cliff up high, it just redirects you a little bit left, but if you land on the steeper part, it'll jettison you.
Kellen, it's looking like Luna's going to win, but I would like to see Bryce pull something out to get a stroke back and make it real close. I would like Bryce to win, but if I was a betting man.
Oh, well, I mean, the stroke could be right here, right?
Yeah, that's 1, and now they need another one. This is a pretty standard little chip. Oh, and he squibbed it too.
And that came out a little bit short. 5 yards on the 1-click 9 iron I thought would have been good, but I think I might hit him a little bit harder than he does.
Yeah.
Oh, I also probably have a different 9 iron, so.
Might, and you're playing Cosmos.
You know what?
And that does
I
make
think
a
between the two of us, we've correctly listed about 5 reasons that the previous thing I said was really dumb.
Those stouts don't launch as high.
Yeah,
I come out a little flatter.
I find that out every tournament these days. Where I'm showing up as the A side player in the blind doubles tournaments, and invariably, I think the right strategic choice is to switch to stouts if that's what the other player is comfortable playing.
It's crazy how we've transitioned to A players for doubles tournaments now.
Yeah, cheers, man. Turns out,
heck yeah,
we're getting okay at this game.
Yeah,
but just okay. Not as evidenced by today.
You qualified for Worlds before me, so.
Well, that's true. We got anybody in chat who either is or plans to be getting after the Worlds qualifying for the month of May, either home or commercial? How's everybody enjoying the process?
I'm not going to push.
All right, so this is a hole that certainly can shake things up. So this is a pretty favorable look, actually. The wind will straighten that out a little bit, and then all you got to do is not be tucked up in that top left corner.
Yeah.
So he was close to the fire, but didn't touch it.
Great shot.
Wow.
Oh.
And Bryce just trying to get it done with the Ultra.
Look at Luna smirking at that shot.
He knew that there was a chance. They're having a good laugh.
Thank you.
They certainly know what's taking place right now.
Kellen's in the chat. Okay.
Yeah, so 2 strokes here with 3 holes. And frankly, most of us who are playing these courses these days, you start to learn the fact that 16, 17, 18 is where a lot of the danger lies.
For sure.
But on Basin, it's not usually that extreme.
17 can be. 17
Maybe if we
and
get a
18.
really weird wind.
Yeah. Generally, now that we've played these courses so much, we got our shots dialed in, Great shot from Luna there.
Just
Oh,
sticks it right by the
wow.
pin.
He got robbed of points there. Not that points matter in this match, but.
All right, so we've got Eddie G versus reigning world champion Mark Gomez coming up on the other side of the stream right now.
Yeah. Rachel, he's a looker for sure. He's a looker. That mustache.
So I will say, when you talk about hard looks on Basin 17, this is certainly up there.
Let's see. Yeah. I think that. Okay, yeah, they had a little Mahdi.
Yeah, I'd say playing wind balls with this look, you just got to be a little bit careful, making sure you don't accidentally let the ball trail off the right-hand side.
Yeah, and Paul's not going to get it too aggressive since he's up by 2
Yeah, he just
strokes.
put a nice little bit of shape on it, bite into the middle of that right lobe of the green.
Jade, be good, bud.
See you, Jade. Yeah, Bryce coming in there, tee shot on the right-hand side, a little bit more aggressive, obviously needing the 2 strokes and 2 holes. Made the backspin look, and just a little bit uphill of the pin.
He's got a simple putt, though.
All right, so let's see Luna's tee shot here, and then we can probably put this one to bed.
Yeah.
Eddie G coming in with a big old long-distance putt to secure the birdie there on Lexington number 2.
Tend to have long putts on that hole.
Yeah, I keep hoping if I keep doing it, I'll get more precise. Usually coming in with some kind of full from the right-hand side, but I tend to leave some long ones. Yeah, no surprises there. Luna just about holes out. Get some points there on 18. So with I think 2-stroke advantage and a 5-foot putt, something tells me we're seeing Luna move on in the bracket here.
Don't forget to hit that like button, guys. It helps out a lot. Great shot from Bryce there.
Yeah, like, subscribe, tell a friend, text someone here at the venue and have them buy some shots for the broadcasters, Any of these ways are good ways of supporting the stream.
Do it to it.
All right, so how did Mark miss this green by that much?
Not sure.
Chip is good, but that is quite the miss on what's typically, I guess, kind of straight ahead par 3. So
Andy, can we go full screen on that?
Awesome.
All right, here we go. Full screen now.
Full screen, so you can see those minute strips of grass that they're going to be landing these shots on to be able to get to this green in 2. With the current tee boxes, it seems to be the left side one that's most favored. You're typically getting a pretty direct wind line up here.
There's more poll votes than likes. Well, come on, guys, get on that. You can vote on the poll. You can hit that like button for us. Hit that thumbs up.
Any surprises today, Mike? Well, you're enjoying Ben's in my company because we are both out of the purple bracket.
Yeah.
So I would
Those
count
are surprises.
I would count that as a surprise, though. Anybody who saw me play this weekend might not think so.
Yeah. They all talked highly about both of us on the Gino's podcast.
They certainly did. I think a couple of those guys picked me in the fantasy, and that was a poor choice on their part.
3 of them picked me. Gary had the best line. Yeah, Mike Gray. I like both the mics, but I'm going with Ben.
Hey, there you go. But yeah,
So
taking it seriously, Mike, I'm not thinking of anything that's a big surprise, but I think that's just a testimony to the fact that there's such a field of good, solid Golden Tee players here, and ones that have known these looks on these tee boxes for months at this point. That almost anybody's capable of making a win. I think there were
Oh yeah.
there were 40 people here at least who could have been considered solid main bracket players. 32 got in, and any of them can beat each other. So, you know, we're expecting to see some fireworks here. Man, and it's all about timing. I thought Eddie G was about to give me fireworks as I was saying the word fireworks.
Foreshadowing, but Chuck, that is hilarious, bud. We might get demonetized if we repeat that comment.
Yeah, we'll let that one hang in the air for a little while. Put that in everybody's mental imagery. Wow. Mark getting the perfect power on that shot. Always a challenge when you're trying to hit a shot that's coming into the hole sideways. Yeah. In this case, left to right, where you got to be accurate to the exact right mile an hour to make that happen.
Oh yeah. And Eddie with that super 4-iron.
If you voted for the under, was there a poll question about the number of likes that we would get?
No, it is not counterintuitive.
I think it would
hit that like button.
Let's light that up.
I mean, we didn't have a line out there, you know. You're not betting against yourself.
True.
23 and 24 open for play.
Ooh. So, commentary on the experience of the tournament, maybe not the match at hand. Out of my left eye, I just saw a bunch of people stand up and quickly get into motion. We just heard Steve Sobel call for the first time that there are machines open for play. So as the main bracket, purple bracket, and pink bracket have shrunk in size, as folks like Ben and I have departed from the still in it players, we finally have reached a point where there are less matches than machines, and I think we got a lot of people here hungry to get into some side action, maybe exercise some demons, play some 1 through 5. Those machines are going to be filling right back up pretty soon. I'll play some stacks.
That was fun.
I'll play some Golden Tee poker.
That's a cool little game.
Yeah, man.
I don't know all these games. I know 1 through 5. That's all we ever play. Or we're just like 20-10-5 or
1 through 5 is a lot of math, which usually, as I'm getting towards like 1 p.m., 2 p.m., and you expect me to keep count.
1 a.m., 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Talking about.
Man, am I already there? What time is it? Excellent time here in Missouri. I'd recommend anybody who has the opportunity and the means and the free time to get out here.
It's a great venue.
The venue's amazing.
Yeah.
I will say it's what I'm about to describe about it. I think it's perfect for a Golden Tee tournament. It doesn't really have any windows, so it's very easy to lose track of time. Oh, here we go. Ooh, and that actually just had a little bit more bite. Just kept it up the green instead of letting it come down. But
both of them scared the hole there.
Beautiful looks.
Seamhead, I don't know who has the most Missouri Opens. I know Chris Wangler, CJ Wangler, is our reigning champ here. Not sure how he's playing today, if he's still in the mix. Oh, speaking of CJ Wangler, right there. CJ and Derek.
Awesome. So still alive, still chasing the repeat.
Derek, our second place finisher in Wisconsin, making another run in the main bracket.
And speaking of runs, I think Derek, I don't know if he switched from attempting to qualify at home to attempting to qualify on commercial late in the month of April. But man, I was keeping track, day by day as I was trying to make sure I was going to make it. I think he was moving up 15 plus strokes a day, just coming out of nowhere and flying up the leaderboard. His game is really sharp right now.
Yeah, the guy's good. The guy's putting the work in and getting it done.
All right.
Oh, CJ almost got the green.
Did he play the bounce down the rocks?
He carried it all the way and it bounced in the rough.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I wish I'd taken a better
it's
look
only
at their
420. It was 420, so.
So we were talking about this on the previous Rocky match. I think I might have been. I think you were on the stream at that point, right? Talking about that 7-degree shot that went into.
Oh yeah.
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 So I sometimes bring a
another
7-degree just when the look on this hole requires that extra little bit of distance.
Yeah.
So Derek coming in here with a great chip. So unlike the previous Rocky match that we had on here about half an hour ago, very gettable hole 1. I expect we'll see both of these guys coming out of the first hole 2 under par. Yeah, Mike. I had morbid curiosity watching the home leaderboard for the qualifying for the Golden Tee World Championship.
It was dumb.
Scores are absolutely wild. Commercial certainly, I would say an easier road. You got to spend a little bit of money to do it, and you have to have access to a location where you can regularly get those games in. But I enjoyed the process. I learned a lot about Bear Lodge.
Saw every look possible.
I know that course like the back of my hand, which is exactly why I played an awful round of Bear Lodge in qualifying. And then I got my first loss today on the Purple Winter side by playing an awful round of Bear Lodge. So all that practice, hey, it got me to the World Championship, but not any further.
The next tournament in Florida will be the end of January, beginning of February.
Yeah, it's typically right around January 30, February 2, wherever that weekend is.
Yeah.
And
should be announcing it soon, actually.
I expect we will be returning to the same venue that I'm blanking on right now. Thank you, Yingling.
What is it, Sidelines?
Very well could be. Back with you momentarily.
Yeah, something like that.
So coming down from the Boston area, we're trying to grow the Boston Golden Tee scene a little bit. Nice advice to everyone on the stream. Always good to try to grow the game, get your friends involved, and get people in the tournament scene. We're pretty sure that the Florida Open next year is going to be the same weekend as a Boston Bruins Tampa Bay Lightning outdoor hockey game. So we're hoping we can get some people to come down for the tournament. And then, frankly, they probably will play Thursday. They might even qualify on Saturday, and then they're just going to leave and go over to check out the hockey game. But it could be a good draw for me to bring some hometown people down that weekend.
Yeah, Tampa's not that far from Orlando. Hour and a half.
Look at Ben coming through with a memory. Yeah, so Sideline Sports Grill is the name of the place in St. Cloud that we head to, at least for the last 2 years, and I would expect we'll be continuing for the Florida Open.
3 years.
Always a blast.
Yeah, I've been there 3 times now. I want to say, yeah, it's a good. I like it. It can get warm and humid in there, but it's Florida, so.
Yeah, you're getting the full Florida experience. Great venue with a lot of space there. Ooh, okay. So Mark, I think, clipped a tree there, just as he was coming over the branches and dropped into the water there, and got a kind of weird short-sided drop. So that could be a pretty big swing in this match.
Yeah.
All right, Eddie plays the high 5-wood, it looks like. Yeah, and sticks it right by the pin, so. All right, so big chip coming here from Mark, trying to limit the damage at this point. Ooh, and smokes it by. So, for me, that's a testy putt coming back. I don't expect that to be much of a challenge for Mark here, but so 2-stroke swing there late in the match, and Eddie G is going to be rolling into the tough holes here on Lexington, 2 strokes to his advantage. So as that chip was happening, CJ looked a little bit incredulous after his tee shot.
Yeah,
he bounced back quite a ways. He's going to need some loft here. And I would probably be, just to be on the safe side, looking at something like an 8 or 9 wood if I can reach, and just bouncing it down the cliff, because the last thing you want to do is come up short and bounce backwards. Now he played a little bit of a cut there that looks like it might have taken some distance off, and he ran out of his 20 bounces about 3 bounces before getting onto the putting surface. So interesting chip here coming from, did I say 51 yards?
Yeah. Yeah, Brittany Sidelines has been the host in Florida for a while, and 10, 11 years, I think.
Perfect. Hey, thanks for filling in those details. Cards on the table. I think I'm about 2 years into my journey through the Golden Tee community. So appreciate chat, keeping us honest. And Sideline's always an excellent place to have a Golden Tee tournament. So.
And it's the home of the women's tournament, which is always a great time.
It really is. It's a nice addition to that first tournament of the year. And often an exciting time because we're looking at new tee boxes.
Ooh, Eddie.
So that's a bit of a surprise. Eddie getting that full a little bit wrong here into the green.
That's a two-stroke swing. Oh.
Yeah, that's not a chip that he's going to be going after. So Mark can even this up if he can find a way to stick the surface. If he doesn't think it's there, though, he can also lay up and get one stroke back here.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like it's that far. So this should be in play.
358.
That's a big win. That's a big win, though. And once you start cutting it against that wind.
This table's wobbly.
For those in chat, I can confirm that the table is actually wobbly. It's not just Ben being wobbly.
Yeah. It's got a club leg, club foot, or whatever you call it.
Just making sure we're not at risk of falling off the stage here. Nope, looks pretty good. All right. So Derek runs that up to the back of the green, makes the putt from the fringe, no trouble. I totally understand Mark taking some time to think about this. It's a big moment in the match. It looks like we're setting up for kind of one click full here, and we're going to try to send it home. 152. So that's all the power you're going to get on that angle.
That's a great
and that is an excellent shot.
Excellent.
I can't imagine that Eddie's really looking to try to hold this out. With that being right on the edge, you could lose the match right there. So I think we're going to be going into 16 all square.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah. Fairly conservative shot. He knows that fringe is there to have his back.
See how 17 sets up here for him. That can be difference maker.
Yeah, I expect 16. We'll see a couple eagles. There's no real drama there, but
we're good. We're not drinking that fast while we're talking.
We're getting some sign language from our better halves asking if we need another beer for the second time in the last 20 minutes or so. Maybe 10 minutes. So
the lovely Jesse Joint and Emily.
Can I tell you a funny story?
Yeah.
So the quick shout out for the place that I play Golden Tee in Boston, the Causeway restaurant, Causeway Bar and Restaurant, Causeway Bar and Grill.
Yeah.
Kind of barbecue themed joint, couple PGA machines right across the street from North Station. Everyone come visit. But it is where I met my girlfriend. If you search Causeway in my phone contacts, you get about 90 people because I meet people by their first name and I add Causeway and sometimes I'll add another word. They're a Ravens fan or Golden Tee. So for the last, probably 3 years or so, Emily's been on my phone as Emily Causeway. So nice little tidbit there.
You got the first letter of her last name right.
It's a very good point. Initials are square. Still shows up as EC, I suppose, if it chat bubbles it without a picture. All right, so waxing poetic about my home bar that I'm missing. We did say we weren't expecting a lot of drama here on 16 on the left stream, and that looks to have been the case. Not a terrible look that they had to fight through. A couple short putts here for Eagle. And then we're hoping, I'm speaking for the audience here, I think I might be speaking for Ben as well, for some crazy wind on 17, so we get some real challenging looks and some fireworks.
Yeah, let's see how they approach it.
I can tell you what the wrong approach is. In qualifying yesterday, my approach was to slam the ball directly into the mud. So I think these guys will hopefully be looking for a better outcome.
Mine was thumb it only 74.
Into the water.
Yeah.
Okay. And this is why we have the headsets on.
But I did make the chip to say par, and I shot 29. So, that was my best round. Okay, Gomez with the full. He's safe.
Yep, pretty normal shot. Not too aggressive with the spin there.
Yeah.
This is a wind that will
Eddie with the
give you
super
pause
2
from
iron.
time.
Baiting. He's going to cut this down. This thing's going to hit and skip. And
cool. That's
great shot.
It's quite a good shot. You stay out of trouble. Left himself a little bit of work here. I find these 1-degree putts sometimes are a little bit challenging, but clearly that's for mere mortals like myself. Oh, hyphenation. There we go. What a party.
Yeah.
Emily was very excited. She joined the Golden Tee fan Facebook group.
Oh, awesome. There's even a ladies of Golden Tee group.
There is. Interesting. She may already be part of that one and just not sharing that information with me.
Well,
okay.
She doesn't play, so.
Very well. She's hit about 6 shots in her life, I believe.
Okay.
So, I think doesn't play is a correct characterization. So, Derek on the right hand side just clipped the hill the same way we saw in the players in the previous match doing, and bounced into the water and getting this really kind of awful drop. So we're looking at a par here on the par 4 8th, most likely. We are going to send a click chip at it with the 4-wood from 92 yards, whatever that number is. Hold up. Okay.
Needed another click there. These guys tied. They're going to extras.
Looks like we are playing more Golden Tee, and we love to see it. Fans of the game getting to see some of these players go into extras. More pressure, more opportunity. Mark Gomez is thinking through something with his fist on his forehead. So,
Mike Green Walsh.
Excellent take, Mike Green Walsh. All right, so all of a sudden we've got 3 strokes in this match here between CJ and Derek. That is going to be tough on Rocky. Again, we just watched through a match on this course. A lot can happen on hole 10, on hole 17. 3 strokes at these guys' level is significant. So, going to have to get aggressive here and maybe find a hole out or 2.
Yeah.
And then hope that the score comes back to you.
Good run at it, just a little short there for Derek. Do you wear earbuds during matches?
I typically don't. I've done it at times, but most of my play is, commercial machine at the bar.
Yeah.
Generally a sociable guy, so I actually like keeping it a little light and being able to chat a little bit. Actually, the only time I'll really go for the headphones is if the person I'm playing is like super headphoned out and there's just no one to interact with. Then I'll maybe get some kind of music or something going. I had an awesome experience in Vegas this past year qualifying with Mr. Clint Grover and Mr. Chisholm Woodson. And they were doing the headphone thing kind of the whole time, just staying locked in, hitting some amazing shots that I learned a lot from. And, in that environment, I think I put some music on a little bit there too. So.
Oh, definitely. You need to, because everybody's locked in, especially Worlds qualifying.
It's a pretty big deal when you've got, $30,000 on the line.
And I understand it in matches to get locked in so you're not distracted. I myself, if I'm talking to myself, the thoughts in my head just keep going, and it's like I need to like be able to keep my mind off of this, and just.
I think it is truly one of the most difficult things to do in the kind of mental game of Golden Tee is to reset after a bad shot and get yourself back in that frame of mind.
Oh yeah.
And we're going to be looking for that from Derek right now because he's got to do a bit of a reset.
Yeah.
After dropping a few strokes and find a way to come back at CJ.
He's fine though. He doesn't show a lot of emotion. I'm surprised he's trying to go for this. Yeah.
That's an interesting one. I was looking at the geometry there. I wonder if there is a patch of rock up there that does skip forward on. He just didn't quite get it, but it is, though, especially coming in with that full that gives it that left to right momentum. It's a low risk shot. You're not going to go in the water, and you're going to get some kind of shot. So
good try.
It's really no worse than laying up, and hey, maybe you get a forward pop. So.
Brian, you must not have played with Dave Sammeyer then. It was funny. I played him 2 years ago in Wisconsin, and he put his headphones in at first, and he's like, "Oh, you're not wearing headphones? Great. Now I'm taking these things out." And we had a fun time,
Oh, it's a blast, man. Just
I kicked his ass, but we had a fun time,
And the place where I think that's for me most helpful is qualifying. Like qualifying is such a test of endurance that I need to have a little bit of that energy both going and coming.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
To
You
make it
want to
through
be
all
able to
5
be
rounds.
like, oh, nice shot, or okay, what'd you do there?
Yeah.
Trying to
It's
figure
interesting
out
right
how
now, especially in the kind of, I'll say, mid to high purple ranks where I sort of found myself today, and I typically end up. You get an interesting mix of people playing Cosmos and Stouts, and my finding has been that, man, it's great when I got a really good player in my group who's playing the same ball.
Oh, yeah.
But when everybody else is on the other ball, which happened this weekend, they're playing Stouts, I'm playing Cosmos. It's a different thing because you're not really playing the same game at the technical level of trying to execute the same exact shots.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Tom.
Tom.
I think I saw the Facebook posts of
Yeah, he was there
Dave
for
going
like
through
3
there.
days or
Yep.
something.
All right.
Surprised he's not here this weekend. He just made the trip over here
CJ
from.
took a run at this and didn't get it, but then he did the most CJ thing ever and just obviously drained the chip. So still trucking.
Yeah, Dave is a great guy.
All right, so this could be, if the pin's in the back, this could be a somewhat sketchy look. Just being able to reach it here on the second shot.
Yeah.
The 14-ish mile-an-hour headwind on the second shot, though, great equalizer here between the two balls. They're going to be pretty similar in distance.
I had a straight in wind, but my pin was to the right, and I just hammered this 8-5 with bite.
Yeah.
And it was just past the pin.
CJ here demonstrating, understanding of match play, right? He's 4 strokes up, so no reason to
put it on the green,
put bite on it, then maybe slip on the ball, not get full power, have it bounce, bite back into the water.
Yeah, because that will rip.
You just keep it out of your head. So, hey, what's up, Skittles?
Hey, Wayne. Yeah, Dave gets around.
It's certainly. Hey, travel can be a challenge, certainly in terms of being available to make it to tournaments. I missed a few last year for weddings and business trips and things. Also for this kind of like tightly time-bounded Worlds qualifying situation that we have going on right now. Man, if someone dropped a 1 or 2 week business trip on my calendar, I think I would have to write off the month. Unless I could have a venue right across the street from my hotel. In that case, maybe it'd actually be a benefit. But nice little chip there. I find myself chipping that type of shot all the time these days, just because the putts from the fringe can be a little squirrely. And as I've reached the point where those chips are almost automatic, by far the safer opportunity.
Especially on the PGA courses,
Yes, very much on the PGA courses. Flat greens abound. Every chip goes in. Not a set of courses I play very often. I know they'll be available for qualifying and technically for match play in Vegas, which will be a reason to brush up on the 2 new ones. And they have been coming up in the tour mode, and that at least from a leaderboard peeping standpoint has been interesting to watch. Some of these really good long ball players and chippers in this game just absolutely destroy those courses.
I had a good run on the last one.
You didn't you top 5 it?
4, yeah.
4th place. Holy cow!
I missed 2 putts.
I think my best tour finish in the tour mode play here for Golden Tee was probably like 1 week where I was 27th or something like that. I've had trouble really pushing it.
Yeah, it was nice to collect that $125.
Hell yeah, dude. I don't know if I can say that on this stream, so heck yeah, dude.
Yeah.
All right, so not a lot going on here. This is a very visually. Pausing for an announcement from Steve Sobel. Even through my headset, that booming voice is carrying through. So, interesting hole here. It's visually complex. Looking at this kind of winding set of ridge lines that run through the fairway, and yet almost anywhere you hit it, blindfolded, it'll bounce onto some kind of fairway, and you're good to go to the green.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Sometimes I try to line up the wind a bit, but with this wind, you're not going to line it up anywhere. So.
Nope. Just find something you're comfortable with. I will sometimes look for a perpendicular wind, dead crosswind, because it just takes one more variable out of what I got to think about.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, we had a great 50-50. I don't know if anybody talked about that on the stream for
not since I've been on. You want to?
For the PG Play More Give Back charity.
I think
this
50-50 was actually a.
It was a 50-50 plus a cooler.
No, it was 50-50 and a cooler. That's a very good point.
Plus a Rover cooler. I think that's one of them ones you can ride like a scooter, isn't it?
I'm not sure exactly.
I don't know.
It might be one of the ones that's got the battery pack and the radio built in or something, or maybe just a really nice cooler, which is what I would certainly be looking for. So
yeah, we as a community this weekend raised $2,000 for it for Kirk Lambert, and the proceeds are going to help Kirk Lambert, who's going through cancer treatment right now.
Yep, there you go.
Yeah, he's one of our good friends that we miss. Hopefully, he's going through treatments right now, and he has throat cancer.
Great player, great attendee at all these events. So we certainly wish him all the best. And man, it was cash tends to fly at these tournaments usually for games of 1 through 5 or whatnot. But when the 50-50 raffle bucket was going around, man, strips of tickets as long as my arm.
Yeah.
So
I bought $40 worth of tickets.
It was cool for me to see it all coming together, this whole community, and we certainly wish him all the best.
Yeah, Wayne, we definitely need to smash that like button. Oh, this look on 17 isn't that bad with the wind in your face.
What do we think? How is Derek going to get aggressive here?
I mean, he might as well.
He's what, 4 down?
3 down.
3 down?
Yeah.
All right, so
I would
gonna have to be a hole out.
Yeah, I would get aggressive here, and he's got the 4-iron plus. He could get it through there with bite on it, and it could rip right back into the hole. He just needs to get it right up there.
Oh, and that is a pro shot just slightly off the target. Yeah, so we ask in here from Golden Tee Golf to try to get some additional subs. 10,000 is a pretty big number, and it really does help the videos pop up. And hey, you'll always be able to see when these streams go live.
Yeah.
Good tournaments taking place. I actually just like following all kinds of Golden Tee stuff on YouTube. Looking for shots of the week, looking for people's podcasts and whatnot.
Oh, it's fun, yeah.
It's a good way to be involved, especially when schedules prevent us from getting to some of this stuff.
Lee Chipnick, how you doing, buddy? It's our Florida buddy, our St. Cloud buddy.
Yeah, of course. Morning. Lee, you must have had a long night or be in a really weird time zone. All right.
Well, if you know Lee, you know Lee.
Yeah, fair enough. But yeah, welcome to the stream. Got a bit of a, just going through the motions game here on the right as CJ is a good handful of strokes up and Derek just put in the water. So
yeah, he had to get aggressive again.
CJ is going to be moving on, continuing his quest to repeat his win from last year here in St. Louis. Is that correct?
Yes.
Awesome.
Yes,
that was trucking.
Oh no. Bryce Lepick just tried to hit a full, and he got the dreaded over the top 90 degree.
Oh, the duck lips?
Yep. He got the duck lips, 48 miles an hour. At least he can still get there.
He can still get there, but I think it's a stroke, right? It was a drivable look, so that is not how you want to see that go.
And this is who, Brian Wall?
Certainly could be.
Yeah, it's all right. This is Pine Coast. There's plenty of room for drama. AJ Minotti in the chat. Hope Wisconsin life is good, bud. Barely touches the table and the whole TV shakes that we're watching.
You hear, any sudden intakes of breath, it's because Ben and I keep thinking that we're about to flip this table over every time we breathe on it.
Yeah.
No, it's doing well. We're just excited here. So, all right. So here on Pine Coast, obviously the shorter look, where you can hit a full or even just a straight shot over the shoulder of that hill to set up a nice shot here into the green. No need to go to those small patches of fairway hanging out over the cliff on the left-hand side.
Yes. Yeah, those can be tricky.
Very safe little play with backspin there. Didn't quite get all the way back up to the hole.
I played a lot of rounds on this course on the mobile game.
Oh, interesting. Is it similar tee boxes and looks and whatnot, or?
Oh yeah, what's different? You can't overpower the shots and stuff, so what they say is pretty much how they go, You just have the wind affecting you and stuff, and you can play different balls on every shot. So it's a little different game, but
That would be certainly a fun
yeah.
experiment.
But you always have to go to that little.
The ball that I think you would see a lot of if you
Okay.
could switch on a shot-by-shot basis would be arrows.
Oh,
Those would come
yeah.
out for tee shots all the time in this game.
Oh yeah. And what's that new one that gives you a boost out of the rough and stuff? The buckle.
Yeah, that's
one of the newest balls, the buckle.
That is
I heard it
interesting.
I heard it turns mud into like just deep grass.
What I was very curious to see was
So-
whether or not there would be an attempt to make that ball explicitly relevant through course design.
Yeah.
Where it would open up opportunities that weren't otherwise available. All right, so we have.
Wow, Bryce watering.
That is
Wow.
not where you want to be. So this is a 9th through 12th match here on the loser side of the main bracket.
Yeah, Bryce is tilting a little bit here.
Between Bryce Lepic and Brian Wall. Gonna need to steady the ship quickly to have any chance of. Okay.
Ouch.
You hate to see it, man. We've all been there. You get stuck in the doom loop of trying to find these shots, and
he's a little tilted right now. I'm sure. Oh, the guy that took me out is still playing, so that's good.
yeah. So Aiden Cleary, El Presidente, attempting to make a charge through the loser's side of the purple bracket.
Yeah.
We're hearing the announcements in the background, and I think Ben and I are both kind of mentally trying to keep account of what's happening in the other brackets.
Yeah, and you can go to pgttour.com, click on the menu and the tournaments 2025 and the Missouri Open, and you can follow along the brackets with all of us.
You certainly can. Yeah, pegttour.com. My dumbass never remembers to use 2 T's, even though there clearly should be 2 T's there. So,
yes.
Great way to see what's going on live with the different brackets. Check out the leaderboard from yesterday's qualifier. See how it all came together.
Yep. Simmer, how you doing, bud? Our buddy Jason Samoto from Michigan.
Oh, very cool. All right.
I'm kind of in the middle of the Fishers group and the Detroit group. So they both try to claim me sometimes. Sometimes. Not all the time.
Does it depend on how you're playing?
I'm honorary. I'm honorary to either the Michigan group or the
yeah,
or the
Mike,
Fishers group.
I did hear about Aiden's struggles on Bahama.
Yeah.
You know, he was broken up over it. You hate to do it. You hate
He
to
told
have
me
done it
all
on
about it.
stream, but also we've all been there, right? You all know the feeling of getting stuck on.
And Aiden hasn't been playing a lot either, so he's a little rusty, but he's been playing the game a long time and has a lot of reps. So
Oh yeah, very good player. We're super excited to have him here.
Not
Almost a whole other. I know there are 5 strokes. Are there 5 strokes in this game right now?
There's too many right now, but
it would take some serious drama to open these things back up. That might have brushed the flag stick on its way by.
looked like it did. Charlie, you're still in the same boat. You're in Ohio. You bounce all over.
Charlie, are you out in the Dayton area? Trying to think if I think we had a conversation once about trying to meet up next time. I got work sending me through Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, but all right, we're hunting those holdouts, but you're going to need a lot of them.
Somewhere on the west side of Ohio there, I think.
There you go. Hey, that's a great point. So we've in Boston, we recently, a few months ago, finally got a bar with 2 PGA machines.
That's great.
Those represent, by some measures, all of the PGA machines in the city of Boston. There's one
It's better than the city
there's
of New
one that's
York,
not
I hear.
super well maintained down by South Station, and there's another one in farther south in Boston that you can play at sometimes. But with the two right side by side at a bar that's been a big fan and very supportive of everything we're doing, we're hoping to do a kind of small, maybe 12-person tournament, just using those two machines this summer for the local
cool.
scene. Probably make it all handicapped so we can get the new players involved.
Yeah.
And then depending on how that goes and what we learn from it, maybe try to get after, bringing in some additional machines and doing a kind of a regional tournament in 26. So definitely we'll blast everything everywhere on all the socials if that happens. There's the Northeast Golden Tee group. I think there's a New England Golden Tee group.
Yeah.
We recently created a Boston Golden Tee Discord that we're still populating with content, not really up for running yet. And then obviously the Golden Tee fan page. So stuff will be everywhere.
Well, you got the New Jersey group.
Yep.
That's not far, right?
Yeah. So we had a couple Northeast tournaments already this year. One in Maryland, one up in Connecticut, and I'm hearing rumors about feelers going out for interest about getting one set up for kind of June, July timeframe. So
cool. That would be cool.
Yeah, it's fun. Small tournaments can be a great opportunity to get new players involved that don't have to travel quite as much. So yeah, only 20 minutes out. That's nothing at all. When I'm out there for a business trip, I got nothing to do in the evening. So
I just got a text message. Our friend Larry Ferris is watching the stream.
Oh, very cool.
So shout out to Larry. How you doing, bud? I'm I'm commentating because I'm not playing. I got knocked out early.
Yeah, if I had to be disappointed,
I might be one of the losers of the tournament on the. I did not meet expectations.
Yeah, you can count us both in that boat, but that's fine, right? I'm excited to come to tournaments when they have really, really tense fields, like really, really good players, because I like testing myself against it. And I like seeing everyone play. Every once in a while, you kind of test yourself and you find out you're not quite measuring up in the moment. So that's fine. It's on to the next one.
Mm-hmm.
We've both had some pretty good ones this year, and I think we got a lot of players who are kind of hungry on the margins of that main bracket status, who are going to be getting after it through at least the next 3 great tournaments we're going to be having here in 2025.
It's getting tough. It's dog eat dog.
Oh yeah, I remember talking about Marblehead, Seamhead. Yeah, that's some good stuff. So stay tuned, and anytime you have some interest in taking a boat, train, plane, automobile, whatever down the Boston way, hit probably Paul Same and I up on the Facebook group, and hey, we'll get some games in.
Yeah.
I might be, when I get back to Boston Monday night, maybe on Tuesday, I might be considering doing literally anything other than Golden Tee.
Yeah.
Having just come out of a month of Worlds qualifying, I have been playing at least 2 hours of Golden Tee every day since April 1st. So on Tuesday, I might, I don't know, go to a library or go sailing or something. I don't know. Just literally anything else.
There you go. Go fishing.
That'd be fun. You know what I'm gonna? Whatever I do.
Are there crab?
You can go offshore.
Lobster.
You can go offshore, get after crabs, lobsters. Get some mussels, things like that. So.
Okay.
Not really what my pastime is. I'm actually I like getting out in the water, but it's typically to do some sailing, get a little boat out there.
Okay.
Good winds coming through Boston Harbor, so.
Get a good IPA and.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that I am a very strong fan of my sailing club. I have a lot of respect for them, and that we have a clearly established policy of no alcohol being allowed on the boats.
Oh wow.
And I will leave it at that.
Oh okay.
No, it's a good time to get out in the water this time of year. But no matter what I do on my first day where I don't have to play Golden Tee, I'll probably only do it for a couple hours, and then I'll head back to the bar and play some Golden Tee. So
yeah.
So for anybody just tuning in, we are working our way through this main bracket match here, this gold bracket match on stream. I think it is still a 5 or 6 stroke game, so apologies if we're not narrating a whole ton.
No.
The details of what's taking
place.
I
mean, they're watching what's going on.
That's why I'm speaking to the new viewer. Maybe someone just tuned in because of all the liking and subscribing that our great audience has been doing so far.
Yeah, make sure you hit that like button.
God.
Steamhead said he'll swing by on the 12th.
Monday, May 12th. So that's 8 days from now?
Yeah, a week from tomorrow.
Yeah, man, should be good. I'm pretty sure the Celtics are going to be away, so the neighborhood should be pretty reasonable on the 12th, and we'll be in there just getting some reps through. Is Monday, May 12th, is that the launch day for all the re-tees?
That's the new tees.
I will apologize in advance for the fact that I will likely have been at the Causeway since about noon. And if you show up in the evening hours, I may not be the best company, but I will be fun company. And we'll have some fun trying out all those great new tee boxes together.
Heck yeah.
You know, everybody at home, if you're
Get it done, bud.
big fan of kind of these, you know, the competitive scene in Golden Tee, all these great new courses that we're working, you know, mark your calendars for next Monday. I think the re-teeing of is it just the 5 new courses, or are they going to re-tee the re-tees as well?
I'm not sure.
Either way,
I don't know.
lots of fun new looks, and man, there's nothing more fun for me than just playing a course I've never played before and just trying to figure it out.
Oh yeah.
So
I'm sure there will be shots that we'll have to figure out.
Yep.
There will be different looks, and you know, it'll take a little adjusting. You know, handicaps might drop a stroke or two. You know, in the process, but by Worlds in July, everybody will be back through it. You know, we'll have 2.5 months of playing the.
Yeah, man. I'm hoping to get my game into a pretty good shape by then.
It's already in pretty good shape. You know.
Yeah. Hey,
With,
I think last year I qualified 93rd out of 96, so I'm hoping to maybe step that up a little bit this year.
Yeah, I'd say so. You've improved tenfold, you know.
For the low cost of 2,000 games of commercial Golden Tee, you two also can gain a lot of experience at this game.
Yeah.
All courses. All right, thanks, Mike. Yeah, I mean, if they re-tee the re-teed courses as well, that could create some intrigue in the world's qualifying scene, where right now the meta is to just grind Bear Lodge.
Yeah.
It's a 31 setup with a number of gettable par 3s for people to post those 32s and 33s. If that gets re-teed after just 12 days or 11 days of the new month and is no longer available, it could create an interesting split in the availability of courses for people to get after.
There's a rumor that it could be Bahama.
Interesting. I love rumors. So we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll be fun to get it all figured out.
There's a rumor that the new tees on Bahama are
awesome, Kens. Let's go.
You know, it's going to set up like Baja.
Interesting.
You know.
Hey, I'm looking forward to getting some Cosmos, loading up with a 7-degree driver, and just
I heard
banging around these new
one's going to be drivable.
Yeah, Brian, that's would have been a financially sound move for me to pick up a home machine. You know, I love where I live and the proximity to a lot of the things I like to do, but I am in a apartment in a kind of large managed apartment complex, and I don't think my neighbors would appreciate the sound of banging trackballs until 3 o'clock in the morning every day. So awesome, man. Yeah, just ping me on Facebook or whatever as that day's rolling up. If you're coming into Boston, coming down from Marblehead, that'll be a good time.
Yeah, you guys have a great time, man. That'll be.
Hey, we had a great day at the Causeway for the launch day of the new courses back in September, and that was with only one machine.
I went down to Fisher's for launch day,
oh yeah,
and it was.
You got to be there. You got to see it.
I got a bounty. Mike Kenny got a bounty.
All right.
That was a fun day.
All right, big ass tailwind look here. Everything coming down the pipe. Not playing for anything at this point, so get some release on there. Just slam this straight into the hole. Do something for the fans. Let's see it. That's a pretty good run.
Gotta go for it. You know, we could see some fireworks.
Looking at these scores, so it's a 6-stroke game.
Yeah.
I love and appreciate and support every Golden Tee player. So I mean this very kindly, but this is not a pink bracket match. You don't expect to see even the possibility of 6-stroke swings.
Yeah.
So we're probably just marching forward here.
The Bryce Aubert Chris Jusic match earlier. They both had to stop at the pro shop after 9 and buy new ball. Well, after 18 and buy new balls.
Anything is quite possible.
The front 9 was pretty tight, and then Yeah.
So I can tell you one way you can get in trouble here is you can trickle this shot into the rough, as I did in a bracket match just a couple hours ago.
Oh wow. Yeah. Yeah, Mike Kenny won like $400 on one shot with a hole and win.
And the bounty?
And the bounty.
That's absurd.
Yeah.
If only.
Andy is playing.
Ooh, okay, we're going right to the fringe.
I think Andy. I don't know.
And Haas Luna, last I saw, had not been assigned a machine, but let me just check to see if it's been called out yet.
Yeah, he's still alive.
Yep, still alive, still winner's side. Andy Haas, Paul Luna. You know, I would like to think that would be a stream match, but obviously we've got a lot of great Golden Tee being played.
Brian, you probably got time. You definitely have time to mow the lawn.
Yeah, so we've got
couple hours.
We've got a lot. You got at least a couple hours.
Yeah.
We're sitting here right now, just trying to wind our way through the winners' quarterfinals. Semifinals are waiting for assignments to machines. Looks like the quarterfinals are complete, but we're waiting for winners' semis to get assigned. Then you have King of the Hill. Then you got a long kind of interim while the losers bracket gets settled out.
Yeah.
So at least a couple hours.
Oh, okay.
Handicap turnaround of Pat's home game. What does that say after 2x?
2 times the attendance.
Oh yeah.
I think. Make it a Friday Saturday event.
That could be an option.
Yeah.
Certainly fits better into some people's schedules, and we could compress it a little bit, do like a 3-course qualifier.
Yeah,
we got
you
a lot
could
of
do
first timers and whatnot.
Yeah,
so.
3-course qualifier Friday evening.
Yeah.
You know.
It oh, fun little look there, trying to use the backspin to scream across the green.
Yeah. Brian, we'll see you soon, bud.
So what do we have going on the losers side of this bracket right now? Do a quick refresh, see what else is going on besides the match currently on stream.
Dirty Walrus said he's coming for qualifying at home this month. He said he's banging bear right now.
All right, so the winner of this match on stream right now is going to be playing CJ.
Okay.
Then on the other side, we've got Gomez versus Matty K and Gary Sheldon, Dan Gillard. Those matches are currently ongoing off stream, so when we get some results, we'll report that out.
Okay, we're down to 4 on the winner's side of the purple bracket. We have Harry Lomason, Jimmy Dugan, Jason Loschiavo, and Jordan Cook are the 4 left on the winner's side
of the purple bracket.
Of the purple bracket. Yep. Just wanted to give a live update.
Yeah,
you know.
Hey, we appreciate the context. On the winner's side, also, or on the main bracket winner's side, also down to 4 people. We got Joe Massara, Evan Gossett, Andy Haas, and Paul Luna. So no real surprises here in those 4 names rising to the top. You know, there was a question earlier about whether there had been any big surprises or upsets. That list of 4 names tells me the answer is mostly no. We've got 4 of the top players in the game working their way through the winner's side, and that means they've all got 2 chances still to make this run all the way through to the end and take down the championship here at the St. Louis tournament. So.
And for the pink bracket, we have Danny Ellis, Daniel Dinkela, I don't know. Reese Walt, I don't know how to say his last name, Reese, and the winner of Sean May and Chad Doherty, who are playing right now, Machine 7. So we will be down to 4 on the pink side shortly, too.
Very cool. So
4 on the winner's side.
We're winding down in there. All right, so we've got obviously no match currently ongoing. I don't see one setting up either, but you know, that was one that fell apart a little bit early, went a little bit off the rails. You kind of see that, you know, in a lot of sports we'd call that, you know, score effects. Once you're down a little bit, you start playing a little bit more aggressively, hoping for the comeback, but you risk an even bigger split, and it happens. I had to chase some of that in a round on bear earlier today. So
do it on a Pat's home game, and Kinsler will come out.
Oh, heck yeah.
Hang out with you guys.
Yeah, no, that'd be great.
Yeah.
You know, I root for the Pats when I can. They're making it a little bit difficult these days, but we're hopeful for next season. And yeah, obviously with the home games, we'll have you know, a couple opportunities per month here in the fall.
Cool.
So we'll try to get something
Cool,
scheduled
cool.
up.
I'm gonna step away for a moment. I don't know if somebody will jump in my place, or if not, after I step away for a few minutes, I'll be back, or you'll have somebody else to hang out with.
I'll hold it down for a few to try to make
All
sure
right,
we don't
bud.
have any dead
Yeah.
air. If you see anyone who's
Yeah.
especially interested, just send them on over and then
Hit that subscribe button.
do it.
Thanks, guys.
Hey, see, Ben. All right. Is everyone playing mostly Cosmos? In what you're going to see here on the main bracket play that I expect we'll be seeing a lot of for the next little while, I think you will see a lot of Cosmos. Every once in a while, you'll see Stouts come out for a couple of courses. I've heard of some top players playing them on Lexington, a couple of people playing them on Sahara. So there's some opportunities there. You know, we do hope to broadcast some of the purple and potentially pink bracket matches later today. I think that typically happens. In those cases, you might see some players using the Stouts or the Breezes to look for a little bit more consistency coming into the greens. So, you know, Cosmos, that extra 7% distance is just hard to argue with, especially with some of the long carries into the greens in the current looks. So we'll see what we have coming up. So it looks like we are Spec Gate 2025 part 2 or 3 going on here, trying to make sure we scrub down that ball on one of the stream machines. JoJo fine-tuning his instruments for his pending match. Looks like he's setting up to play Paul Anthony Luna in what would be a winner's. Nope, that's not true at all. JoJo would be playing Evan Gossett. Paul Luna lurking there in the background. He'll be in the other semifinal match against Andy Haas. So we've got some spectacular Golden Tee coming up here if those matches get assigned to the stream machines. And hoping to bring you some of that action here shortly. Yeah, you know, I have played Stouts on Sahara pretty much since the beginning of this year's courses. Coming out of the Wisconsin tournament, I made the switch and went over to trying to play Cosmos on that for reachability on holes 12 and sometimes 15, where the Cosmos come into play on the deepest tee boxes with a not too unfavorable wind. Did it in qualifying, did not go well. Since then, I've pulled out Stouts for a couple rounds of Sahara, and I think I have 3 hole outs in 2 games of Sahara once since I went back to Stouts. So every once in a while, it's nice to be able to press that easy bust button, kind of ignore the wind, and really hunt some pins. Yeah, very helpful in chat for folks following along there. Those look like really epic matchups, and those guys are standing by the machines. So Luna versus Andy Haas, and then Evan Gossett versus Joe Massaro will be coming up here shortly, and that is going to be some truly top tier Golden Tee. Hoping to see some interesting looks, some wonderful hole outs, and you know, maybe somebody shoots a 32 and loses to a 33. Get some drama for the ages going on here.
Machine 13, Joe Massaro, Evan Gossett. Machine 14, Andy Haas, Paul Luna.
All right, so we have just called both of those matches to the stream machines. We're gonna get some side-by-side action going on here, and some man, these are some names that I know really well, and I expect to see some really excellent stuff coming through from. All right, so you know, this level of Golden Tee, every detail matters. We're scrubbing down some decks and track balls, trying to make sure we don't get that squeaky hand shot across the board. Fun setup here at the Funny Bone for the Missouri tournament. Lots of space, lots of tables, kind of high tops, low tops. Creates a great spectator experience for folks here in person to be able to sort of gather around and see what's going on as these players all come through.
Machine 15, Chris Winkler, Brian Wall. Chris Winkler, Brian Wall on 15.
So I think, hearing through my headset right now, I think the main bracket losers semifinals match was just also called to a machine. So Brian Wall and Chris Wengler will be playing. That'll be off stream. Losers quarterfinals maybe. The winner of that game will be getting one of the losers of these two games that are about to start up on stream. So we got Andy Haas up here at the machine. Looks like we're doing some spinnies to try to pick the courses. And Bear Lodge has been locked in. So for those folks who are trying to grind through Bear Lodge, put up some nice, 32, 33 unders for Worlds qualifying. Pretty good opportunity here to see how some of the best in the game lay it down. All right, so you can see on the side of the screen there, Joe and Evan are doing some spinning as well. And I think I can see here on my my preview of that feed, they had settled on, I think it had stopped on Pine Coast, but they hadn't each gotten an opportunity to spin. And once again, it was Pine Coast. And apparently it will not be. So mutual understanding there that maybe haven't come off that that course reasonably. They want some spice in their life. All right, wow. So pretty much every time I look away, my empty beer becomes a full beer. All right. I believe the other headset is now occupied.
How are you kidding me?
That's me.
There it is.
That's me and Rachel.
That's your introductory sound effect?
I love it.
Hey, welcome, man.
Thank you.
There's no better time to be up on this broadcast. This is kind of a double header of epic matchups we got going on right now.
Yeah, I just saw the other one loading, so we're gonna have.
And it looks like they settled on Rocky Hollow over there. So we're gonna get two of the classic reteed courses for very experienced Golden Tee players, equipped here to get after this.
Yeah, I love it.
Hole 2 on Bear Lodge. Pretty short look, all
look.
things considered, so you can run it directly at the pin. No 7-degree driver shenanigans.
Love the 7-degree.
I love it too, but every once in a while you get these short looks and it just stays in the bag for the entire round.
I'm kind of confused with the short look. Sometimes I'll cook it because I'm like not thinking.
Yeah, it's
straight.
no fun going 15 yards off the back and having to chip back with a 9-wood or something.
Yeah, exactly.
And speaking of short looks, we've got a short-ish look for Rocky Hollow here on the right-hand side. Evan popped that onto the green. I think one hopped it through the fairway. Joe missed it a little bit right, but short chip here, hoping to see that just run straight into the cup. Yep, nothing but pin.
JoJo does the 2-finger pullback.
Yeah. So on the left-hand side here, we got Andy setting up for an interesting look. It's a distance where, man, I'd be tempted to try to run a 9-wood at that, but with the bunker behind, I don't think it's a good choice. So nice little sand wedge. Takes a look at it. Gets blown a little bit left. We'll see if Mr. Paul Anthony Luna can do something here.
He's lining it up. I like when they get that Luna look of intensity.
And it's going to zip. Yep.
And the thumb.
That roll was always going to go just a little bit off to the side. So kind of interesting-ish look here on Rocky Hollow.
This is like my least favorite.
The pin is tucked under the arch. I played with a kind of learning player back home the other day who put an 8.5 medium under the arch and stuck it pretty close to the pin here off of one hop. And I was like, is that the play? I still don't think it's the play, but
hey, if it
always
works,
an opportunity.
If it works, it's the play.
I love that approach. All right, so number 4 here on Bear Lodge on the left. It became an easier hole once I started understanding that 10.5 medium or anything higher loft is going over those trees.
That's very helpful knowledge.
So you've got all of your weapons available to you here, depending on the distance and the wind. Look, we've got a 10.5 high here, just trying to get the distance right and running it. Oh, what a nice soft landing. Runs it right to the pin. So moving on here. Bear Lodge, for the folks listening, I think most of you already know, but sets up, pausing for an announcement in the background. So sets up for a 31 under clean. And then as we saw on the hole 3, you'll see again here, likely on hole 11, maybe also on hole 8. There's some short par 3s that create great hole out opportunities. You can put up some real numbers on this course.
And that's why people have been banging them out for Worlds qualifying.
Yep. And if you by people, you mean the 450 rounds of it I've played in the last 6 weeks. It's good to be done.
Yeah.
It's good to be done.
Well, I just got called again every time I sit in here, so I'm going to have to let you go. Probably someone else will jump in. I'm going to play myself a little matchy match.
Hey, best of luck, man.
Yeah,
thanks for stopping in and see you in a bit.
Yep.
All right, so right now I'm the only one on the headset coming to you with my pair of mostly functional Mark IV eyeballs trying to keep track of 2 games. My eyes keep, unfortunately going in the same direction. So I'll be panning back and forth trying to highlight some of what's taking place here. Who is speaking with Jackie's husband? If you're asking who I am, so this is Nate Webb. I play his 4 beer minimum. Been up on the mic here for the last 45 minutes, hour or so, it feels like. And pleasure to have Jackie's husband stop in for a moment. But we have, thankfully, another person coming up who can help track through everything that's taking place in these matches.
Yeah, hey everyone, it's Richard Swindell, Lurch. I'm sitting back down. I've got a little bit of a weight still on the pink side, so let's quit talking about me and watch these awesome guys play each other.
We were just talking about it with the chat. This is a pair of really excellent matchups.
Absolutely.
And it's exciting seeing them get after some of these longer distance reteed courses. A lot of shots where maybe you have to know a little bit, but also you just really have to execute.
Correct. And it was brought up. I'm sure they were watching on stream, and we learned it over there. The Macera Gossett match, they landed pine twice and spun by it because they had just watched it the match before, watched an entire round, and they didn't want to be in the same match having watched it and know how to play it.
So that's an excellent point. I noticed that they had spun past pine a couple times.
Correct.
That's excellent context because, at the level of Golden Tee that these folks are playing, the ability to look at the setup, the tee, the wind, the pin, and figure out what the exact right shot is a huge part of the battle. More so than the execution. And for the competitive spirit of the game, you don't really want to play. You don't want to solve solved problems. You don't want to play something that people have seen before.
No, and they want to be competitive with each other and not know exactly how to hit the shot because they just watched that match.
So we got a well-timed question in the chat, and it's apropos given the courses that we're playing right now. So I would say a lot of people are putting the 7-degree driver in the bag for a variety of reasons, right? So there are a lot of holes, like some looks on Rocky number 1, some looks on
Rocky
Bear
2.
1 and 2.
Yeah, Bear 1 and 2.
Where the 7-degree driver might get you to the green when no other club will do the trick.
What
Andy
a great
Haas doing really what the expected thing was on that very gettable par 3. The community has at a higher proportion of people playing wind balls now. Sorry, continuing on the 7-degree driver question.
Oh no, of course.
And given the distance of some of these current courses, the 7-degree driver also comes into play sometimes when you're facing that, 12, 15, 18 mile an hour headwind, where a high 7-degree driver is going to outreach an 8.5 by a significant enough margin that it's a competitive edge.
Plus the high 7-degree skips, so you can hit it on Bahama a handful of times when it's too short to get to the green, but the high 7-degree will skip and make it up.
100%. I think I hit my 7-degree driver 4 or 5 times on Bahama in the qualifier.
Wow. Yeah,
this time
it was
just
some good distance.
It opens up the whole course. It turns water into fairway, kind of.
Yep.
All right, so Luna went with looked like a wedge thummy there, I think.
Yeah, just missed it.
So we have a stroke in the game right now. They're joking about it. So obviously there are looks where from this tee box you can reach the green. Talking about the left stream coming into number 9 on Bear Lodge. The one thing you can't do that I haven't really seen any evidence of yet is stop the ball once it gets on the green. So it's a kind of meme all-in play. I think we saw word of mouth maybe bounce one off.
Wow, great hole out.
And there it is again,
great
coming
hole
through
out.
with the sound effects. Truly a great shot over there. So already, early stages, about halfway through these rounds, and they are delivering for what we expected from these 4 great players.
Yeah. Ed, they're going to putt for each other because it speeds the game up, and they're both incredible putters. They know the distances, they're going to be able to make putts, and they just want to keep the game going. It works so much better.
Exactly, and I think in a two-person game of Golden Tee, which is my preferred way to play, it really is about like pace and tempo and the flow of the game. And these guys, the artistry is in the approach shot to the green,
Correct.
be that a tee shot on a par 3 or 4, or typically a second shot on a par 5. Once the shots have been executed and they've been left near the pin, you just clean up the putts and you move on to the next bit of drama.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially just the simple fact that they can putt. I mean, the reason they are where they are, a big part of that is they're not missing putts. So, I mean, it just helps the game go much faster. It really does. Nice turn around the rock.
Ooh, and held
Very
it.
well done.
All right.
And Luna on the green and holds the fringe.
It's a nice shot from there. That was a more challenging look on a hole that sometimes is a kind of brain dead little 5-iron or 9-wood.
Yep.
They got the long look, and they both got it in the vicinity of the green, and
Great
at
click chip by
Andy's
Haas.
level, nail that click chip right in
Yep.
there. Luna's going to clean that up as well. So looking at what Evan's doing here on the right, interesting kind of pin tucked right up against those dunes.
Yep.
Do you think that was that the intentional play?
No, he didn't mean to kick it off the dune, of course not. But I mean, it's handy. You land it soft, you're not going to get a rocket to the water.
And that all goes into thinking about putting these shots together, right? You're managing your misses as much as anything else. So he knew that even if he missed right, he was gonna be safe.
Yeah, you could see JoJo throw his hands up there. He knew how to hit that shot and hit it short, and was just upset.
All right, so they one stroke in that match on the right hand side, heading here onto the back nine. On the left hand side, so number 11 on Bear Lodge is a famous or infamous hole in a lot of people's minds right now.
And there's a hole out from Paul Luna.
There it is. So on the previous par 3, Haas drains it in with a nice little click chip. Here Luna floats one, trickles it across the green with intent directly into the cup, and we are all square.
I'm just chuckling to myself. Here they are trading shots. Because the last time I called a Haas Luna match was Nashville final.
Yeah, so I think I lost out rapidly from the pink bracket in Nashville, and I was many sheets to the wind by the time of the final. But as epic of a matchup between those.
Yep, it was an epic matchup with them matching hole-in-ones on 18 to go to extras.
Oh, okay, so 2023,
yes.
I believe that was. Yeah, so that was actually before I'd even been to a tournament, but I did watch that stream.
Well, I was one of those guys calling that stream.
Amazing. Well, very well done. The drama was palpable. Okay, so right-hand side off the tee here for JoJo on Rocky Hollow number 10. Looks like the obvious call with this win because it sets up a really nice attackable pin.
Yep.
So they got shot coming in a
good
little
run
bit
by
right.
JoJo.
Left-hand side, we got the kind of lower drama look on number 12 on Rocky Hollow.
Yep.
Didn't get set up for the really short click chip that you can run at the hole. So couple of birdies there. As I was trying to work through qualifying, one of my sort of checkpoints score-wise was 20 under through 12. That's a clean round. They're both 21. They're both one better. And Luna's going to carry us through here into the last 6 holes with a nice setup, leaving room around those trees, especially with the wind to help out.
Of course. Putting yourself in an exact spot they know where they want to be to hit the shot they've got. Because for most people, that's not an easy look, but for them, that's something they should easily make. Here's another one. We were talking about the 7-degree driver. They didn't need it here, but sometimes you do. You can run a 7-degree driver up.
So yeah, I actually saw that about an hour ago in a match that I was on the headset here calling, and 7-degree driver into the cliff, skips forward onto the green, 8.5 driver skips backwards.
Yep.
And that is a game changer. I had the 7-degree as kind of a flex club in my bag for Rocky, but after seeing that, I think I'm just going to put it in all the time, just because if that look comes up and you need it, you need it. And on a relatively dry course, that one stroke can be everything. Okay, so we are coming up on, here we go. Some of the more interesting holes, in my opinion, on Bear Lodge on the left-hand side.
Yeah.
This one, we've got looks like a relatively short look, but you got the pin tucked up under those trees with a big tailwind, which always makes it exciting, right?
Yes.
So you're going to either fly the trees just barely and then stick the green with backspin, which maybe we will or won't see from Andy Haas. But what Luna just demonstrated is the alternate shot, right, where you use the trees to do a little bit of nice, arbor breaking, crash through the tree, slow down, and
Well,
drop right there onto the green.
And the reason for that is you can put it through the tree, drop it on the green just like that, and you're close. Whereas if you try to make the green and try a hook, you could easily pull yourself back and leave yourself no putt. Because that green does have a nice little bend in it right on the top.
It certainly does. And for those folks who are maybe thinking about trying to replicate that shot at home, you did see they both went to the right-hand side of the rightmost of the tall trees and just went through that part of that one tree. When you do try to go through the center of them, which I do on some occasions, you risk either hitting a tree trunk or hitting a place where two trees overlap, and it can slow your ball down so much that you get stuck on top of the hill. So a little bit of kind of, Plinko. Bob Barker would be excited if you want to take the
that's a great reference. I like that one.
All right, so man, those guys made that look simple, but for whatever reason, so many of my attempted qualifying rounds this past month ended right here on Bear 15 because for whatever reason, I would get married to that bunker and take more than one chip to get out. So obviously not a risk for.
Well,
guys
I'm guessing you're
level.
only playing a sandwich then.
I am playing a sand wedge, and well, I think I play it pretty well. I do my best to convince myself that that's not the case. All right, so split look here on the exciting Bear 16. From almost every tee box, both left and right are available. I think it's dealer's choice, but my advice is always to go for the wind lineup, and they've got a great lineup if they use the full to get over to the right side here. Use the fairway instead of going through the heavy rough. And
leave the straight wind behind them. They're both going to make a solid run at this.
What do you expect to see here? Maybe like low loft, kind of release it up the green?
No, I expect to see that. Smooth A wood, or no, he's actually going to cram it with get the green. Wow.
I think he hit rough or fringe there. And
I just don't think he hit it like he wanted.
Ugh.
I mean, that's
so this
not
is
the hop up of a shot I was expecting from Andy Haas.
Barring a very surprisingly easy look on 17, this is going to be, I think this would have been the best hole-out opportunity through the rest of the round, and two kind of questionable shots. So, I mean, I personally would probably have been happy with either of them. But
of course.
Easy putts, moving on. So
Evan almost holing another one. Very well done.
Yeah, so the left match has been a couple holes ahead, so I've been kind of focusing on it as it comes into the drama. But what do we have happening here on the right-hand side?
It's still Evan up one and JoJo down one, and so it's 14. He's running out of holes. He's definitely trying to find a spot where he can make something.
That's not what he wanted. That bounce through the fringe, talking about Luna's shot there, just nipping the narrow part of the bow tie on the way into the green. But Andy playing the shot around, up the green,
holds a
couple of putts.
Yep.
We're moving on to 18. So, all right, we got JoJo playing a full here into the green to try to bite it back towards the pin. Also clips the fringe. So fringes are cheap right now.
Yep, without the fringe clip, that's probably a lot closer, if not in the hole.
Yeah. No, and JoJo, I think, probably in the hole. All right, so Bear Lodge 18 has skirted my existence for the last 6 weeks. Big headwind look here that makes this pretty long, but the tee box is far enough right that you can use an 8.5 and go through these trees.
Yes.
Ooh, sets up a testy chip.
Definitely.
Having watered that chip to lose a match no more than 3 hours ago. It's one you got to think about. I think even.
And here's the high by Haas, and so he's on the green with the.
Yeah, so Haas brought in with the high tee, where you got to be a little bit careful.
That's right.
But it looked like Paul used a medium there to try to get the backspin big hop up onto the green. And just a little bit right or a little bit softer than
it looked like he was a tad right, like his line was off just a little bit.
All right. Massive chip. Let's see what Paul's got here. And that is the match.
Yep.
So Andy Haas will be moving on. These guys played 17 excellent holes, one better through 17. And then it is all done with the lag putt.
The lag turn
and
putt.
Also, a little bit of style here.
That's right. Well, I don't think it was ever style. It was definitely more of a lag putt that still went in.
Bit of game management,
of
right?
Course.
He knew he was 2 up. May as well not take any risks.
No.
So big wind here on
good
Rocky
run by
Hollow.
JoJo.
Just
Had a
enough
good
room to
chance.
carve it over that cliff and let it try to come across the green.
Yep.
I was going to say, Evan would be more likely to play some kind of shape here. Yep. All right, so Rocky Hollow 16 can be interesting if you get a really big crosswind, particularly for
Yes.
that second shot through the canyon.
Yep.
And then Rocky Hollow 17, especially when you get a wind blowing down the hill, can be some challenge even for players at this level. So
It's a little challenging still. You got to place this in the right spot so you're not having to play a big cut.
now the headwind helps you out a little bit because you're
It
going to
does.
sort of have that later apex. I guess use a more of a racing term, but
Yeah.
the high point of your club is going to be pretty deep, and then the wind's going to slow it down and drop it more vertically onto the green. So a lot of opportunity here to find a way to that hole.
Greg Bader, Phil Garcelle. Greg Bader, Phil Garcelle on 2.
Nope, I'm just listening for matches. I'm still a little ways out on mine, but I do pay attention when Steve starts calling them.
How's your day been going?
2-0 in the pink. 2-1 in the pink. I've lost on 18 to a guy playing Stouts on Sahara. Tough.
Yep. Well, that is a play. So I really liked Evan's play on that hole.
Oh, very well
it
done.
is testy to try to come in no spin onto a down 7 into the water. But he knew the wind had his back there, and it gives an opportunity to nice kind of slowly release it down the green, and go for the hole out. JoJo hoping the bite was going to be a little bit more on target there.
Yep. Well, coming down to 2 holes, still down 1. But that's the kind of play you expect to see from these two. A hole out's going to win it.
Yep. All right. So this is not a bad look, honestly.
No, not at all.
Not a lot of variables here.
Ooh,
oh.
Almost holed out by Evan. He's disappointed because he knows JoJo is going to have a really good chance at it. So, I mean, I'm expecting something very similar, even though JoJo is looking at what does he want to do. Does he want to?
Does he have something crazy here? I don't.
Nope. Looks like he's playing a touch of a cut with the 5 and bite. That's exactly what he did. Just hit it too far.
Less than 2 feet from the ultra, and had a nice little delicate motion there that could have given it a look.
Yep,
so advantage Evan here coming into 18.
Yep.
So I have seen a few matches on this course today. I don't really expect 18 to be a lot of drama at this level, especially with a wind that lets you, kind of the slope of the green.
That's
land
right.
nice and well here. So probably just some kind of bite, ride the wave around the green.
Well, bite for Evan, probably backspin for JoJo. If he's going to play the same club, he's going to run at it.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's got to go in.
Yep.
Some chat going on. I'm assuming referring to maybe a wager that was offered before the match.
Probably so. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like Charlie Hall trying to sneak in and still win a little money from a Turkish tornado. Want to see what JoJo lines up here. And there's the backspin. And he pushed it too much. He knew it.
Yeah.
Well,
okay.
Would have loved to have seen extras, but I was glad to see somebody win it outright and win it because they made that hole out.
And win it with good play, yeah.
That's right.
Like all of these matches delivered.
No, exactly.
These two were incredible. 4 players, 2 matches. I think 3 of them came into the 18th hole, 1 better.
Yes.
That's the level of Golden Tee you expected in the winner's side of the main bracket.
And certainly the Golden Tee you expect from the 4 of them.
Very much so. All right, so it looks like we've got a short break here between matches. I'm sure some more will be assigned soon. Again, Nate Webb, I've been up on the stream here for a little while, and the very helpful folks here have been bringing me beers, but they have not brought me a bathroom, so I'm going to bring myself to that one. May hop back in here in a little bit, and maybe someone else will grab it, but it's been a pleasure. So
there'll definitely be people calling these matches until the end, no doubt.
100%. So been a pleasure. Stay active in chat, like, subscribe. And stay tuned for some more excellent Golden Tee because this main bracket is still very much alive, and we've even got great players in purple and pink.
Thank you, everyone. I'm good. All right, everybody. It's Nate and Richard sitting back down. We are gonna keep calling matches. My match that they're playing into me, they're only on hole 2 of their 18, so have a little time.
And at the pace that these guys play, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to call this whole match.
Yeah, maybe so. We'll
as
see.
they power through. All right, so this is a main bracket losers side. Where are we? Are we 7 and 8 match right now? I
I
think.
believe so. I haven't looked at it in a while, but you have it up.
This is one of the 2 7 and 8 matches, and the winner of this match is going to go on to face Paul Luna, who just came off that very narrow defeat on that match on Bear Lodge. So,
Yep.
All right, so we are on Palmetto Coast. Coast? I don't know. I just call it Palmetto.
Palmetto.
For me, actually, one of the more challenging courses, because there are some very tough looks that can come up really throughout the course, but also 17 and 18 can eat my bacon.
It's honestly the most challenging course of all the courses we currently have on the docket.
All right, so
Kavanaugh not happy with that, but
a little bit
the result's fine.
Off target, but yeah, moving on. You know, this hole was a lot of fun on the first season of Tees
Yes.
for the 2025 courses, where you could occasionally drive it and chase that super albatross or get a short putt for the double eagle. A little intrigue now, trying to make sure you get that first shot right. Usually a full around the trees, sometimes a big 9 wood over the top, and then you just throw it at the green. Try to hold it out.
Obviously, we had a hole out within the first few holes that we missed, so Dang is up 1.
Not a lot of complexity here. Just an opportunity to try to balance the wind with the slope and the spin.
Oh, and he almost gets 2.
I thought he was going to do it right there. So
very great run.
See if Kavanaugh wants to. Oh, going to take maybe a different approach here.
It's about the same approach, just a different shot at it. Oh,
And have
another
very
great
similar
run.
results. So, maybe that speck on that trackball again. Pulling them both just about 6 inches off the side of the cup. Eat my bacon. Hey, it can be an idiom if it's words that are put together, whether or not it means something interesting. We've got a bit of a whack-a-mole situation where the only El Presidente Aiden Cleary is popping his head up over the stream monitor and checking in on us, making sure we're still awake here and keeping us honest. So, all right. So this is one of those holes that can get you pretty well. You've got to get it out to the left to get around the trees. But you want to do it without getting the ball coming into the green too left to right.
Correct.
And the right wind here is actually going to make that problem a little bit worse. This is going to get delicate. I think any shot here that leaves a putt is a good shot.
And that's not
a good shot.
Not a good shot.
That is quite unfortunate. I think he was trying to go between the trees there, maybe?
It certainly looked like he was because he was so close to the tree that I'm hoping he was trying to go between the trees.
Yeah.
If not, that was very off target.
Yeah. So Matty K.
Oh, Matty
and
K.
That is exactly what we were talking about here on the booth, where by the time that ball gets to the green, it's going left to right so hard that it's hard to stop it.
Yeah. The only way it's going to stop is if you get it on the green and let the boundary work for you, because all the wood around the greens will kick it back on the green.
Yeah. So, it's an interesting thing that I'm not sure I have the fortitude to do, but if you put that shot on release, there's a good chance it stays on the green.
Correct.
It's going to slam. It's going to look like it's going to rip off the side of the green, but it's going to slam into the wood and bounce back onto the putting surface.
And Gillard with another water ball, or with a water ball behind his bad tee shot. So kind of let Matt K right back into it.
5.
Yep.
Right, so we're looking at
Kavanaugh here.
Swing here.
Yeah, if he makes his chip, that's a 2-stroke swing.
I would think he would, but then again, wow.
Wow.
So we correctly predicted that there is some trouble that can arise when you set out to play this course.
Yeah.
And good news, when it rains it pours, we have another Palmetto match up on the other machine.
Absolutely. So. With JoJo already up one on Wengler.
Yep. So JoJo having gotten the eagle on number 1.
Yes.
And then, Palmetto, it starts out easy, and then it comes out and it tries to bite you. This decision here to have number 2 also have a perfectly flat green creates the opportunity to really get after some hole outlooks. Not much crosswind here, but neither of them quite got it right.
Yep, hole 7 with one of the tougher looks.
So hole 7 here on the left-hand side, there are so many different approaches you can take on this hole.
Yeah.
Cosmos players, you could almost always bang a 3-wood over the top if you're smart about your distance, or a 10.5 if you're smart about your aim.
I've also seen people this weekend using the 7-degree driver through the trees to lay up to the left.
Yep. And then the other one that I've started to see is you can go to the right, just right of that stream, off the tee, and then it just sets up for a 5-wood or 6-wood up and over those trees on the second shot. So
I've also seen a full this weekend from around right to left.
You know what? This is why this is such a great golden tee hole.
That's right.
Because it's up to what works for you, what gives you the best opportunity with the wind. You got to make a good choice and execute a good shot.
It's a good-looking shot by CJ, just not enough backup on it. Hit it a tad too far. So it looks like pretty even on both machines. We'll be moving to 8 and then to 4.
All right. So, again, number 4 here on the right-hand side. It is possible to get across the water here off the tee with a full sometimes.
Oh, really?
Yes,
I have seen
I don't know that it's, for me, almost ever worth it. So usually just cutting it around, setting up the long, straight, easy shot. Yep. Automatic. JoJo could do it in his sleep with his right foot tied to his left hand.
Yeah, it would just be with his right hand that might be the problem. Oh, what a great shot by Kavanaugh trying to hold out.
Almost in the hole. This can be a somewhat nervy hole on the left-hand side here, number 8, especially if the pin is on the middle tier or the top tier right near the edge.
Yes.
Where going down can leave you with a hard putt or can really start costing you some strokes.
Very favorable setup for him, though.
Oh, yeah. And what did he forget to put?
He put release.
I think he thought he had bite.
He must
and
have.
got one extra click. I hate doing that. I do it quite a bit.
But it's one of those, especially after hitting two bad shots, losing a stroke. get out of your own head and pay attention to it again.
It really is. There is a mental game aspect to this where on every shot you've got to make a lot of decisions, a lot of judgment calls about what club to use, about where to aim, about how hard to hit it, and how much risk you want to take. And if you're not in the right headspace, it can spiral pretty quickly.
Yeah,
speaking from experience, right? I'm not referring to any of the players here on stream.
No,
I think I would be candidate one for that diagnosis.
Here's Kavanaugh with the 9.5 high. Good distance, very well done.
Ooh, great
147. What a smash.
And this specific hole on the left-hand side here is one of the reasons that I think you have to play Cosmos on this course. Because so often it's getting you to the green when the stouts just come up short.
That's right. It's going to get you the look to get there.
Now there are, there's some folks in the scene who are very adept click chippers. Maybe if the stout leaves you 30, 40 yards out, you get a couple clicks on your 5-wood and you run it at it. But what just happened there?
I do not know.
Did he forget to pull back? Did he miss the
No,
ball?
He just must have mishit the shot. He pulled back. It just didn't go where he wanted it to.
All right. So we were talking a little bit about, about stamina and the mental game. We're about 5.5 hours into main bracket play, 6.5 hours into purple and pink bracket play. And, maybe it starts to take a toll, but I don't know. This can also happen to me at noon. So we are going to see these folks rally and put together some good results here.
Two really good shots on the right machine, playing the long look around to bring it right back by the hole.
Yeah, honestly, like taking the shot that the folks on the left side had so much trouble with and making it look pretty easy.
That's right.
Okay, so on the left-hand side here, hole number 10, high 10.5 goes over all those trees is usually my play, just because high 8.5, you have to be wary of the tallest tree, and it's not getting you that much extra distance. So pops you out here to this nice spot in the fairway, and then you go pin seeking on this second shot. I pretty much never hole it out, but it's a great opportunity to farm great shot points on command there.
I saw the same thing, Tom. He had the 3-wood, and I was very curious as to why he was hitting that club. But even so, with the 3-wood, he didn't get it all. So I'm just kind of curious if it was a mishit or just a misread.
All right, so CJ with, I think we mentioned 4 different shots for this hole on the right-hand side, and he hit the 5th one that I have seen several times, laying up into the rough over there. And then having a nice straight shot into the pin, especially with this nice wind lineup to kind of compensate for the lack of spin out of the rough.
Yeah. Yeah, and Dan with another short shot on the left machine. Just needs to get out of his own head, make a nice chip here, and keep this a one-stroke game. I'm sorry, I think it's a 2-stroke game now after that miss.
All right, so we got the 2-finger pullback for the click chips there. 1 finger on each side of the ball to try to keep it straight and prevent any kind of squirreliness, and it works right directly into the cup there. So
very nice chipper eagle. Yep, 2-stroke swing at the moment.
Okay,
I believe so. No, it's
1
just
stroke.
Just
all
a
right,
one.
So
still. Just a one.
Matty K went up, but very closable gap given the kind of varied nature of what can happen on this crazy course.
Yep, here's a not such a bad look with the pin on the bottom.
So are they in the same contest? Have we missed this the whole time?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
They're definitely playing the same contest.
The immediacy of your answer tells me that I was the only one who had missed this the whole time. But okay, so we do have a bit of a preview from our left stream to our right stream, which is excellent for knowing what's coming up here. They are standing right next to each other, so I don't know if there's any slanted eyes going on, peeking over at what's coming up.
Highly unlikely.
I would agree, because you really do just have to stay locked in.
Yep.
Okay, so long looks here. Now, on the left side, the shot that found the green was a 9.5 degree driver, I believe.
Yes.
Looks like JoJo's coming in with the 8.5. Similar, honestly, in this context. Might get a little bit more distance punching through that wind with the 8.5, but.
Yeah, but most people try to avoid the 7 depending on the distance. If you can get it there with the 8.5, the 7 just flies.
Very true. Yeah, the 7 degree driver, you're very much relying on bounces as part of your shot. And I would think that the multiple tiers, the wooden walls, the bunkers on the approach into this green on the right, kind of counteract for that shot. So
glad to see Dan hit a nice solid shot at that one. Looks like he's regained it and keeping that a close match.
And sometimes you got to remind yourself, like whatever has happened before, it's a one-stroke match.
That's
Doesn't
right.
matter if it's clean versus 1 off or 4 off versus 5 off. You're playing Golden Tee. This is
It's
what
a
you came here to
great
do.
click chip by CJ. A lot of fringe to cover there and made it look pretty easy.
Did you see what club he pulled out for that?
I did not.
Me either. It looks nice and low, just enough loft to get to the green, take the rough out of play, and then chase it directly into the hole.
Yep. I like this line that Kavanaugh and Gillard have on the left machine where you can hug the right corner and make this a much shorter shot instead of having to play the long shot out of the fairway.
It really is a good one, and actually similar to the tee shot 3 holes ago. I have found on the left-hand side of the hole we're looking at, maybe not with this wind, but a lot of times you can hit the high 10.5 here. So you don't have to be quite as precise about the aim, and it easily reaches. Again, maybe not in the case of a 10-mile-an-hour headwind, but
yeah, it's not a shot I've tried, but I certainly will look at that. Thanks for that info.
All right, so CJ playing from a little bit further back than JoJo. Tried to cut it back against the wind, didn't quite get enough to keep it off to the left there, but we'll have a nice putt coming in. JoJo playing a full here, no spin.
Great shot with roll by
From
Kavanaugh.
right to left, and JoJo
holds it out.
Bounces it across the right lip of the cup.
Yeah, Kavanaugh was playing into a wind with a short chipper and dropped it in pretty nice with a good solid shot.
Wow, very cool. So Palmetto 13 down, got 5 to go. Looking here at hole 14 on the left-hand side, pretty basic setup. You know, it'd be possible here to let yourself drift off to the right with the right slope and the right component of that wind, but I don't expect that to be an issue here. That was a very conservative shot.
Yeah, he looked very disappointed.
From Matt. Unclear about what the plan was there.
Yep.
Not a bad putt coming up, but he would have liked to get that right up there. Ooh.
Down one off the slope. Oh, and it holds up.
I don't think that was the plan.
No, but it will be a nice, easy birdie putt from there.
And hey,
Kavanaugh drains his, so it's still a one-stroke gain.
Yeah, easy little tap in here out of the fringe.
Yep.
I'll be curious to see how CJ and Joe attack that look.
Yeah, very much
Whether
so.
it's trying to just 180 it left a little bit, or whether it's shaping it around. I think we'll start to see a little bit of a right to left action, particularly from the way JoJo likes to play those.
Here you go. It's a tough look over here on our left machine.
Yeah, so
it
this
looks like a pin on the top.
I think it might actually be on the back, the middle tier.
It might be
behind the top tier.
It's so hard to see on the smaller screen for us.
With this huge wind right to left, it's actually really hard to keep it close. These are always going to go down.
Yep.
If you want to keep it up there, you've got to do the most. I wonder if you, from the right-hand side, can even like kind of anti-cut this.
I've seen the hook from left to right, but that would be a much harder shot into a 13.
It would, and this tee box looks like it might be harder to get it far enough out around those trees, even on an A1. So, yeah, low loft, soft shot to not let the wind work. That's an amazing shot.
It's a great shot by Dan, especially having to make up a stroke. So put a little pressure on Matt. Though this is basically a turbo putt, so it will hardly break off the slope.
Oh,
still missed it,
and it didn't quite come around. Yeah, that shot there, instructive, I think, a little bit, right? When the wind is the enemy, it's threatening to get you too far down that green and push you down that tier. Best thing you can do is spend as little time in the air as possible, right?
Correct.
So go up a club or two, low tee, hit it soft, and just get it directly back onto the surface where the wind isn't playing it.
CJ and JoJo both playing for the fairway, so this will be a different look than what we just saw on the left machine.
So not interested in the shortcut and the chip. And I sort of understand here because that pin being so on the front right from the tee box perspective makes it hard to attack with any kind of click chip.
Yep.
You don't have a lot of green to work with. So coming back here might be a little bit safer.
See the hole they're playing on the left as well. It's another good spot for a 7-degree driver. If you want more distance, you can certainly burn it by the sand trap on the left.
Yeah, very true. So we're going to be coming in with a full here to fight this wind. I'll be curious to see if anyone on the right machine takes a different tack here on the tee box or on the tee shot, just because I think going right might be a play here.
Well, they both just took different shots on 13 than what we saw on the left, so I'm expecting we'll definitely see something different from at least one of them.
I think one of the things that got me so kind of involved in the game is the depth of everything that's going on here. You know, you would think at the top level there'd be some kind of, meta, some sort of solved approach to the game, and there really isn't. It's differences in style. It's trying to solve problems as they come up and figure out the right way to get after it. And we're seeing a lot of that on display right here. All right, CJ burns it a little bit to the right. I actually did not see JoJo's shot, but given the location of the ball, it must have been some kind of shape from the right to the left.
Yeah, I was trying to glance at my machine, people playing into me. And Kavanaugh misses the chip. Oh, and waters it.
Well, that takes a lot of air out of this balloon.
Yeah.
It doesn't end things. Hole 17 on Palmetto exists. Hole 18 exists, and I'm not even sure which one's harder. But okay,
that don't do it. Don't.
That probably does it.
It's so sad. It's so hard to watch.
Yeah, we've definitely been there. We've seen it some other times in other matches today. You just get yourself stuck.
And it looks like the pullback got him on that one.
Yep. All right, so that is a 5-stroke swing on that hole. Probably going to focus most of my attention on the right-hand stream at this point.
I just want to look at the left-hand stream to at least see what our looks are on 17 and 18. But yes, I'll do
there
it
we go.
second.
Yeah, that way we can be informed broadcasters.
Oh, sure.
Some real content. So CJ here is going to be trying to stick that pin that we saw them get after earlier with that great 3-wood shot. It looks like JoJo looks like he stuck it.
Yep.
And CJ just overcooked it a little bit.
Yep. He was trying to bend it back in, and it just didn't bend.
So to my eyes, this might even be like I might look at my 9-wood here. Oh no.
That's a tough.
That's a tough chip, but I really thought that was going to be a type of click chip you could get after.
Yeah.
No dice. All right, and if you give JoJo an opening, he's going to pounce. So,
yep. Which he
nice
has.
clean eagle, great tee shot to set himself up there on the tier with the pin. And
so hard to judge that down the slope.
It really is. The uphills are so much easier than the downhills.
Yep.
I think that was 2 strokes, 3 strokes.
No. 4.
And now it's 4 total. So, all right. Well, I will say Palmetto is delivering.
Yeah.
It's not bringing the drama down to the wire. But,
no.
We're seeing what we can work with here.
Yeah, both of them choosing the 8.5. I don't even know if they have the 7 in the bag. I'm sure they do, but kind of surprised to see that from CJ. But honestly, setting up for his full.
Yeah, crop dusting. That was me, and I was expecting there to be a little bit more consistency coming out of the play here, but man, people getting stuck in some of these doom loops of just kind of chipping into the water multiple times on the same hole does create the possibility. I think there's a difference between somebody playing in a competitive match, a close match, and somebody playing with a 6-stroke lead. I think these guys can play safely if they need to. But yeah, very good point.
I'm sorry to not see them closer on the left machine, especially with the pin location right in the front like that. Would have been a good potential makeup for a home. But
all right, so let's see what JoJo can do here with the tee shot into 17. Big right wind, you got about 14 miles an hour of right wind into a right green. So big right to left shot onto the surface, and that should be an easy putt.
Easy putt.
Yeah.
And Gillard laying up exactly what you should do when you're up.
Especially with this wind.
Yeah.
And just toss it onto the green.
Nice shot by CJ. Just now. I'm even up 4. I don't expect JoJo to lay up, but you never know. Oh, definitely some roller coaster matches today.
Hey, it's the drama of a lot of these really challenging courses delivering, and yeah, we appreciate the comment because it is fascinating, and it's been a bit of a theme that we've seen in these matches that it can all come unraveled pretty quickly. Given the reliance that we have right now on a lot of interesting fulls, bounces, low loft clubs, big spin plays, lots of drama, lots of stuff to stay tuned for.
And as I figured, JoJo did not lay up. He made a nice solid shot. He's on the green. And CJ, of course, attacking, just going for the hole out, and he missed it. And that'll be it. That'll be Gillard moving on and JoJo moving on. So we are really getting down to the nitty-gritty now for our main bracket matches. Sure, we have King of the Hill still to come.
Yeah, so we will have a King of the Hill match coming up. I'm not sure exactly when, but Evan Gossett, Andy Haas, some pretty big drama there. Exciting to see where that's going to play out. You know, Andy Haas having been one of the blind picks in the Calcutta, kind of a obvious choice here as someone you'd expect to see perform in these tournaments. Evan, you know, former world champion. I'm checking myself because I'm pretty new to the scene, but I think I've heard that a number of times.
He is.
Yeah, I mean he plays at a level that I don't even understand.
Yep.
So beautiful to see that coming through, and you know, there's the King of the Hill match. They might not rush it just because, you know, as a Golden Tee player in these tournaments, winning a King of the Hill match and then having a long wait for the losers bracket to sort itself out can be a drag.
Correct, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're getting it down to the nitty gritty. I'm sure we'll see Paul Luna playing here next, and whoever his opponent will be. And I'm going to step away now because my match will be open very soon. So I still have one to go.
Hey.
If I lose, you'll see me again. If not, I'll be here still waiting to play.
Hey, pleasure chatting with you, man.
Absolutely.
Well. Hey, Aljaz. Yeah, we don't have 300 likes yet because you're not here on the stream, man. We got to get you here with the headset on, maybe next tournament. But no, some amazing Golden Tee here in these last set of matches being played here in the main bracket. Lots of good stuff to come. I think we might have a King of the Hill coming up here in a little while. We got some great losers bracket stuff. So if you've been enjoying it, you know, if you're a fan of the game, let's see if we can get some, I don't know, some liking, some subscribing, some sharing, and kind of boost the algorithm here a little bit because we want to make sure we help grow the game, get everybody to tune in for all this great stuff that's happening. So I know we've got the pink bracket is pretty close to winding down. We're getting down to just a few players left. Purple bracket, I think roughly paralleling the main with the 1 hour head start. So down to the last kind of 6-8 players if I had to guess. I would say if you want to follow along at home, you know, obviously pegttour.com, go to tournaments, go to 2025, go to Missouri, and you'll be able to look at the brackets and see exactly what's going on. We right now just finished our second pair of excellent side-by-side matchups on the stream, and we are waiting for the sonorous voice of Steve Sobel to assign some new matches to machines over here to my left with the bright lights on them, where we're going to be playing some more Golden Tee. Looks like Paul Luna is getting ready to play. You know, maybe logging on his phone, checking out some interesting cat pictures, trying to figure out whether he wants to put super spin on that 7-iron. You know, getting ready to chase this all down. So, how's everybody doing in chat? So we've had a pretty good amount of fun here at the tournament. You know, we for those of you who have been to tournaments, which I think is most of the folks in chat, you sort of we got the detailed Luna cam going on. Great zoom in there. If anybody can, you know, see which subreddit he's on or steal his password, that would be excellent. We've been having a great time here. We had really good turnout, great setup here in kind of both rooms at the venue. We had an excellent time with a close to the pin tournament on Friday. We did some doubles and handicap on Saturday. Or sorry, wow, my days are all wrong. Close to the pin on Thursday. I've been here for ages. Doubles and handicap on Friday. Yesterday, qualifying ran super smoothly across the 26 machines. We had Matt Van Hoosier help out and call to Calcutta. Well, some of the Power Events folks were really working on getting the machine set up for the tournament. Got an early and efficient start to qualifying, powered through that, and then had doubles again last night. So just really good times here. Everybody's been, you know, enjoying the moment and then also trying to, you know, focus on preparing themselves for the tournament today. So looking forward to seeing some more great play. Glad to hear folks in chat are doing pretty well. I think we're all saying hi to Luna's head right now. We got some handshakes coming in. Looks like we're going to be spinning for a course here momentarily and hopefully see another epic showdown. You know, we've been seeing a lot of matches so far on the re-tees, and then we just saw a couple palmettos. So You know, maybe we get a Lexington in here, get to see some fun shots coming into the later holes on that course. Maybe we get to see a Bahama do some water skips and thread through the trees at 18. We'll see what we get. Hey, how's it going, Brad? So this is Nate Webb out of Boston. I play as 4 beer minimum. Coming to you here from Missouri. Just holding down the headset. A lot of our regular commentators are, acquitting themselves rather well and are still playing some matches. So happy to sit in here and talk through some of what's been going on. Updating his OnlyFans page, yeah. Excellent chat coming through there, Charlie Hall. Yeah, hi everyone. Pleasure to be here on the mic with you. Mostly just a great excuse for me to have the best seat in town to watch all the camera feeds and watch all the parts of the stream for this really cool set of matches that we have coming up. All right, so we are logging in. I can see on the machine feed that it looks like we are headed to another classic reteed course. We're going to Rocky Hollow, so that should be fun with these guys having lots of opportunities to chase some really cool hole out attempts on some of the par threes and to get after some long shots. 425 look here, very much reachable depending on your ball and club choice. Cosmos coming through from Gillard. 144, a little bit of a cut that'll cost a couple yards, or maybe it was intentional because it shaped it right up for a nice little putt there. I think on a clean 180, you maybe get an extra 6-8 yards out of that. That might be enough to reach the hole. Let's see if. So Paul's bringing the 7 degree here. We talked about it a little bit earlier, but the 7 degree can get you extra distance in a variety of circumstances. It really stands out on downhill holes, on headwinds. With this being the downhill look at the 7 degrees, a great call to just chase it up towards the hole. We'll see if it comes back into play in whichever that hole is on the back nine that sometimes needs to skip forward a little bit. All right, so 297, not a long look here. High tee's available. The headwind can give it a kind of soft landing, or you just come in medium tee, 3 wood, 5 wood forwards, and try to chase it down towards the hole. It's a little deep for the bite to be able to bring it back, but the bite's a nice safe match play shot. As long as you get the speed mostly right, you're going to be within 20 or so feet and be able to clean this up. Evan Gossett can't see. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but all right, couple putts coming in, clean this up, move on. I'm sure the heart rate just jumped maybe 3 or 4 beats. That putt was a little bit on the left edge, but just smoothly cleaning them all down. All right. Just trying to figure out what some of the chat's going on. We're hoping we're not having any kind of video issue. All right, cool. So nice little par 3 setup here. It looks like we're going to be backspinning it down to the hole. Definitely a fun way to look at it and calculated to perfection here. Luna dropping it directly into the cup. All right, so what I'm picking up from chat is that nobody can see the screen because the players are standing in the way. So tracking that's going on. Love to see the participation. So hop it up in chat. Hey, I know your eyes are probably on the actual machines, but if by any chance you have audio or someone else can blast it in chat, hey, if they're on their phones and they're in the chat, they better be liking, subscribing, and sharing the stream that we got going on right now. Yeah, so interesting look here. I personally love this layup spot. It gives you a lot of options. A lot of clubs have the height to get over this hill here. I think you can go 3 wood. maybe even 10.5 on the correct angle. But the real fun is in doing what we're seeing right here, which is playing Plinko down the hill and trying to pick your bounces to get you into the spot. Yep, so we got chat up right now. Looks like we've got the one-gloved cowboy, Miller Mounts, hopping in to join on the stream. So welcome, Miller. How's it going?
Good, good, good. Check, check, check. 1 2 1 2. How's it going?
A firm, 5x5, Lima Charlie.
I literally just walked in the door.
Well, you picked a good time. It's going well. We've had some pretty epic matches going down, and I think we've got another one setting up here on Rocky Hollow. Luna just drained a hole-in-one, so
all right.
First blood has been struck.
Okay. Hole 5. All right. So what are we, 7 to 8 right now?
I believe that's the case.
Okay. Is this our chat right here?
This is our chat on the right-hand side. We got a bunch of folks checking in. Had some excellent side-by-side action on the previous two sets of matches.
There's some points.
Ooh. Getting those points to make sure higher up in the leaderboard, try to win, maybe $4 or $6 back. I'm sure that's what he's focused on right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's focused on.
Yep.
That's where I'm at. I love this. What do we got going on over here? The Stenmark shower?
Yeah, so for folks following along at home, I think what Miller's referring to there, we've got previews of a lot of the camera feeds on the bottom here just so we can see what things might switch to, but I don't think that's part of the actual broadcast.
I gotcha. Okay.
All right.
I feel like... Go ahead.
I saw Gervais hop into chat asking if Evan and Andy could play a loser leaves Golden Tee match. That would be some pretty high stakes for folks who play at that level. I don't think that's going to be coming up yet, but maybe we can see if we can get on the schedule for Nashville.
What I'd like to see is a purple number 1 play gold number 1. Right?
That would be an interesting idea. We have a double elimination opportunity here where you can have folks from the lower side climb back into the main bracket.
Right.
Never really thought about cross bracket play.
Just a one.
It could be a fun little exhibition.
Yeah, exhibition match. Right.
I will say, depending on the winner, usually shenanigans ensue pretty quickly after the main bracket ends. So it's possible that the main bracket winner would be in no condition.
Maybe.
Oh wow! So Gillard right here.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, for those of you following along at home, right? This is one of the preferred layup spots because it's on the high ground and you can play almost any club over this arch to the green on the next shot. With Cosmos, if he had ended up in the rough there, he would have been okay.
Yeah.
But he would not have been able to attack this pin. Oh wow, he is living dangerously twice in a row because that almost just went off the cliff.
I have seen others lay up right here.
Yeah, so
on the lower
what
left
Miller's
side.
talking about, you can go deep left and then play a 9-wood. It's kind of to the left of the arch on the next shot. Paul's tee shot looked a little bit close to going down the slope there.
It was a little long.
As I found out, not intentionally, earlier this weekend, if you do end up down there, you can actually, with Cosmos, still pretty much get the green.
Yes.
It's usually an 8-wood or a 9-wood.
It was stouts and whatever else ball you wanted to play back then. I think streaks were on the menu back then. You couldn't do it because they were too low.
Oh, okay, yeah. So Cosmos, you're getting the height, you're getting the distance. So I think Dan is going to be, I mean, this is a tough hole for it, but Dan's going to be looking to just play a solid Golden Tee hole real quick here because he had a sketchy tee shot that almost went in the rough, a sketchy approach that almost fell off the cliff, and a sketchy putt that went in the left edge. So let's right the ship here, play a solid hole of Golden Tee, and then get after chasing those hole outs.
I'm late to the party. What match is this with Luna and
That is an
Gillard?
excellent question. So this is what I would call a loser's side, maybe quarterfinal.
Okay.
So this is the 5th, 6. These are 5th, 6 matches.
Okay, quarterfinals. Yeah.
So we have them coming through. Obviously, these games are going to be setting up here. We might get another one up on stream here in a little while.
We don't have anything on 13, which is the other stream machine.
So we have pending King of the Hill matchup, Evan Gossett, Andy Haas.
Okay.
That will be coming soon.
Where are we in the purple bracket?
That is a great question and not one that I've had time to deep dive, especially while soloing the stream here for a little while. Last I tracked, I think they were roughly parallel, maybe down to the last 10 or 12 people. So
let me try and look. You keep
Mike,
everybody busy.
So I obviously saw Brian's comment there. Yeah, the $4 to $6 hitting close to home. Yeah, but apologies if that was a bad thing. But hey, we're always trying to win a little bit of money in prize play. Yeah, Mike, I think from some of the leaderboard hunting, I was in the same boat where at one point I think I was probably about 6 days ahead of 10 games a day playing Prize Play Bear Lodge, and it was nice when qualifying wrapped up and then some of the money kept coming in. So
That's all I got to play when I qualified in month 1 with Bear Lodge Commercial. So you definitely, it takes a couple weeks to see some of those close out.
It's nice to log in the morning and see you somehow have more money than you thought.
Yeah.
So okay, so I had been hoping that they were gonna get the fun drivable look here on number 10. Both playing Cosmos, obviously. If you get the short left tee box, you can hit the full, find the green, and have a nice double eagle putt opportunity. But this tee box is much more typical, I would say, probably 60-80% of the
One
time.
of the other luckier spots that I've seen is over here on the left side of the river, south of the green, and click chippers are easy there. If you're afraid of that.
Whoa! And Luna comes through again. Okay, so
yes.
Yeah, he's not thinking about $4 or $6. He's obviously going to be getting the 10 here unless Dan comes through with something big. But critically, with the second hole out of the game, chasing an opportunity to move on.
Hole 10, a lot of golf left.
Exactly. Hey, Dean. Yeah. Howdy.
Skittles, I caught you earlier. Sorry about that. How you doing, buddy? We miss you out here.
All right. So obviously play the normal layup spot over the mountain to the green to grandmother's house we go. Putt in for eagle. And we have a 2-stroke margin. We got the shorter look here coming into this nice right to left green. We also got the right to left and tailwind. Hole 11, if you get the other tee box but to the back right, it can create some drama. It can be a challenge to reach, and sometimes you need the 7-degree driver to bop it off the cliff and forward, as I've been learning today.
He threw that 8.5 out there high tee. I don't feel like he needed to take that. He took the control out of his ball when he did that. With you got that 11 with you, you could have kept the control.
Well, I will say, Paul Luna is always in control. It's just if he wanted the high tee, it was probably for a specific behavior on the green, and it worked out pretty well. I agree there is a medium tee play here. Clearly, if there's a high tee 3 wood, I mean,
yeah,
you can get there with just about anything. High tee 5 would work here too if you were willing to murder it with roll. So it's just what you think gives you the shape, like lets you get after the pin. And as we've seen from Luna so far this game, he's more than capable of getting after a pin.
Yeah.
So
now with the 2 up, do you think he's going to start playing safer? Or,
I think it's the type of safer that you'll see incrementally, right? If the pin is on the edge of the green, he might miss slightly on the green side, but preferentially over missing on the side closer to the rough. But we're not going to see him obviously like laying up or anything with a 2-stroke margin. It's
I mean, his layup is not in the hole.
Correctly. Yeah. He doesn't miss. He only lays up. That'd be a good T-shirt. We should get those made.
There is no miss. Only layup.
All right. I don't know what it is about this hole. I think it's the elevation that sometimes catches me out. I find myself overhitting it. The headwind here mitigates a little bit of that risk. But pretty close to what happened there, right? Drifts into the fringe, so doesn't get an opportunity for that spin to engage and bring that ball back up toward the hole.
He's looking a little stressed there.
Down by 2 to Paul Luna, I would be stressed as well. Well, I'd probably be fatalistic about it. Just be trying to whisper my bar order in. But
yeah, at that point, I just enjoy myself if you're 2 down to Luna.
I mean, Paul is playing great today. Yeah. That goes without saying. He's capable of missing a shot, but you can't bank on it.
No.
Right? And if you're Dan right now, you got to be thinking like, maybe Paul misses one. Maybe, but I need a hole out. He needs to find something.
Yeah.
So this is an opportunity where he's going to be coming in with, looks like he's going to go with the 10.5. I'd actually be tempted to take a shorter club here and mash it. But he had eyes for it. And that was actually more than enough spin. So I guess because of the downhill onto that, or downhill shot onto the uphill green, that engaged really well.
Now, I've seen some go far right on this one on the older tee boxes to go under the arch.
Older tee boxes, sure. I haven't seen that on the current books, especially in the age of 310-yard drivers of Cosmos. It's just so easy to go out there to that nice layup point on the fairway and then blast a drive straight at the hole.
Even if you have a 15 in your face, you're always going to get back over there.
Yeah, that's a great point, Rachel. Yeah, it's pretty much every day. We've been obviously missing Paul at the last couple tournaments, but expected nothing less than what we're seeing with him coming in here today. Okay, so pretty good look here, honestly. Anytime I see left wind into right green or vice versa, I know I'm going to have some kind of controlled shape I can try to throw it at the hole with. It usually makes me think no spin and just trying to use that to chase it, but
that was a straight push shot.
That was an interesting choice. The
banking
wind
on that little 7 to
so
push it over that.
I've run into something like this before where this hole is sneakily very uphill. And it cuts the hang time of the club down by a lot. So there's no time for the ball to be in the air. There's no time for the wind to work on the ball. The wind doesn't move it nearly as much as you think it will, and you've got to be a little careful about that.
I mean, and that green is slightly elevated too. You don't think about it because of the shape of it and the way it looks when you're looking at it, but it is elevated above the tee box, and you're going to lose some of that wind pushage.
You certainly are. Okay, so here we come into. All right, we're gonna Tony Hawk our way around the corner pipe, and then we're gonna hop into the fairway, and we're gonna play from there. Very dramatic looking fairway with very little trouble you can actually get in. Everything ends up on grass, more or less.
More than not. There are a couple spots. I found them.
So it's mostly about chasing your wind lineup and trying to create a good second shot opportunity. And Dan did an excellent job of that here. Just a little bit right on the way forward and further right on the way back, obviously, given the slope of the green.
Luna's got a perfect looking 8-iron, yeah.
Yeah, it's a good point, John. You know, when you're hitting the lower powered, I thought he was going for a third one. When you're hitting the push shot, when you're hitting it at low power, very little hang time, the wind is not going to do a whole lot to it. We actually saw an excellent example of that on Palmetto a little while ago, where a soft, low 3-wood created the opportunity to kind of ignore the wind a little bit and hold the green.
Seth calling out Dan G's pre-shot warm-up.
Oh, I have actually not been paying that much attention.
He's a rubber.
Oh, yeah, here we go. Textured deck becomes glossy deck after thousands of games of doing that.
I have a couple machines on the right-hand side where people rub the side of the machine before they go to take their shot, so that part of the laminate's all worn off.
All right, so headwind here is always fun. I'm thinking there's a good opportunity to set up a no spin or release shot here.
Just flop
depending on how
over,
crazy you are.
He's
so 5-wood maxed out will be 305. You're losing 20 to the wind. I think it's just 5-wood naked. Yeah. Yep. Perfect. A little bit of a cut, obviously, because it would have been overhit otherwise, and that shape gives it better behavior on the green. But
Dan's got a nice straight look at it with that 5.
Yeah, a little bit of a right action on the green. I think he's got to find this. Oh,
burning!
That was an excellent shot. Counts on, his aim to set it to the side there, the green to bring it back. Tries to roll it into the hole, and anytime you stick it at 2 feet over a cliff onto a green that slopes into the water,
right,
you're doing golden.
17 looks like ideal. That is not a bad look at all.
It's not bad. Obviously, it's possible to fall off to the right here with the right wind and the right green, but it's a good look. Be happy to see that any day.
Now, Dan's going to get a little aggressive here.
He's 2 off, correct?
2 off.
Sorry, he's 2 work. He's losing by 2.
Yes.
He's actually playing an amazing game of Golden Tee. He's clean.
He's 2 off Luna.
He's clean, but Luna's 2 better. So he's got 2 holes to get 2 strokes. This has to be one of them because 18's usually a pretty safe eagle look. All right, so drain this, and that'll do it. So obviously had to get aggressive there. Dan played an excellent game, I have to say. But he also ran into the buzzsaw of Luna on his way to shooting a 32 here on Rocky Hollow, barring some kind of gamesmanship layup here. So good times all around.
This is an interesting view.
Yeah, the hand cam.
The flipped over hand cam.
And see,
Going
I
for
mentioned the
it.
possibility of a conservative shot there for strategy reasons.
Yeah.
Nope, that was about 2 inches away from 33 on a Rocky Hollow that only set up for 30. So that is just a crazy round. And if Paul keeps playing like that, he is going to clearly be a threat to take this whole thing down.
And that's the match.
That is the match. Handshakes coming through, hugs. Obviously, these guys have played each other.
Winks at the camera.
And known each other for quite a while, and they play at the very highest level. So lots of respect both ways. Well played. Paul found the perfect game at the perfect time, and now he just needs to find a few more to continue kind of carving his path deeper into the bracket.
We do. It'd be interesting to see what our next match is going to be up there.
It is. So nothing currently called to those machines that I've heard. But again, we do have some very interesting matches on offer, ones that we know are coming up, right? So Evan Gossett's going to be playing Andy Haas in the King of the Hill match. That's going to be a clash of the Titans.
Yeah.
And then on the losers side, obviously we just saw Luna advance over Dan Gillard. The other losers quarterfinal has already been played, right? So Joe Massara is going to be playing Paul Anthony Luna in the losers semifinals, I think is the term.
Aaron Quarterly's, yeah, semis.
Yeah. So possibility that you could play those two matches simultaneously, because then the winner of the loser side one will play the loser of the winner side one.
And yeah.
And then you've got constant Golden Tee, no more breaks.
Exactly.
Through and through. So obviously the players are headed up to report to Steve, get their scores official by them being typed into the laptop, updating on the PEGTtour.com website where you can follow along on the brackets. And we will be bringing another match your way right now.
If you are watching us and you haven't clicked that like button, that's like a requirement for watching the stream. If you're watching it, there's no reason not to click the little thumbs up button.
That's true. I'm pretty sure if you don't hit the like button and you don't subscribe to the channel here, then there might not be any holdouts in the incredible match, honestly, that just got called to Machine 13, one of our stream machines here at the Funny Bone. So we're going to be bringing you, I believe, Evan Goss and Andy Haas.
We have Andy Haas warming up right now with his
over there on Machine 13, yeah.
Beautiful thumbs on.
And I'm trying to read my phone, read chat, pronounce names while Steve Sobel's yelling through my headphones. Good times. The brain is struggling a little bit. Obviously, been a bit of a long day here at the Funny Bone, but
let's talk about Haas's qualifier a little bit last night.
I didn't track it quite as well as you did. I know he had a very long.
He still shot
day.
at 150. What 3, 2, 152, something like
that. I think. Was Joe Massara the number one qualifier at a 152? It came down to points.
Yeah, it did.
But yes, I think it was a 152, which is a pretty crazy score, right? That's I think about a 3 better with the looks that we had. Yep. 3 better across 5 courses. Bit of a marathon, obviously.
He was beautifully serenaded by karaoke during his qualifier.
Exactly. So here at the Funny Bone, obviously the other half of the bar is a karaoke bar. The name escapes me at the moment. Backstreet, there it is. Yeah, Backstreet's back.
All right.
They fired up karaoke last night. I don't know if it was around 7 or 8 or whatever, but qualifying was still winding down for some of the matches. Yeah. And the dulcet tones of amateur vocalists. Andy Haas's qualifying machine was next to the stage.
Right next to the stage.
Just right next to the stage. So powering through that, good kind of resistance training, right? It's like warming up with the weighted bat.
Yeah, it shows you that persistence and being able to drown out the distractions and just get your head in the game. And that's what these pros do.
Luna shot 152. See, Seth, I think you're picking up on the fact that my portion of the leaderboard is not the same portion of the leaderboard that these guys live on. Yeah, so Andy Haas had a 149. So it was Joe Massara and Paul Luna who were tied at 152. Joe getting the nod from an extra 64,000 great shot points, being the margin there. But 149 from Andy Haas.
It was a 149. Yeah.
and bringing home a 30 on Sahara in his 5th game in that environment.
In that environment.
And that being a 1 better, because I'm pretty sure 12 wasn't reachable. He's in rare form. So we got some great players still alive in this bracket. All right, so here we are. Welcome to sunny Bahama. Evan Gossett, Andy Haas.
Looks like Gossett's going to go for the wind approach.
Yeah, good lineup here. You go to the left fairway, try to get that
Straight
razor
in.
straight wind, and then you hit a nice, depending on the player, little thumb or something like that, and just try to let it kind of roll forward into the hole.
Yep.
And start your game 1 up. How hard can it be?
For these guys?
I say for me, pretty hard, but for them, that is in the
I
hole.
would say.
Wow!
I would say it's pretty common.
And there's that sound effect. Man, in my mind, the backspin shot has to travel even further because it's got to go past and then come back the other way. So I always do, what Evan would be doing here. So Haas's shot looked weird, but obviously it was perfect. It was in the hole. So first blood here to Andy Haas, -2 through 1 hole, on pace for a 36. Just eagle every hole.
Well,
how hard can Golden Tee be?
Look at this.
Yeah, number 2 here on Bahama. A lot of hole outs on this one in the qualifier because it typically sets up for a good look, and this is not a bad one.
And he's gonna go short.
I like that look. Obviously, you got the wind here. You're gonna need to move most of the way left in the box, and then you're just gonna hit it straight, and it's gonna go in the hole. Ooh, I thought we were going to get back-to-back. That would be the most Haas thing ever.
That would be.
All right, so he's stacking up those great shot points. Obviously, he's 1 better.
Wouldn't that be nice if greatest shot points meant something?
It would. So Evan is going to try to get it back right here. Nope, going to have to continue to hunt. So I would say most holes on Bahama are hole-out opportunities.
Yes.
I
would agree.
I mean, maybe at these guys' level, that's every hole on every course, but you look at it right here, right? 3, you're gonna reach that second fairway, maybe with a water skip here for style points, and then you have a nice straight shot, even a good wind line up here into the green. Number 4, long straight shot coming up on the next one, probably a 3-wood, something along those lines, depending on pin position, pretty attackable, and it just keeps going.
It's interesting to see some of the tree shots, where they jam you up against the trees and everybody looks through them with the 10.5s or the lower 2 irons.
Yeah, so if any folks are
There's
not,
one.
Whoa!
Are you kidding me?
There it is, and no, we are not kidding anyone. That is actually happening. We're just gonna keep draining these all day.
Showing his appreciation on camera there for that shot. That was.
He is focused. Andy Haas here on a mission.
Yeah.
600 through 3 on Bahama. I'm pretty sure I've never seen that with my name next to it. Okay, so actually not the most scoreable look here, just because of the pin being tucked up on the front of the green.
And that wind carrying you out, too.
Exactly. You're not going to get a lot of backwards action on the shot. Andy using a little bit of shape there to use the shape of the green to his advantage. And nice little putt. One of the nice things about this green is that it's completely flat.
Yes.
So if you can hit the ball in a straight line, you just gotta get on the green, and then we miss it right here. But nice little chip, straight wind, straight flat green. Just pop it in there. Yeah.
There it is.
Yep. No drama. Moving on.
Add the little extra sand points.
So we talked about this a little bit earlier in the day, but one of the biggest challenges for me in Golden Tee, I think it's pretty common to everyone's experience. Wow, Chad is flying.
I know. I'm trying to keep up with it.
Yeah, so we're in St. Louis, Missouri at the Funny Bone for the Missouri Open, I think is the official name of the tournament. Obviously here for the Power Events Golden Tee Tour.
The Power Events Golden Tee Tour Missouri Open is what Paige called it last night.
Perfect. We are here watching the main bracket, and this is the King of the Hill match, obviously. So both of these guys undefeated today. I don't want to do the math, but they're probably 4-0, 5-0, something like that to get down to the last 2. Winner of this match is going to be in prime position to take down the entire tournament. Loser of this match, though, and the quality of these players,
chance.
It's double elimination, right? So they're going to go play a match against whoever's climbing their way out of the lower bracket, and have another opportunity to get back into this. Yeah, so right now, like Evan hasn't dropped any strokes.
No.
But Haas is dropping hole outs on him. You just got to keep yourself mentally in this game. And I think these guys are rock solid. You can see it on their faces. They've been here before.
Seeing your opponent hole out twice on you in 3 holes is somewhat the same effect as blowing up a hole by 2 strokes. It makes you feel the same.
Certainly, yeah. Ooh, got some more Golden Tee gift cards being given out here in the chat. Congrats.
Max got
I'm sure that'll be put to good use here in the near future.
Looks like your magic beer just showed up again.
Ooh, magic beer has been delivered. So they keep emptying themselves and then they keep becoming full. Always good times here in the commentator booth.
Yeah.
Okay, so this whole
this looks like a better setup for the over the top, like he's gonna do. It's just cleaner.
Play a little bit of a full, get it online.
Yeah.
Yeah, beautiful shot. That's all you need to do there. There's a look.
No sense in risking it through the trees.
There's a look where you could try to throw a 2-iron through here. I actually don't think it's that risky. But I think it's actually going to be harder to get it close. I think the over-the-top look is going to be the one that allows you to play that shape, get it from right to left, and get it coming towards the hole and fighting that right 3 on the green. Yeah, Jason, definitely doing Andy Haas things, holing out 2 of the first 3 holes.
That release, bringing it out a little bit more. He was expecting it to come in more, obviously.
So I do also think that was a 9-wood versus an 8-wood.
It was.
And there is a difference in the way that those 2 clubs are going to cut.
Yes.
As a 9-wood player, I can say for a fact it doesn't come back. Sometimes you try to make it come back, and it's just not going to cut quite the same way. Woo, gift cards coming out.
I feel like we got upgraded headsets since the last time I was here.
So this is actually my first time hopping on the Power Events stream today. Today is my first time. It's a great setup. We got the good camera angles.
Yeah, we got great camera angles.
Every once in a while, we get the zoomed in spec camera.
Spec gate.
Yep. All coming through. Obviously, we got chat. Everybody's kind of participating here. We're all liking, subscribing, making sure that we're driving the numbers that we want to see there, so everyone can discover this great game and see these great matches.
Why don't we have that up here?
All right, so Andy, this is yep.
Yeah, the 7 run.
So the 7-degree driver it's a secret weapon on this course. It's not really a secret because we're broadcasting it to the world right now. The 8.5 is going to reach here. It's going to be fine. But putting that 7 in your bag just gives you a few more options when you get some weird winds to try to find a different way to attack that. Now that said, Evan was about a few inches away from putting that in the hole, and then obviously made that chip no nonsense right there. So 16 under on the front 9 of Bahama is a excellent way to start your match.
Do we really have 356 people watching? Wow.
Hey,
we sure do.
Lots of drama. We're getting it all done. Interesting. So I got to be honest, looking at the shot that Andy Haas just hit right there, it often looks like it's there actually going across the water on this hole, but from this season's tee boxes, I typically go for the layup. I guess you experiment with it, you figure it out, and obviously at Andy's level, he's done it enough times that he's just, you just go. It just reaches. So good stuff.
I've been setting it up right here and either going over or through or around.
Yep. There's always a way.
There's always a
choice.
choice.
So Evan's approach there is the one that I think we see most people take, which is laying up, hitting a 5-wood, 6-wood type shot. Especially with that pin, it just let it kind of no spin and trickle on out there. And Andy Haas has holed out for a 3rd time.
On fire.
We are on a mission. And Andy's thinking, wow, can I save some of these for my next match? I think it's maybe overkill at this point, but he's going to keep pressing.
I feel like we're 122 likes short.
We're also getting very close, I believe, to, is it 10,000 subscribers?
We are
so
very close.
If folks are, willing to tap that button while this stream is going on, I hear for every subscriber, Andy gets another hole out. So if we can get another, say maybe 7 subscribers, I think he's on his way to shooting a 40 under.
A 40 under?
Yep.
During a match? During an
not an actual guarantee.
Disclaimer. If you're watching, click that like
All right,
button,
so
click that subscribe button.
Andy actually hopped over the green here, but it's a straight click chip just straight down the hill. Yep.
There it is.
Continuing trucking. Holy Haas. Yeah, that's a pretty good phrasing. So we are continuing on. Obviously, it's a challenging course. Evan is clean with 25,000 great shot points, and he's losing by 3. This is what happens against Andy Haas. This is what happens in the top echelon of the main bracket at these power events tournaments.
So here's another one of those. Where do you go? Do you go through the trees? You go around it. Obviously, Haas wanting to do Haas things and get the look he wants and feels comfortable
So this
with.
is the gap that I see most people use here. Oftentimes a low 3 wood, low 10.5 with different wind. And yep. So, we were talking about it earlier about which one of these holes here on Bahama are hole out opportunities. This is one of just a couple that I would say I'm not even sure at this level that these folks are pin seeking. Right? You want to get it close and you want it to be dry.
Yeah, if you're Haas at this point, you're sitting 3 better. Just sit where you can get it.
So let's see if Evan, with his kind of chasing mindset, finds a way to get this in there. Ooh, that was a good run. So that was low bite, soft power. So the bite slowed it down but didn't stop it, and it took a nice kind of controlled path across the green with a chance to get after that pin. That was a very nice shot from Evan.
And he's going to have to start getting a little aggressive here soon. 5 holes left.
Yeah, he's got to hope for maybe a marginal look on 15 where Andy makes the smart decision to lay up and he goes for it and gets it to get 1 stroke. And then, I don't know, hole out 17. Andy clips a Jim Z leaf on 18. It's going to take some drama, but hey, the matches so far have been interesting. Oh, no spin, and that could have been 4. Oh, that's ridiculous. So I've still been laying up on the back half of this fairway and usually coming in with an 8.5. But, I have the 2 iron in my bag. And from as close as Evan was, the 5 iron, 5 hybrid goes under. I might have to look at getting a little bit closer there just because it makes it a little bit more likely to get after that hole out.
Obviously, I stick it back for the 1 bird approach through there, which is just natural to me. And that's where those 2 iron shots come from.
All right, so we're going to play a little bit of a cut here to take the distance off and fight that tailwind. We got the bite.
Right.
And that is 4. What the heck?
Kidding me.
Oh, that's an amazing shot. On a really tough look, right? You've got a tailwind. The risk is going over the hill onto that lower slope, and cool, calm, collected, just bites it and it goes straight in the cup. That is unbelievable. I got to say, Miller, I consider myself pretty lucky to be at one of the best seats in the house right now.
One of the best seats.
Big screen right in our face.
We must have had an influx of likes.
Watching Andy. Yeah, well, somebody subscribed, and there was another hole out. So keep those subscriptions coming.
Now, surprisingly going for this, being 4 up.
Yeah, so I think he just knew it was there, but he also stayed up in the rough where you're not going to go off the other side into the water.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of comments, obviously, after Andy's crazy shot. I think Brian asked about them hitting each other's putts. Yeah, so at this level of Golden Tee, most putts from inside about 30 feet are automatic. Both players make them 100% of the time. So it's kind of just a courtesy thing. It's like gimmies in actual golf.
It keeps going.
You just keep it all moving. You clean them up for each other, and you move on to the next really challenging set of shots from the next hole. I'd say even at kind of my level of Golden Tee, anything inside of about 20 feet usually gets cleaned up unless it's like a right 6-degree slope or something like that. For these guys, it could be even more than that.
Walsh saying one of the best moments caught on camera. I'm wondering, has there been a 4 better caught on stream before during a
that is a great question. Now, don't count your eggs before they hatch, right? It might not be a 4 better. It could be a 5. Could be a 6.
Depends on those subscribers, I guess.
All right, so pretty good look here on 16. You're going to have a left hurting wind on the next shot, but there's a lot of green to the back right of the pin. So room to throw something up there and maybe let some biter backspin bring you in the direction of the hole.
Just kind of bring it down, trickle it back down without running off the end.
And it's a pretty safe way to do it.
It is.
So let's see what Andy's looking at here. Something like that 3-wood looks pretty good, and you just use the shape of the green to just pull this back down that way.
It didn't go for it, just kind of threw it up there.
And you notice he played a conservative shot. He hit that harder than he had to just to make sure it was dry. He's
as
up
conservative
by 4.
as Haas can get.
Even though it was conservative, that ball was tracking directly at the hole. It's kind of a way of saying, I could have.
I could have.
Mouth had a 5-better in Florida. I'm assuming that wasn't against me. I'm assuming that was like Nate Stowell?
I'm thinking it was 2 Floridas ago. It wasn't last Florida.
5-better. That is wild. And memorable enough that it's popping up the chat here. So amazing.
All right, so look at this. Not a bad setup. Nice, easy wind.
Nice conservative shot there. Risking the the 5-better. Okay, so Evan does seem to recognize the situation he's in right now with Andy Haas. And
he's come to reality.
It's going to be one of those ones, like, even if it's a loss on his Power Events Golden Tee Tour player page, if you have a line on your thing that says you lost 30-34, like, is it really a loss? That's kind of a badge of honor.
All right, so here we're looking. Is he going to do the low under or the high
so we're
around?
We're going to go 8-wood around.
Yep. Going for the sand. Dry. You can't get any drier than that.
Very conservative. Does he have the 2-iron? Have we seen it yet today?
I believe he has it, but he has not pulled it out yet.
Okay, so low backspin, that is the shot that a lot of people would hit on this hole. And obviously Evan, knowing that he has an opportunity to attack, went for it. The backspin with that club is wild and hard to control. Ooh.
It's all right.
And the Haas is human, but not the same kind of human as you and me. Let's just quietly tap in here for a 33 under.
33 under.
Having essentially laid up on 18.
Gossip pulling the. Can I just do this?
Having a little bit of fun
better?
here.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean,
wow.
It's to have a match like that and be taken down by a king like Haas.
And Haas grabs his backpack and he's going for a walk. He's going up to talk to Steve Sobel to report a score that. Honestly, if Steve didn't hear all the yelling, he might not believe. So, Andy Haas sitting pretty right now, pretty as he'll ever be. Man, Luna's looking crazy right now. Haas is looking crazy right now. Like, we are in for some incredible Golden Tee in this next set of matches. It just keeps rolling.
It would be pretty epic to see a rematch like we saw in Nashville 2 years ago.
And I do love that all these matches are being decided by hole outs.
Yeah.
Right? There's even no question of making mistakes. Right? It's clean, or it's even better. I know I've jinxed it now. We're about to see one of those knife fights, but
I think these boys are catching a game.
It does look
on Luna's phone right there.
Yeah. So Miller's pointing out in the previous shot, the very bottom corner of the screen. Oh, spec gate. Scrub. It looked like somebody had a baseball game or maybe the hockey game.
I believe I think it's the hockey game.
Yeah, so for those of you who are
look at Luna deep in thought.
So for those of you who are crossover Golden Tee hockey fans, we are here in St. Louis, Missouri.
Are we getting a screen?
Yep. And
quality.
The St. Louis Blues are playing the Winnipeg Jets in Game 7 of a 7-game series in the Stanley Cup playoffs right now.
A producer, we need to be careful not to broadcast any copyrighted material by zooming in on that phone.
I'm pretty sure we're good. I'm pretty sure we're good with those 7 pixels, but. All right, so we got spinnies going on, doing some course selection here. A lot of retees recently. Are we going back to Palmetto?
Are we going to do another
one? We
one?
are. So this is one of the 2025 courses. So I think, Miller, it might have been before you got back to the bar. But we had an epic side-by-side broadcast of 2 matches simultaneously on Palmetto on the same look.
Setup.
And it was a pretty epic set of games. this will be a different contest because I think these guys were in one of those matches, or at least one of them was.
Yeah.
So we will see some fresh looks. Palmetto, honestly, I would say Palmetto and Sahara are two of my favorites.
I want to talk about this a little bit because for me, if my favorite team was playing on a little tiny screen next to my most important match or one of my most important matches of the day, I don't know if I could stay focused enough. What do you think the state of these two are right now with both of them? I mean, I watched Luna just glance down at that before he even teed off his shot.
I think it depends on the level of your fandom. Maybe the not knowing would be worse. So right, it's
so
out.
Now
it's out
worrying around in your
it's
brain.
out of Paul's control that these are happening on the same day.
Yeah.
Having the visibility of the game there is maybe a little bit of a comfort blanket.
Now Massaro coming around out to the right. I do that a little bit.
Did Paul hit at 8.5
Paul
or a 7?
Hit at 8.5 straight at it.
Yep. So a lot of this is trying to just set up for this chip, right?
Yep.
So for folks at home, right, we're looking at Palmetto number 1. It is, I think, not generally considered to be an eagle hole, but I would consider it to be like a very, very gettable birdie.
3-wood, right there.
And at these guys' level, they get it, right? So you're getting out to 60 yards, you're hitting some crazy shot, bouncing something like a 3-wood onto the green, and you're drilling it. So we got a 4-wood coming here from Paul Anthony Luna.
How many we get? 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, that's coming in hot. Ooh, so that's the risk there, right? So when I'm trying to do these click chips, a lot of times what I'm trying to think about is the ratio of like what you got to get over to how much green you have to work with. And what happened there is Paul didn't quite clear the rough.
No, and Massaro used a 3-wood and they were essentially almost at the exact same spot. I mean, Massaro went first, but there was not a lot of difference in distance.
So any club can work if you hit it hard enough, right? So Joe had a club that's going to do less carrying and more rolling.
A lot more rollout.
But he just hit it way harder.
Yeah.
So it's
he had the same. He did a 5 clicks, 4 clicks. But I also felt Luna was sitting a little higher on that right side a little bit. All right, look at this.
Oof. JoJo saw Haas's match and is like, well, I've got fans back home.
I've got
fans
in
the
match
room.
These holeouts.
If they thought that 3-better was good, let's give them something to talk about.
Let's talk about a 4-better. Let's get these subscribers lined up here.
Yeah, but he's got to recognize in this moment that like he's not the only person in this game capable of shooting a 3-better.
Correct.
Much less in this room. This is going to be an excellent matchup between these two guys. I really hope we see some tough setups, and that they make easy work of them.
Luna's one of those players that if you show him the shot, he's gonna adjust and make it work, even without, he doesn't have to. But if you give him that opportunity, that's more knowledge in his bag. And he'll just follow it right along and put it where it needs to be.
Mm-hmm. Very favorable look here on number 3. Usually some kind of soft 8.5. Mm-hmm. For me, it's anxiety about tree branches, but, use the lowest loft club in my bag, toss it out there, and just let it kind of roll up to the hole. Obviously hard to hole out from 330 yards, but they're both going to go for it, and they both got very close.
Do you carry a 7 in this bag?
I do not anymore, actually. So I used to use the 7 on one of the par 5s that we have coming up to go through the trees.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I'll mention it when it comes up. But once I started to figure out that there are a lot of ways to go over and around those trees with other clubs I have in my bag, I actually traded the 7-degree driver for an 8-iron, which I don't typically carry, but fills a gap in my bag and comes in handy on some of the par 3s.
Okay. Yeah, I know which par 5 you're talking about. We will get to that.
So JoJo looked at this last time, and this time he's doing it. He's going across the water.
And I've asked a number of times why take the risk when you can, flop it right there next to the sand. But obviously these guys know better.
I think the answer is that for these guys, it's not a risk.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
So, for a newish Golden Tee player, somebody who's learning the game and whatnot, if you think about the second shots that these guys hit this game, right?
Yeah.
Hitting a 3-wood or a 4-wood crazy click chip at the green, not worth the risk if you're not at the level where that's a safe shot to play. For these guys, that shot across the water is a safe shot to play, maybe not for you or I or other people at home. Maybe it is.
Yeah.
I might have to find a machine here after this all winds down and go give it a shot.
Yeah. Maybe we'll do a 4-better on anything.
You
Maybe
never know,
between
man.
the two of us, we could do a 4-better.
Yeah, my problem is, typically what happens is I shoot a 3-better, 4 worse, and get 3 hole outs, make 4 mistakes, and walk home with a 28. But all right, so no double eagles here. Obviously, way more rare than they were into the earlier tee boxes for this set of courses. Nice par 3 here.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be just a test of precision and just finding that correct shot that snuggles up to that hole. JoJo does it with a full, which looked crazy.
The second it hit that, it just died.
Just perfect matchup with the wind, the slope, the speed. So it looks like Paul's setting up to shoot what I would consider to be a more normal shot. A little bit of shape, but just trying to bite it back towards the hole.
He's also carrying a regular 9. I believe Macero's was a plus, it looked like. Was that right?
Are they both the 100-yard 9 or the 120?
I thought I saw the extra, icon next to the iron.
Yeah, so you raise an excellent point. I don't pay enough attention to these guys' bags, and there could be some interesting stuff to get there. Okay, so you want to take it away?
Well, I'm just going to say this is one of my nemesis holes, so.
Yeah. This actually, believe it or not, is a good setup because what the biggest risk here is that you have cut it left or right around the trees and it's still going right so hard that it goes right off the green.
Right off the green.
So you're going to get a little bit of an S-curve here. You're going to cut it left to right, but the wind's going to blow it back to the left. It'll be straight. Or you're just going to go through the green or through the trees, bounce it off the water.
Yeah, he's got
and
that
laugh
over,
all the
so
way to the
he's
bank.
got that water skip off there, and I've been tooling around with that. But obviously these boys a little bit more fine-tuned, and it looks like Luna's going to go around.
Yep.
For an ace.
Oh, I appreciate you trying to call it there, Miller. You were off by about 8 inches.
8 inches.
As was Paul. So, so Luna's shot there was the one that I was talking about, where that big curve shot is terrible when you have a left to right wind, but the right to left wind actually lets that come in a little bit more gently. I'm gonna make a mental note though of JoJo's shot, because I do think that's one I want to go try. I haven't done.
Do you have the Obert in your bag?
I don't currently for this course, but I have a bag with it in it. I think from Manhattan.
So this was that par 5 I was talking about, and where that 7 degree, you can pick it through the trees, high tee it, and it comes out over here.
Yeah, so Miller's talking about going to about 1 or 2 clicks left of here with the 7 degree. You can punch it between the tree trunks. But what JoJo just hit is the shot I've been hitting.
Just the high tee 3-wood right over the trees, set it nice.
It's almost always a 3-wood. A 10.5 can go if you have to fight a headwind, but you got to pick your gap.
Yeah, yes. The 3-wood's got that nice solid gap. I don't carry the 3-wood anymore, so I don't even see that shot because my 4-wood's too short, my 2-wood's too not tall enough.
Yeah, so for folks who have not played with Miller, Miller's bag looks like it was picked up at like 7 different yard sales, and he just sort of threw clubs in, but he definitely makes it work. I think you qualified 33rd?
Yeah, 33rd by points.
So
I think 10,000 points short.
Obviously, whatever clubs they are, you're making it work. So.
Well, I
not as well as you might have liked, but
I say that yes because I see a lot of the 3-woods, and I just haven't had that opportunity to really change my bag because we've been in tour season.
Very true. Yep.
We don't want to be changing our bags in the middle of
Oh, Paul is flirting with it.
That's the worst mistake someone can make is switching up their game at a tournament.
Exactly. And we've got an interesting, next 6 or 7 days. We're going to be wrapping up the tournament today. I'm looking forward to re-teeing all the courses and exploring all those new tee boxes on the 12th. But for the next 6 or 7 days, once I get back to Boston, I'm just going to be doing my favorite thing, which is trying out all the crazy stuff I see at these tournaments and trying to figure out if it works for me, if it's something I can learn from or something I want to add to my game. Nice shot there with a kind of full thumbie. So Mike's talking about 15 is usually there with a 7 degree.
I believe he's. Yeah, we'll have to.
Yeah, we'll track that one down. I'm trying to remember this course right now.
I'm like, we're on hole 8. Let's hole 8.
Yeah, your commentators are not in a frame of mind to be able to think that far ahead. I agree, Rachel. We all thought that was going in. Obviously for for the saving of all of your eyes, we don't have Miller and I on camera right now, but
Yeah.
we were very much at the edge of our seats and
Yes.
leaning forward and forward and forward as that one was tracking directly towards the cup. Okay, so
so this is
incredibly long look here.
And this is where my 7 driver comes into
Yep.
play.
So 7-degree driver would be an interesting one here because it really punches through that wind.
Mm-hmm. And it keeps that low hop over those tiers.
Yeah, JoJo's doing the best that he can. That kind of unfortunate that didn't hop over the wood there, but it's actually not that much of a difference.
So let's see what Luna does straight at it with a high T7 roll.
Yeah, so this is a similar-ish to some of the looks on Rocky Hollow #1.
But very
it just
long
doesn't
look.
go.
It's just
there's
such a
just
long
too much
look.
rough. The bounces don't do as much as they otherwise could. Oh, talking about Lexington. Yeah, 100%, Mike. So the 7-degree bouncing, going water, rock, popping up onto the green on course on Lexington.
Yes, Lexington
is a shot that I want to learn because I think if I can do that, I could probably play that course with stouts and maybe eke out an extra hole out or something like that. But
I think if that 7-degree driver is there with stouts, then the 8.5 driver is there with Cosmos.
Hey, Herbert. So great question. So so at this level of Golden Tee, and these guys are some of the best in the world. The putts are pretty much automatic. If you look at that, he's what 40 yards away, and he's drilling into the cup.
Yeah.
They understand between each other that they're not going to miss short putts. So it's just kind of like gimmies in regular golf. Once they're so close that nobody's going to miss, you just clean them up and you move on, right? You just knock them in because all the drama is in the difficult shots, the long shots, or shots like what they're hitting right now. Both of them.
Both of them canning it from back.
What a demonstration. That is wild.
Herbert, part of it's rhythm. You'll notice, and it's not talked about much, but there's a dance. There's a Golden Tee dance in front of a pedestal. And when you're in a rhythm and you're zoned out, you see this dance between the two, stepping up and stepping away. And the less times you have to do that, the less cumbersome it gets. Well.
You're exactly right. These guys have a lot of elbow room right now because they're playing obviously in a massive main bracket match. But sometimes you play in some pretty tight spaces, so you're just trying to avoid how many times you got to shuffle past each other to make some of this happen. Interesting. The wind here is actually not much of a factor. Obviously, 8.5 here clears every tree except for that tall one that's trying to stick up a particular finger for you. I typically hit high 10.5 here because then I don't have to think about any trees at all. But high 8.5, obviously, these guys picked their aim point. They got the distance they wanted. And they both got really good wind setups to try to hold this one out.
The Herbert, to answer that one little question too, like these guys are on levels that are somewhat unspeakable about missing putts that are 30 feet away. So if there is, obviously they, Steve's going to have a word with them.
Well, actually, no. So here in match play, if you miss someone's putt, you just kind of mentally keep track of it, and you give them the stroke back.
And you give them the stroke back at the end, or I've seen people actually putt out a stroke before they move on to the next hole.
So I've been on the other side of that before, talking about where I am right now, broadcasting versus them playing right now. Where if you just mentally track it, the stream has no idea what's going on.
Yeah, exactly.
So sometimes you will see someone intentionally miss their own putt real quick just to line it back up.
Line them back up so that everybody can see. But honestly, if you're questioning if you can make that putt, Herbert, don't try and take it.
Yeah, and also, hey, first time watching, thank you for tuning in, man.
Yeah,
we're having a blast. Obviously, coming to you live here from the Missouri Open here in St. Louis. Winners bracket, gold bracket match going on. Two of the best players in the world hitting some crazy Golden Tee shots. Hopefully you're a player yourself, but if you're not, then I strongly encourage you to get to a bar, find a machine, and just casually try to shoot, 34 under like some of these guys do.
Download the app. You don't even have to set up an account. Download the app and, start there. Actually, you might have to set up an account to find the game finder. You can use a game finder from a website, but I believe you might have to set up an account to log in to use the game finder.
So Golden Tee PGA Tour, blue logo app, log in, find a game near you, create an account, put some silly clothes on, stick some random clubs in your bag like my man Miller here, and then go out and start slaying. Okay, so anyway, getting back to the Golden Tee here. So incredibly short look, actually.
3 wood.
Coming in here, 3 wood.
with an outwind. So,
yeah,
like
Forwood might have even had a look if he had one in the bag. Lots of opportunities here. Obviously, the tailwind is going to make it a little bit difficult to draw this ball back, but the uphill is going to help. So you're going to try to land it. You're going to try to do this.
What were you saying about the backup?
I said it's going to make it difficult. Not that it's not going to happen. And obviously, it turns out Mr. Paul Anthony Luna knows exactly how to get it done. So Steve Sobel hopping into the chat talking about the Golden Tee Go.
Yeah. I love the Go. I think it's great. I think there's a platform and the right way to go about getting support for it, just like any other game. Computers have problems.
All right, so fun shot here.
Love
and
this shot.
This is an incredible setup, right? So obviously, these guys are playing Cosmos, the kind of longest distance ball in the game, barring weird arrow mechanics. And they're threading it between these trees and just cutting this entire par 5 down to about 30 yards on the second shot.
Yeah.
So we could be seeing dueling double eagles here. It's not a gimme click chip. It's not an easy one, but these guys are quite good. And JoJo, obviously one of the OGs of the click chip game.
Yeah. Switching, he had the 9 up there. Now he's looking at the.
Just going through the motions. The 7 hybrid and the 9 wood have almost identical loft.
Yeah, he went with a 7, yep.
So just trying to get one that gives you the right distance, the right number of clicks that's going to let you get it directly in there.
There it is.
Let's go. Okay, so
cut that par 5 down to a
casually a double eagle, big splashy screen.
Yep.
3 under on a par 5. No big deal. This is just what these guys do. And Paul is going to attempt to equal it. All right, so he is going through the setups here. He's got a lot of rough to carry and then a little bit of green to work with before the pin. 6-iron gives him a good balance of loft. He is on the first cut here, not the rough, which means he'll get a little bit of spin out of the 6-iron bite. Probably not enough to make it bounce at all, but that's always a consideration on some of these longer click chips with spin.
Oh, a little much.
And a little
Carried
bit,
a little
bit
far.
strong there. So wow, that is surprising, and that changes. Oh, and the putt
and the
fails to go. So a big changing tide here in this match.
We just need to
kind of resets the storyline a little bit, right? Because 3 strokes against JoJo, one of the top players in the world, one of the top picks here in this tournament.
5 holes left.
It's going to take a lot. Obviously, we have 17 and 18, 2 very difficult holes, even at these guys' level. Honestly, pretty challenging pin here, or at least one that requires a little bit of precision.
I like the look because that wind's going to carry a little bit, but you've also got a little bit of a fallback with that tier green.
I think the thing I always forget is that these guys are just so good at hitting a number. Like they're like, it doesn't matter. There's not a lot of green to work with. There's enough green to work with when you're going to be accurate to within a few feet.
Yeah.
So Luna's going to try to find this hole out, and it's not a bad setup. Oh,
almost dunking it.
Almost hits the pin, bounces right over the cup. So excellent effort there. All right, so let's see what we have coming up. We could get a pretty interesting wind setup on 15 or a pin up on that raised tier that could make this a little bit challenging and create some opportunities. We did not. So the pin is down on the bottom tier. The wind is trying to keep it down that way. This looks to me like a left to right shot, but if you've got the lead, you're right. Right to left.
JoJo doing JoJo things. He's going to do the full. And just flop it in there.
All right, never mind. I think that was the right shot the whole time. And this is why I am a purple bracket Golden Tee player. Right to left, I was thinking good odds of staying on that tier. But this, you're right, is definitely going to come down. It's definitely going to be near the pin. And they're both going to get the eagle here. So 2 beautiful shots. All right, so a couple eagles. 1 more hole out of the way. 16, honestly, generally not too dramatic.
It's fine.
We're working with the folks here to try to figure out if we can get beverages delivered to the broadcast booth. So, okay, so yeah, not a ton of drama on this hole. I will say this pin position like tucked up directly at the 7 o'clock position is interesting.
Especially with that wind, that strong incoming wind like that.
Yeah, so you're gonna. I mean, this is gonna be another kind of S curve type situation where you can shape it around the trees. The wind will straighten it out, and then you're gonna try to bite yourself into position. I would be trying to play the smallest cut possible, but obviously Joe knows exactly how to do it.
6 wood full, which everybody knows that 6 wood's broken.
The most accursed shot in Golden Tee, trying to hit a full with that thing.
Yeah, 1 click full. Luna not full and doing a swervy. There it is.
They're okay. So we got a stroke.
Back.
Stroke coming through. And I've got to be honest, 2 strokes as a margin here is important because the misses on 17 and 18 are water misses. They could be 2-stroke misses. So it does open it up. Again, is JoJo going to put a ball in the water? I don't think so. But oh, we're going well. Okay, so pretty favorable look here. Obviously, it'd be, as a newer Golden Tee player, it would be very possible to fly this into the water. Because there is a massive amount of tailwind, and the downhill is going to do at least 3 things, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's downhill, so the ball's going to fly farther. It's downhill, the ball's going to fly farther, and that extra flight time is going to let the wind push it even further. And then it's downhill, so once the ball's on the ground, it's going to keep going.
Keep going. And I believe the bottom of this green also does not have a lip like the edges of this green.
It does, depending on where you hit it. I've seen it happen.
I believe in this, that the back left where the pin's at, that whole corner might. Oh man, that's tough.
I think they're always coming in bouncy, but so it could go one way or the other. But yeah, just a challenging look. But obviously, once you've accounted for all that craziness and factored it into putting together your shot, you just hit the shot. That was actually a pretty, I think, easy look for these guys' level. That was pretty favorable. Clearly not what you're looking for if you're trying to make up 3 strokes.
Knowing when you're playing wind balls, this year we've got the 2 balls to choose from. We got the Stout Breezes, and then we've got the Cosmos. And knowing what they do in this kind of wind is what makes these players who they are.
All right, so Luna's looking to hold this out because that would at least put the pressure on a little bit because it would force Joe to play and I thought he was going to do it right there. Interrupted my own sentence. It would have forced Joe to not play this carefully, to not lay up, to not play conservatively.
I mean, he's still got to be a little conservative, but he's got to go for it. Like he's only what?
Yeah, I mean, there's a world where he might pull not quite the full Kevin Lindsay maneuver here, but do a layup, put it on the green, make the putt. But I don't think he needs to because it's not an awful setup, and he's got the precision to stick this.
4 wood full. Get down.
Yep. Ooh. So close to at least being a little bit interesting, but frankly, it was on the green the whole way. So throws the putt, misses the putt, doesn't matter because he had a 2-stroke lead.
That's right.
And Joe Massara is going to be moving on.
Another 30 plus match.
Yeah. So Paul Luna, hard course, shoots the 30 under, and doesn't come away with a victory.
Doesn't come away with a victory
because at this level, it's just a different game.
Yeah.
And Joe Massara certainly brought a different game to the table there. So, sad to see Paul fall in this one, but hey, on the bright side, he gets to go really focused on that Blues game.
He does. Now he can.
And also he gets to focus on the fact that he played an excellent tournament and some really great matches here today.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I actually see some cash games calling my name.
That is totally reasonable.
So I believe this is going to have to be where I part ways.
It's been fun chatting with you, man. I think I love the way kind of you see the game and chatting about the way that these guys are getting after this course. And again, best seat in town. Got to see some excellent matches.
See some great matches from here. And if you're watching, you press that subscribe button, press that like button, and let's keep this going. We hit that 10,000. It's going to be great. I'm going to go find me a PGA Go. And
wow,
see
how topical. All right, well, enjoy that, man. Hey, may the 1 through 5 be ever in your favor.
Hey,
and
great.
We'll chat with you again soon.
Yes, I'll see if I can find my way back here again.
All right, so I'll keep the stream live here for a little bit while we're working on getting the next match up and running for you. we have some fun stuff coming up, obviously. So that was a pretty epic showdown between Paul and Joe that just took place. We're still waiting on putting together the losers bracket finals match, which I believe will be taking place here between Evan Gossett and Joe Massara. I would imagine that'll be right back up on the stream machine here once Joe has had a chance to, grab a breath, and Steve has had a chance to announce that game. So, man, a lot of these matches, pretty much all these matches in the last couple hours have been won with scores well better than what would be considered Golden Tee par. And, I think all of these players already knew that that's what it was going to take to get this done. But it's on full display, right? The notice has been given. If you're not shooting a 32 or a 33, you're at risk of losing to someone who comes up and comes to play. Yeah, I agree, Jack. Losing with a minus 30 would be pretty rough. All right, so I did just hear another match called. It looks like it's Evan Gossett playing Joe Massara coming up on our stream machine, on machine 13. This will be the losers bracket finals. The winner of this match obviously will advance to go try to face. I really hope I'm getting this right as I'm doing it in real time. Go face Andy Haas, our King of the Hill, to attempt to double dip their way back to victory. For those following along at home and caring about Paul Luna and his St. Louis Blues fandom, I can see just behind my TV right now, he has put his St. Louis Blues jersey on, so he is in full form and ready to go cheer them on for an attempt to advance to the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs. All right, so we are logging in right now for the losers bracket finals. I did not see the course selection, obviously from this angle, but we'll see it here in a minute once they've posted. Man, those handicaps are wild. Look at these guys. All right, so we are, I think, headed back to Palmetto. I can only see it by about 8 pixels right now, but I do think it is one that we've certainly seen a lot in the last couple hours, but we've had fun looking at it because of the difficulty and the drama that it brings. It really is one of the ones that's a bit of a test, and one of the ones that has enough intrigue to it to give these guys a chance to showcase some of their skills. All right, so we talked about it in the last match. Evan teeing off here with the high 7-degree driver, trying to get every inch of distance off the tee. And set up that opportunity that we saw last game for the dueling chip-in attempts, trying to get after those eagles on the first hole. JoJo, yep, sticking with the 8.5 full. Big right to left movement, get the distance out there, set up a nice angle at the green. And then what clubs are we going to see? It's a bit of a longer look this time, especially with the headwind. I think we're still going to see some click chips. So, man, I would not have bet a lot of money on this being a 10.5 degree chush. Is that what I just saw there?
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I got to be honest. Are you kidding me? What was that shot? Okay, so apparently that's what you do from 75 yards. That's news to me, and sets the tone for what we're going to be trying to get after here. All right, so JoJo doing the pullback, getting the clicks. Looked like that was about 5 clicks on the 3-wood for 70 yards. So he's thinking probably 16, 18 yards per click because he's trying to get past the hole here. Obviously, run that straight at it. I don't know what his carry distance number is, but something like that. And we're going to be running it right back with the 10.5. Okay, so 1 stroke in it. Evan with a shot that I'm glad was on stream because even though I saw it live, I'm going to have to go back and check that one out and see if there's any world in which I have the ability to add that type of shot to my game. Not a bad look here. You've only got about, oh, I don't know, maybe 2 yards of left to right wind, depending on the club you're hitting, and you're just going to throw it right at it. Oh! And he tried to go 2 for 2. All right. JoJo just kind of shaking his head here a little bit. Game recognizing game, but knowing that he has more than enough ability to try to equal the matchup right here. Seth, I don't think Evan click chipped. Did he? I didn't see the pullback. I don't know if I stalled a little bit on my stream here. I thought that was some kind of chush or something, which has certainly been in the game for and a common part of the game for years. Predates me based on archival footage from various people's YouTube streams and whatnot. All right, so fun look here, coming in a little bit of right to left to get over to that pin. A couple different approaches. I actually kind of like the high bite there to just give it some breaks as it touches the green, but not overdo it. You know, hitting it in here, no spin is an option, or the 8.5. Yeah. Okay, so 8.5 high bite. Man, they're both doing it. Just getting the curve right. All right, awesome. Yeah, thanks, GVK. I don't think we nerf anything. I think we just learn and we get better. That's what Golden Tee's all about, right? Some good shots there. It's an attackable hole. Like it's not very risky to have gone after that one, but it's just very difficult to try to put it actually anywhere on target. All right, so a little fully here. The wind doesn't look super favorable to go across, but what's the tee position like? Yeah, JoJo doesn't like it either, so gonna lay up here, come in from the longer distance. And not a bad look. The pin's just tucked there in that corner, but they're probably going to hit. Nice little wood in here. And just let it chase up there. He doesn't like it, but it's going to move a little bit to the right off that fringe. Yeah, just not quite enough to get over to the hole. Apologies for the dead air there for a minute. I was, watering my local self, trying to get some beverage in myself to be able to continue the commentary. All right, so a couple quick putts. Did JoJo hit that one with like one thumb while pirouetting away? The things that these guys can do. So, all right, so front pin. I'm guessing Evan's running like a 100-yard 9-iron, 60-yard sand wedge bag, which means this is his best option here. Just gonna put it a little deep and then backspin it back to the hole. Ooh, pretty good look. Wind just got the best of him there. Ooh, and the Golden Tee gift cards are raining in chat. Probably a big thank you for all the liking and subscribing that's going on, all the viewership numbers that we're pressing right now. Obviously, take those gift cards and go find a machine near you and just grind out some more games. Everybody's favorite thing. JoJo coming in with that big full and chasing it just up to the pin, but not quite getting after it. Yeah, so I appreciate everyone in chat going back to that first hole shot, chatting about the fact that it was a chush. Yeah, not a type of shot that I've ever really tried to hit, but one that I'm at least aware of. And that was clearly Evan demonstrating it to its fullest effect. All right, so around the trees here, probably going to bite or backspin pretty far right of the pin, but it's dry and it's an eagle putt. Getting close to this pin, I don't know what does it other than maybe a through the trees shot, but I don't think that's what these guys are going to be gambling on here. I think it's stick the green. I think it's get the eagle. JoJo 3-wood bite and just going to kick it out. Yep. That's about as well executed as that shot can possibly be. Couple clean putts. And we are moving on. Evan and JoJo chatting a little bit about probably about that shot and that setup coming in there. So it looks like we're doing the over at the top look here, and we're seeing it with a 10.5 this time, which does not necessarily have the height to clear every tree. You got to be a little bit conscious of your gaps. But he picked a great one there, split the uprights, and is going to have a great look into the green for the double eagle here. I agree. It has been a great day for Golden Tee. Thanks for posting that in chat. Obviously, great day for a lot of these players who are still going deep in the main bracket. Great day for us fans of the game who are getting the opportunity to see all this good stuff, and also a great day for lots of folks in chat who are getting some Golden Tee gift cards. Obviously, lots of work being put in here by the the IT and Golden Tee team to put this broadcast together and to support us all trying to play this game through this tournament. So big thanks to them. Obviously, try to do some liking and subscribing. Not words that I thought I'd be saying at some point in my life, but it does mean a lot to try to boost the stream a little bit, try to get to some of those cool milestone numbers that are going to mean a lot for some of the folks here. So appreciate all that. JoJo coming in with a big left to right full. I feel like if JoJo's not full and JoJo's not trying, it just seems to be the right answer to a lot of the wins that we're seeing in today's round. So no double eagles. We got to save. I don't know if these guys have already earned that, 1,000, 1,500, whatever it is, double eagle banner. If they haven't, I'm sure they made some progress this weekend, but they're going to need a little bit more this round. Nice little 9-wood bite there. Fun one. And also, always fun when it's tucked up against that slope because you get the chance to get 2 bites out of the apple, right? Roll it. And if you miss the pin, you go up the hill, you come down the hill, maybe you hit the pin on the way back. Yeah, Mike Green-Walsh standing up for the true skill that's really being displayed here, right? Click chipping, especially at the level that some of these guys do it, is an immensely difficult thing to do. And if you think it's cheap, I would say throw some nickels in the machine and go out there and try it. And I think it adds some depth to the game because it just allows you to have different opportunities. Every time that there's a way to see a hole a lot of different ways, you have a lot of fun and you have a lot of opportunity for people to kind of express themselves and figure out the best strategy to get after the game. So 409-yard look here, and the bounces of dreams coming in for Evan Gossett. Pop onto the green. 409 yards with a 10-mile-an-hour wind, playing probably close to 420, 422 with the downhill. 7-degree, great answer. Ooh. JoJo with a huge full, trying to get it out there. And I think he probably did enough setting up the click chip here. Going to be probably a couple clicks on the 9. And then that right one is just a little scary. I mean, scary for me, not scary for JoJo, apparently. So let's go. Moving onwards. Okay, so 15-14, 1 stroke in it. Obviously, very close match. Both of these guys capable of holing out just about any approach shot, whether it's from the tee or from the fairway. Good looking to close that gap. Coming in here on the par 5 10th on Palmetto. Normal shot here is either a driver, high 8.5, 10.5 degree driver over the trees to the fairway on the right, as we saw Evan hit. JoJo playing one of my favorite looks when people go for it. Obviously, he sees that the wind here is almost a perfectly straight lineup, and he's trying to put this in the hole. And he's probably about 8 feet short there. But the line was perfect. He had a hair of left wind into a right green, and he was just trying to run it right up to the pin. Yeah, Brian. I mean, I don't know that you can expect anyone here to make mistakes. So you've got a very good point, right? That eagle on number 1 could prove decisive if the best that these guys can do is play clean through the rest of the courses or the rest of the holes on this course. Very real chance though to find an opportunity to hole out, especially on some of the par 5s that are coming up, or the 1 or 2 long par 4s where you are going to be hitting a second shot in from pretty close, where the hole outs are a real threat. All All right, so Thummy coming in here, 97 mile an hour Thummy. Man, I got to hit the thumb gym when I get home. Easy little putt out of the fringe of the rough. No worries on the downhill. Clean them up. Next. Evan's looking locked in. I wonder if he finds another one here. All right. Pretty safe shot there. Went a little deep on him. JoJo might be looking a little more aggressive here. You know, I do feel that like into this uphill green, especially if you're going to do like a medium tee bite play, it's not a super dangerous hole. Now, high release, just can't overhit it, but if you get the power right, it's going to behave well. Oof. Looking straight at the cup there, and it just didn't quite get it done. Mike, I think these guys play a different brand of Golden Tee than just about everyone. So, hey, Vegas, Mike, great point. Over 400 people in here. I feel like we have a lot of people discovering the stream for the first time. This is like a pretty fun number. Lots of Golden Tee players and other interested folks, and those likes really do help. So, folks want to toss a thumbs up on there. Thumbs up that nice setup shot from Evan, trying to set a fun angle for a potential hole out on the second one. It looks like they're both going to go that way. They're not going to shortcut it to the right and try to go to the right of those trees. A little bit of shape from JoJo just to bend it left to right, get it a little bit closer to the pin while going around those trees. Probably remembering a specific shot they want to hit here, a club they want to bring up, a number they're going for. Or maybe not, because that's an interesting gap. But actually a thumb backspin on this club doesn't look bad. I don't know his thumb game, but it seems pretty good. Yep. Yeah, it was there. Just had to get the number right. All right, so lots of stuff bouncing through chat right now, and I'm only seeing the most recent messages. But saw someone mention Nashville. Obviously, that'll be the next Power Events tournament. It'll be coming up here in August. I will be there. Looking forward to seeing a lot of people there. Jeff asking, does the wind not affect the ball as much off the tees? Man, that's a somewhat deep question. So I think what you'll see is when you're hitting a driver or something, really long off the tee, the ball is going so fast and so far that the wind is going to move it, but it's not going to move it like a huge amount, right? You're going to hit that ball 350 yards forward, and if you've got a right 10 wind, it might move, 20 yards to the right. But 20 yards right, 350 yards forward still looks pretty straight. So the place where the wind really takes dramatic effect is on the shorter shots on the high loft clubs, because you can see it move the camera quite a bit, left to right or right to left. All right, so this is a very challenging pin position on this hole here on Palmetto. See what Evans got. Yeah, so it's on that narrow strip of green on that one middle tier between the raised tier and the front top right, and then the low left tier. And sticking it on that tier is, I wouldn't put it past JoJo, but that's an incredibly difficult shot. There's a very good chance that you're going to either be on the high tier here or the low tier and have to putt through a tier. The one thing you could attempt is to be on the middle tier in the back and maybe have an angle, but man, not one that I would relish trying to play right now. Or you can do that. Zero hybrid, bounce it onto the green, and that almost got far enough left to come right down to that pin. Evan demonstrating a pretty robust understanding of how these little slopes, inclines, tiers exist on the green. Oh, and JoJo not quite getting that one right. That could be pretty decisive. 2 strokes is a lot. There's a really high chance that some folks, around my level would find the water with a shot here and allow that gap to be closed. But Evan's looking like he's playing a pretty solid game. So not a lot to do here other than just try to get it out where these guys hit their tee shots. And then you have the left to right wind to help bring you around the trees to this pin. The tailwind, though, is going to make this very difficult to try to score. You might even need to hop once in the rough and then have the backspin pull you over, because I don't know that the backspin on a 6-wood is going to pull you up that hill very much. Yeah. So good clean shot, sets up a nice, not super difficult look at the eagle, but not the hole out that I think he would have liked to be able to get after there. Yep, just cleaning up each other's putts because they're gimmies at the level of play that these guys are playing at. And on to one of my, we'll say love to hate it holes in Golden Tee, because it gets the best of me most times. Obviously, very steep green, huge wind, the pin's right on the edge of the water. Can make or break a round. It looks like Evan has a plan. Boy, does he ever. Great shot there from Evan Gossett, just kind of wrapping it around. Nice little tap-in putt from there. Ooh, an even closer to hole in it outlook coming in there. Ooh, we have the one, the only. I'm about to have a co-broadcaster, but he's having trouble figuring out how a headset works.
Oh,
so
hey, I got it.
Just in time for what is probably going to be a low drama end to this match, but Evan does not look to be one who's going to play a layup here. So just going to put it on the green. Anything on the green here wins it. And that is a beautiful shot.
Hold up top.
Awesome. You want to introduce yourself?
I'm back. I was here earlier, but slim thick. Sean McKern out there.
Slim Thick. I always forget that you are Mr. Slim Thick Sean McKern. So we have quite the audience right now. So probably not everybody was on earlier when you were here.
Probably not.
We've been watching some pretty legendary Golden Tee matches, and some pretty excellent play. That putt accepted, and that's going to be sufficient for Evan to move on. That was a big match and a big win. Rounds of applause, obviously echoing here through the funny bone here in St. Louis. So, all right. So that was the losers bracket finals, which means we are now setting up for a finals matchup between Andy Haas and Evan Gossett.
It should be exciting, and I agree with Mike. Nate is crushing it, by the way.
Woo! Thank you, Mike. I'm having fun. Like, I could be sitting over there watching with lots of people in my way, or I could be here with the best seat in the house, hanging out with all you. And it's fun to try to bring some color and commentary to the type of Golden Tee we've been seeing that, frankly, doesn't really need much commentary. Have you been over there watching in that, or you been?
The problem is it's on the same time of the Blues game, and they're up 2-0. I don't know if you heard us cheering in the other room, but.
Oh, that's what that roar was.
Yep, that's it. It wasn't any of my shots. It was the Blues. What's up, Pete?
Well, glad to hear that the hometown team is doing well, right? I don't really have a dog in this fight, but big fan of hockey, and being here in St. Louis, I like to see that's coming through. Obviously, big thanks to everybody in chat who's been riding this out with us. Probably pretty easy ride, given the quality of entertainment some of these Golden Tee players have been presenting. And we have one or two more main bracket matches coming up. We might even have some pretty high drama purple and pink matches later as those brackets come together. I'm not sure exactly where we're at. But Clash of the Titans right now, right? We have two of the best players in the game, as one would expect, that have both carved a path through all of the other main bracket players coming together for this finals match, right? So obviously Andy was the one who sent Evan Gossett to the losers bracket. and Evan bounced right back and is about to play Andy 1 or 2 more times. So it's going to be a good time.
It's gonna be fun either way. Did they finish up the pink? Nope. They got at least one match left. But Danny Ellis and a to be determined.
All right, so obviously we got Andy making sure the ball hasn't seized up or been irreparably damaged in the half hour or so that he's been away. Getting ready for this match. I'm assuming Evan maybe went for a bio break, something like that. So,
yeah, I'm guessing Andy's not going to have any problem with rust from sitting.
I think not. He hit a very conservative shot on 18 in his previous match. Got the birdie instead of the eagle, so he only shot a 3 better. He was 4 better going into 18. Andy Haas is not someone you want to trifle with right now, but neither is Evan Gossett. So,
no, and
what are they playing for? All right, so I think we actually are getting some folks popping into the chat who are not regular viewers of this stream, which is amazing. The competition here has been great. So this is a event of the Power Events National Golden Tee Tour. Some of those words in some order, but I think you get the gist of it.
Stop number 3.
Stop number 3 for
Missouri Loves Company.
For these Missouri Loves Company. That is good. Man, you should have been here the whole time. 6 tournaments per year, obviously. Each one of them a championship in its own right. And there is a season series that concludes with a Top Gun, Little Gun tournament in Texas that's going to be coming up in December this year. Pretty big purse this weekend. I know we had about 140 players, so probably something like 20 grand in the purse.
And to it.
Sean has pulled up the payouts right now.
I did. I happened to save them just in case any of my Calcutta horses came through, but they did not. First place is going to pay $2,300.
$2,300 for first place in the main.
Yep.
Pretty good. So what we're seeing right now, these guys are finishing 1 and 2, right? So first place is going to be $2,300. Second place is going to be $1,800. So if you're asking what they're playing for, I guess the answer is $500 because they have both already won $1,800. I really hope I don't get fact checked on that subtraction. I'm pretty sure I'm good, but so good stuff there. There could be some side bets and other stuff taking place, but pretty big matchup, right? Obviously coming out here, getting the best players in the world together, playing for a lot of prestige as well because this is a epic field that we have here this weekend, and everybody has come out. Obviously, everybody loves the tournament here in Missouri, and we're excited to see them all get it done.
Being from the area, this was my first tournament, and it's one of my favorites. It's an interesting setup. If you haven't been here, Funny Bone. It's normally a comedy club. They have 2 bars. It's kind of a horseshoe-shaped building. And, on the one side, there's the stream, and the other side, they usually have music going. And right now, they have the playoff game for the Blues going.
My favorite comment of the stream is somebody just said Nate needs to donate some facial hair to Sean.
That's Pete.
It's fair, but he's very beautiful and baby faced right now. So
yeah, I can grow the facial hair out. Nobody wants to see it.
All right, so we are here on Basin Lake, which I think is an interesting test. There are going to be some fun looks. Andy Haas, I don't know, buying a lottery ticket there is my understanding of that shot, right? There's a chance that when you play that big 7-degree driver full, you can hit the hill in just the right way and scream up out of the green. I saw somebody did hold that out a little while ago.
I've seen it, never tried it, probably not going to try it.
So Evan with the chance to strike first here, and if he can put this in the hole, okay, so no damage done, a couple of birdies. We're going to be moving on to number 2.
I'm sure Evan wants that one back.
Basin, a lot of these holes are going to be questions of precision. What you see is what you get, but getting in the hole is still pretty hard. But then there are some very technical ones, right? We've got hole 13 and 15, 17. Can get a little interesting. So I'm going to see some good stuff coming from these guys.
Should be a fun one for a final.
Yep.
Checking out the chat.
Yeah, so Mr. We'll go with edits. That is a very good point. So the evolution of the we'll say physical health of a Golden Tee player is always a worry. I think often somebody walks into a bar and plays around a Golden Tee, especially if they see one of these absolute all-stars playing, hitting it as hard as they do. Very easy to wear yourself out or injure yourself in as few as less than one game. Most of these folks, though, very efficient in their motions, very experienced in their management of the machine, going out, hitting 10, 20, 30, 40 games a day in some of these people's cases when they're really on that grind. And they do pretty well. Not too many artificial shoulders rolling around that I'm aware of.
I think they've built up a good tolerance to it. Somebody mentioned the Calcutta there, and yes, you are correct. It does usually, the bids go up pretty high. That pot is around 17 grand.
Oh, nice. There we go.
Are you kidding me?
And for it's been a little while since we've seen Haas hole out. It's only been since almost every hole in his last game, coming through doing Andy Haas things, draining the hole in one there. Pretty favorable look, but again, precision, right? Change in elevation, wind, sloped green, and you just got to get it right. So I saw, Guess needs to win twice. Yeah, so this is a double elimination match here. And that means that, we have undefeated people who play through the winner's bracket. You lose once, you're on the loser's side, but you still keep playing until you get your second loss. Andy Haas right now is undefeated. Evan Gossett already lost once, actually lost to Andy. So Evan Gossett would need to beat Andy 2 times to become the champion of this tournament. Andy just needs to get 1 win out of the next 2 games. So definitely advantage to Andy Haas on this one. And you can see the little King of the Hill moniker to the right of Andy Haas's name up here on the stream.
And to answer you guys' question, the chush versus click chip. Click chip is the number of clicks you bring it back on your pullback. So if you notice your club, it kind of has little increments of pullback. And a chush is no pullback, basically 1 click forward.
Yeah, so that came up in the previous match. Gossett hit a ridiculous chush on number 1 on Palmetto from 75 yards directly into the hole. So Deagle Beagle, these pin positions, I believe, came out in January. So we're actually almost at the end of these pin positions. The pin positions are going to change again on next Monday, week. May 12th. So you're seeing here a very kind of mature set of strategies for dealing with these courses. These guys know every shot, every possible pin position, and how to get after them. All right, so continuing to power forward here. Hole 5 used to be a really fun, kind of crazy ramp shot, some interesting stuff going on. On the current looks, it is you just drive the green, and they both did it, green-ish, and they made their putts from the green and or rough. Hole out look here. Oh, and I thought Andy was going to go and do it to us again. Another great shot. Evan, he's going to want one here, and he's more than capable of getting them. I don't even know how many hole outs he has today. I'm sure it's more than I have fingers. But he knows he's probably going to need at least one just to catch Haas, maybe more because Haas ain't done.
That's what it's going to come down to.
All right, so, oh, yeah, so good point. I'll comment on that here in a minute. Yeah, hey, watching these streams is how I started to learn Golden Tee. Coming to these tournaments is what made me into the Golden Tee player that I am today, which is and I would say an upper journeyman player. I'm in the conversation sometimes.
Rapid advancement of talent, Nate.
So actually, there was a comment made, though, that commented on something very interesting. So one of the things you can do in Golden Tee, I think most of our audience is aware, there are different golf balls that have different properties. And most of them are very small differences. A tiny bit more distance, a tiny bit more spin, tiny bit more height, things like that, and you choose one that fits your game. One of the very distinctive ones is a ball that is called typically the Stout or the Breeze, depending on the version of the game you're playing. And that is a ball that cuts the effect of the wind in half. And we have here Andy Haas playing Stouts, which could be interesting, right? So he's going to get a lot less distance, right? So Evan Gossett is playing Cosmos. Gets 7% extra distance, which is a lot. On a 300-yard shot, that's 21 yards. On a maxed out driver, that's 30-ish yards. But But Andy Haas is giving up that distance to get the precision of dealing with less wind and going for those hole outs, and he's already gotten one. So we'll see how that evolves on some of the longer holes as we go forward.
It's a course that you don't get a big advantage with the extra distance, though. So it's a strategic move by him. Get in there.
Oh! I should have commented as that ball was moving, but I just could not move. The drama was too much. I thought that was tracking directly into that cup. Beautiful shot from Evan. Clearly still hunting. Clearly getting close. The pickle jar is loose. He's about to score.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Thank you for confirming what we were thinking through. We were kind of looking at each other, and I was trying to remember, like, is there a hole where it makes a big difference? And I'm not tracking one. I play them because I play them on every other course, and switching golf balls makes me confused and sad. These guys don't have that problem. If you can play stouts and get that precision, do it. And Andy holed out 4 times in his last game. So
oh really?
Yeah. So let's see if he can get after it again. So yeah, Daniel, I'm tracking the question. Clearly, they are in full view of all of the actual officiating people of this tournament and all of the fans and of each other. Missing each other's putt would the strokes would essentially be given back, or you would just get disqualified for violating the player code of conduct or whatever the terms and conditions are for the.
Well,
for
you
the
don't miss a putt because you have to walk up to Sobel and
well,
tell him
you don't have match play, right? You just have to report the score. But he was asking about why they don't intentionally miss each other's putts, and the answer is you would be punished for it, and it would not give you any advantage. So uphill look here, headwind, not a lot of green in front of the pin, so it's got to be a backspin play. The elevated green makes it a little bit hard to get enough spin, but the headwind helps you bring it back. So they're both going to be landing it just past the pin and trying to wrap it back around. I think Evan would have liked to have hit that a little bit softer and had enough spin to actually back that up. He chose a pretty long club there, but did cut it a little bit, so he was able to put enough power on to get at least some spin.
I just love this rolling footage of Stenmark celebrating his world championship victory.
Yeah, so that's so anyways, what Sean's commenting on there, that's not actually part of the stream.
Is that not on there?
That's just the other feeds that they could swap to.
That's just for us.
That's just for us. We just get to enjoy that as a little bit of eye candy. Disqualified? Yeah.
I don't think you're going to
I mean, if you start intentionally putting your opponent's ball into the water, you'll probably get disqualified. But nobody would do that here. This is a beautiful community of people who love the spirit of competition. Do it. Yeah, so
if you make a putt or if you attempt a putt for your opponent, it
counts as going in, even if you somehow screw it up. So that was an interesting look. That I feel like these days that look on that par 3 has always been a left to right wind that makes it very difficult to stick that top tier. They got a very favorable look. The wind was actually blowing them up the hill. I got to be honest, I'm kind of surprised that one of them didn't hold that out. Maybe that's just my commentary on the level of Golden Tee we've been seeing so far today.
So get a little spoiled with it.
Yeah,
you just expect
spoiled for choice. So interesting setup here. Obviously, this is a bit of a split hole. You can go left, you can go right. This wind lineup is very good for the line that these guys have taken to the right here. And nothing but the green to look at. Andy doesn't quite get it right. Either you need to be a little bit harder or a tiny fraction right. But definitely tracking after that hole there. Oof. And I think I've seen that shot before, about 10 seconds ago. All right, so what's everybody thinking for how we think this match is going to turn out? Obviously, we've got Andy in here, one better. What's it going to take to win this? One better, two better?
I think Gossett's going to have to hole one to catch up. I don't see Andy making a mistake.
Ooh, the beverage fairy has delivered.
All
right. I'm going to stop commenting on our beverage delivery.
I'm done.
Obviously, we go to the wide angle for the reaction footage there. That is a very important and very big deal. So the shot here on number 13 on Basin Lake the green is on the other side of this mountain and all these trees. You typically go through the gap between the two groups of trees that's kind of at the top center of your screen right now with a little bit of shape. Let it drop on the screen onto the green. It's not easy, but it's honestly not the hardest shot in the world to get. The fact that Andy hit that tree and bounced not just down but back into the water is a pretty big deal because this drop isn't great. It's going to be pretty difficult to slot this in there somewhere close.
You don't see that type of misfortune often. Usually, if you hit the rock, it comes off the other side.
Oh,
he tried to.
I honestly thought he was about to do that. Yep. So my big concern, actually, and one of the reasons that my reaction was so extreme, is typically if you end up back in the water, you sometimes get the drop back by the tee box, and that is a big problem, right? At that point, I don't even know if you can reach the green from there. It's like a 3 or 4 stroke loss.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh, well, I think that just happens to me then, and that maybe I need to start sacrificing something to the Golden Tee gods to try to avoid to avoid that particular predicament. Jeff, so great question. So what happens if there's a tie on strokes? So here in bracket play, in match play for the championship, what's going to happen if they're tied on strokes? They're going to go to extra holes. So it'll be sudden death. They will log in and start a new game on the exact same course. So here we are on Basin Lake. They would go back to Basin Lake number 1, and they would continue to play until somebody wins a hole by a stroke. Great shot points are a tiebreaker for that is used for some things, for qualifying for tournaments,
doubles tournaments,
for the leaderboards when you play your contests at home. But here in bracket play, it all comes down to strokes. So, and
just keep going sudden death
at the level of consistency that these guys plays, I have seen matches occasionally go beyond 36 holes.
Yes.
And spoiler alert for chat, if that happens, I will be going to the bathroom before the end of this match. But only if we push through a whole second 18. So, ooh, got a bit of an opening. All right, so Evan got here all the way to the bunker and 50 yards out of the sand. I mean, I would be probably running a 4-click 6-wood at this, something like that, and just trying to put it in the hole. He's more of a chipper player, but could have been, yeah, he's playing probably the smart shot there.
And you are lying about the this being your first experience commentating.
I did commentate for about 15 minutes in a regional tournament in Connecticut.
Oh, okay.
Well, I was on my way to winning that one, but no, this is very new for me. I've watched a lot of streams like all the great people in this audience are doing right now, and try to do my part to make this one a success.
It's not going to be your last time.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, man.
We hope not.
Ooh, okay. Unclear. I'm pretty sure Andy was not planning to land on the side of that hill, just because that's pretty high risk strategy. So he overcut that a little bit. Didn't love it, but clearly the bounce was in the correct direction. Got him onto the left side of this green, and he was able to make the putt. So moving on. 16 here. Unless we get a really dramatic wind, probably a little bit of we'll say a nothing burger at these guys' level because they are just that good. Hard for the rest of us. Interesting. Okay, so Evan is playing the full, cutting around to the fairway. When I saw this wind, I thought, yeah, exactly what Andy is doing right here. You go over to this little bit of grass on the left. It doesn't say fairway at the bottom right of his screen when he's about to hit this shot. It says grass. But grass plays like fairway, right? So it's perfectly reasonable shot, good lineup with the wind, throw it at the pin. Bob's your uncle, whatever. I don't know what sayings are appropriate in this moment, but
you're looking at the wind coming into this hole.
Okay, so 16 is in the books. So 17 can set up pretty tough. I think particularly winds to the right, given the right sloping nature of the green that we're about to see, can make it a little bit dramatic. Also, pins that are on the very back edge force you to risk going in the water. I expect Evan to play a very safe shot here. Yep, bite. And while that might not seem safe to necessarily everyone at home, I think that was a very safe shot.
Oh, definitely.
He was able to very deliberately leave that about 10 feet short. Andy looking for it.
Had the opportunity.
Trying to get it done. Okay, so high drama coming in here to 18. Unfortunately, not necessarily the most dramatic hole in terms of the potential for mistakes, but a very dramatic hole in terms of the potential for hole outs, right? We've got a favorable look here, and we're going to run it safely to the right of the pin. It would be a description of that shot.
Yeah, and he's got the lead, so he's going to be playing that safe.
Exactly. So Andy Haas is going to be looking for this, and hey, there's always a chance of the twofer here. You miss it a little bit, you bounce off the back, then you go.
Hey!
And
go Andy.
That almost could have been predicted the way he's been playing today.
Kidding me?
But I didn't see it coming. Absolutely drilled it.
Wow.
Evan can't quite believe it, but I bet he also kind of knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Yep. I think he believes it.
That's a pretty favorable look with the wind.
Oh, wow. What a run just straight into it. And this is why nobody ever doubts Andy Haas, right? He has the ability, I guess I should say, to like create these shots under pressure. I'm almost speechless. Sorry for the word salad. That was what a shot. You've been Haased.
Yeah.
Good comment. Yep. All right, so we had a discussion about 4 holes ago. Everyone understands the format, right? So we're going to be going to extra holes here, starting again on the first hole at Basin Lake, just like the PGA does on certain formats. And the first time that somebody wins a hole, they win the match, right? So they win the round. So
shots don't matter. If Andy wins, it's over.
Yep.
If Evan
so
pulls it out, then they'll play one last match.
1 is a really good chip-in look. 2 is a straight at it, usually 3-wood. 3 is a short par 3.
Oh, we got the ramp.
Uh-oh.
He's got a good-looking click chip.
And
click chip?
He can. I mean, Andy Haas can do anything in this game.
Yeah.
So Evan clipped a tree, I think. So it's going to be, I mean, either of them could make or miss these shots, but advantage Andy here certainly with that ball sitting there just off the green.
It's got it.
Oh!
Kidding me?
Ladies and gentlemen, you are seeing some legendary Golden Tee right now. Clips the tree, comes up short, has to make the long look, attack at that pin, and gets it done, drains it. So to extend the round, Andy is looking for this click chip. We have the 4-wood coming through, looking for 2 or 3 clicks. Straight shot onto a flat green.
Nailed it.
Was there a doubt? Yep. All right, and we are moving on.
What a hole.
For folks at home, that is generally considered to be a birdie hole. So both of these gentlemen are 1 better on that eagle. That is crazy. Honestly, Evan's shot more so than Andy's, but Andy's tee shot was pretty exceptional. Don't do it. Do it! Oh!
I was just about to say there's a hole out opportunity here.
Yep.
This is an easy setup. Evan's shot was definitely the more impressive of the two. He looked defeated after hitting that tree.
All right, so trying to find the exact setup. A little bit of left to right wind here. Slightly raised green. The wind's not going to be super impactful. Coming through with a soft 10.5, running it at it. Wow. What a shot. All right, so no damage done. All we're seeing is amazing Golden Tee. Number 3 here is going to be a downhill par 3. Headwind. It makes the ball want to play back a little bit. Andy, I believe, hold this out on the first time through, on the first 18 holes. So he's going to be looking to repeat that here to maybe put the match away. Oh, and he comes within, probably about 6 inches, something like that. Trying to get it done.
Leaves the door open for Evan, though.
Leaves the door open. Evan plays a slightly different game here, but
shorted it a bit.
Shorted it a bit. Obviously, this is a chip that pretty much always goes in when you're Evan Gossett, but it has to go in here.
Yes, it does.
Yep, and it does. No surprises here. So moving on, Andy Haas obviously flexing a very colorful putter. A little bit of a fantasy aesthetic. Dreaming of victories here, matching his player banner. So moving into hole 4, first shot here. Kind of dealer's choice on the way you do it, but you're just trying to send it over there. Yep, anywhere into the fairway.
And Bobby, no, it's a new match, new tees.
Yep, yeah, so we're going to get different tee boxes, different wind, different pin positions. And yeah, Skittles, thank you very much, man. Like, share, and subscribe. We got good stuff going on right now. Could be an epic showdown here in extra holes. Could even go to an extra match since this is the first round. This is kind of the match between the king of the hill and the losers bracket winner. So fun uphill look here. Trying to get the angle right. That looks pretty good. And wow, more of Golden Tee played at the highest level than I thought I was going to see today. Andy Haas 3-wood release. Yeah, that bounce in the rough I think was not predicted. I think he was trying to get onto the putting surface to let that release really work a little bit and get the ball up towards the green. Or up towards the pin, excuse me. All right, so both, I would say, one better through 4. Tough hole to wrap your head around if you don't have a little bit of experience with the heights, but it turns out everything that these guys are going to play is going to go over that hill, and they're going to be going straight at the pin. Really good shot there from Andy. I think everybody would be happy with that in match play and qualifying, those types of things, but
other than Andy right now.
He wanted it to go in. I was trying to find the words to describe how very unrealistic, but actually very realistic his expectations are for the way he plays. Hey, Lindsay, how's it going? Thanks for tuning in. We are, obviously, for folks joining the stream here in St. Louis at the Funny Bone for the Missouri Open. We are watching the championship bracket, the gold bracket finals match between Andy Haas and Evan Gossett. We are in extra holes on the first finals match, looking for somebody to put a nail in a coffin. Andy Haas can win the entire tournament, can take down the championship if he wins a hole right now. If Evan wins a hole, they get set up for another 18. And they have been lighting it up. Lucko Chuggo coming in with a good question. Charlie's asking, will we get to number 13, which would be a dramatic place for this match to continue because, man, that is a tough-looking hole and one where Andy had a bit of a slip, right? It was Andy the first time around,
yep.
So. All right, so right here, par, is it par 5, par 4? Doesn't really matter. You go to the green in 2.
Yeah, they're getting there. It is a par 5, though.
It is a par 5. Just getting it out to the fairway, there's no better option. Evan doesn't love it. Yeah, he hit it a little bit right.
A little underneath.
Andy is, I mean, man, every single shot is an opportunity.
I look at every one of these and just expect it to go in because of who's playing.
And wow, absolutely jobbed out of the points there. Must have been the wrong side of the 6-foot marker. All right, so a couple putts cleaned up, and we continue. All right, so, interesting par 3 here. Certainly one with a little bit of complexity to it. Elevation change, sloped green, that weird bunker in the middle. But also a short hole for some very good Golden Tee players. Pretty sure Andy would have wanted that to be a little bit further right, I think might have been the issue there. Could have been that the wind didn't do quite as much as he wanted on that low power shot. So Jack's making a very good point. There's a lot of talk in chat right now about hole 13, which will be coming up soon. Very difficult look, and it's actually a hole that was created as part of the Design a Hole competition, where a member of the kind of Golden Tee player community kind of suggested a design and drew up a shape for a hole, and created something you could say truly special or truly devilish with the hole that we face on number 13 on Basin Lake. So that is still in the future. Obviously, another 5 holes between now and then, with each one being an opportunity for someone to end this match. 4 holes. Yeah, so Andy laying up here in the fairway, probably setting up to play maybe an 8 or 9 wood, whichever he has in his bag on that next shot. Maybe a 6 wood.
Evan taking a different strategy going across.
Evan is,
but again, remember, Andy's got those stouts.
Exactly. Evan is flexing that distance advantage of the Cosmos, the extra 7% distance, and just blasting it over the water. Also, the increased tailwind that Andy wouldn't be getting the benefit from. So, Andy's choice of camera angle there left me guessing for a little bit on the stream monitor that we're watching, but it came up quite short. So, Evan has a look here. That's a good wind. Little bit spicy, a little bit long. So, moving along. So we're on to the back 9. So this is 27 holes now. We've been in sudden death overtime for 9 holes in this match between Andy Haas and Evan Gossett for what could be the final round of the Gold Finals at the Missouri Open. Another pretty good hole out look here. Very easy to accidentally take a flyer on the distance. But we're going to toss it up to the green. The wind's going to move it right. Once it's on the green, the slope's going to move it left. A little bit of bite to slow it down, and we're going to chase the hole. Never quite got out to far enough to the right there, but
nope.
He was looking for it, right?
He was, and he didn't look happy with after he hit it. Evan taking the wind more into account with his Cosmos. Does it have enough? And no.
That was probably all by design, given the precision that these guys play at, but very close to being short and coming back into the bunker. And I think that was probably him just intentional using all the green that was available to him.
I don't think he was worried about it.
Yeah. That's I'll answer it quickly, Jason. The touchscreen's probably blurred out just because of the fact that the stream was up for qualifying yesterday, and they didn't want people to see the login code for the qualifying stream. Oh! Andy making a difficult hole look easy, but just not quite as easy as he would have liked it. Dropping it right next to the hole and letting the bite just nestle it up there. Evan saw what that looked like. I don't know if they have the same clubs, but Evan's going to attempt.
They don't have the same balls. So.
It's a very good point. They're on very different balls, so the clubs don't matter.
Yeah, so that second player advantage is kind of gone.
Which makes for an interesting matchup. So
it's more exciting this way.
All right, so hole 12 coming up. Different wind than last time. So it looks like Andy's still going to go to the right-hand side, just like they did in the first time through. And I think Evan will join him, but there's very possible to go left here.
I kind of like that wind coming into the green from the right side here, especially with the slope of the green going right.
No, I agree 100%.
Oh.
Oh, and he's looking for the hole out. All right, so hole 13 to come.
Everybody got their wish.
I'm hoping we see some fireworks. So, all right. So, Stouts versus Cosmos. So, a lot of times the look on this hole is going to be a high tee through that gap. The distance makes actually a very big difference here. The Cosmos are getting that extra 7%, maybe an extra 12, 13 yards here. But they're also getting an extra 13 yards of tailwind from that wind. So Andy medium tee backspins, boom, right to the middle of the green. Beautiful shot.
Yes.
Doesn't nick a single leaf.
Textbook.
Doesn't even approach a tree trunk. The Lorax is pleased. The trees are safe. The ball is safe. It's on the green. Now, what are we going to see here from Evan?
He's going with the 6-iron. She has plus spin on.
He's trying to think about the right shape here. So the fact that the wind is a little bit to the right is kind of challenging. because you want to be able to bend this to the left to get it over to the green, but you want to do it without clipping the last of those trees that are on the left side of the gap. Lots of stuff that could happen here. I think the stouts open up the opportunity to fight the wind a little bit. We saw Andy stick the ball on the green in the air, never touched anything. But a lot of times the shots that are played here involve landing on the last part of the hill and dropping down to the green. And we might see something like that from Evan. He's in the tank right now. He's thinking. He's solving this problem, right? He's going for the solve.
After Andy's stuck that in the middle. You got to assume he's making that putt. Hopefully, I'm not jinxing him again. On the same
All right, so we've committed to a shot. He's found a solution that he's going for. It's up with a little shape.
Ooh, is he going to?
He's going to bounce down.
Keep going. It's coming back.
It's down.
All right, he's going to have his. A little tougher shot for.
So this is a tough chip, right? So we're coming in here from 31 yards, 93 feet. He's going to hit that 5 hybrid. He's going to send it at the hole. The right 7 slope is not insignificant.
Oh.
And that'll
be gonna seal it. There you have it.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
And we go on.
Again.
All right, so
I'm not calling anything on that hole again. That's the second time we hit that hole, and I jinxed it.
All right, so we continue. Obviously, Andy there with a tough putt, one that he would have liked to have made to win the championship, to win the Open. Did not come to pass. The entire room here, by the way, you can't hear over the stream given how our mics are at, but the entire room here was silent and then became more silent when that putt was missed. So
I was waiting for the boom of applause coming, and
I was
quite the opposite.
All right, so we're gonna have a couple chips here looking for the hole. Oh, okay. The bite showed up just a little bit too much. Evan coming in here. They're just going to play a normal shot with the gap wedge. That looked like it was going to be short the whole way, and it was.
Look on his face. I don't think he was expecting it to be that short.
I think he underhit it maybe or something there. Ain't over yet. That is a perfect description, Deagle Beagle.
Chuck, we may make 13 again. Who knows?
That's a very good point.
But this hole, this is not an easy one. Ooh, he's right up against that rough.
All right.
I hope that doesn't affect his chip.
I mean, this is one of the hardest looks you can get on this hole, right? Andy tried to get pretty aggressive. I would be trying to stay on the left-hand side here and just stay low like that.
Which is what Evan did.
To have a putt, or for me, this would be a one-click driver and just rip it at the hole.
Yeah,
but
I
he's
like
got
the
a different
chip
style.
here over the putt. Oh, wow.
Yeah, but Andy, I mean, Evan could still win this on this hole because the risk on Andy's chip is water as opposed to Evan's, which was just an extra putt. So
Andy with the opportunity, but we'll see how this
all right, ladies and gentlemen. So the hill is in the way here a little bit. It's going to be a chip. It's right 5, so he's got to chip this a little bit left of the hole and then let it trickle in for a potential to win the Missouri Open.
Oh, and he puts it in the water.
Okay. Well, that check my math on this, but I believe ends this game. That's the bracket reset, right?
That should be it. Yeah. So we'll go into a
very
final
good.
match.
All right. So awesome. Mathematics are very difficult this far into a Golden Tee day. So that is the end of one of the 2 matches that will be the final of this Missouri Open here at the Funny Bone in St. Louis.
Andy being
because Andy Haas was king of the hill.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Double elimination tournament, and that was only 1 loss, so he's not eliminated yet. Now we have both Andy Haas and Evan Gossett standing on their last leg. Winner of this next match takes it all. No more get out of jail free cards. No more trips to the losers bracket. No more resets. It is all on the line. Every single shot matters, and at the level that they've been playing, we're going to see some fireworks. So I'm going to do the riskiest thing ever and
run away.
Take 90 seconds to run to the restroom because I've been with you all on the stream for about 2 minutes.
If somebody else takes that spot, I'll give you mine.
I mean, that would be a shame, but I do appreciate that, and I will hop in with that opportunity. Sean, it's been great having you on here, and I hope that I rejoin you here and we can cast this last match together.
Well, that's what we want from one of these matches. Going to the championship, Andy having the advantage. So many hole outs to decide it. That one where Evan clipped the tree, it certainly made it look like it was over, but he was able to chip that in, and then Andy follows suit after he had the pressure put back on him. Once again, we're at the 2025 Missouri Open, third stop on the PGT Tour. We have 3 stops left this year. Next up would be Nashville right after Worlds there in August. Looks like they're getting ready. I think Evan might be taking a quick break. I don't see him out there anywhere. Maybe joining Nate. Yes, what a great tournament. AD, speaking of playing GT at B-Dubs with your dad, I don't know if you saw it back in Florida, but Andy brought his son. I think everybody's attention was on young AJ as he was beating plenty of solid competition in the purple bracket. It's been an exciting weekend. The crowd started to thin out a little bit as they've all gotten knocked out, but still plenty of excitement here. What a match putting it into the final. And it looks like Andy's got looks like a high noon. Discussing that last match with Evan here as they set up for the next one. And here comes Nate rejoining us, clearing out his empty bottles. You didn't miss anything, Nate.
All right, I'm back. So you said I didn't miss anything.
Well, I mean, some gibberish from me. Looked like Evan took a break at the same time.
Seems about right. He's been playing for a while.
Fresh, they're ready to go. They're logging in.
Hey, the generosity of the Golden Tee community never ceases to surprise me. Most recent example, I mentioned that I was working the broadcast, and I just got to cut a very big bathroom line. So,
wow.
That worked out well. Big thanks to folks who were helping out there. All right, so I see that we are.
Hey, congrats to Pete for the Golden Tee gift card.
Oh, super cool. Yeah, those have been flowing through chat pretty well right now. I think a big sign of appreciation for all the likes and subscriptions that we have going on, moving us towards some of those milestones that the hardworking people here really care about. So appreciate it and recommend folks helping out that way if they can. All right, so we have sunny Sahara. We're taking a trip to the desert to decide the finals, the championship of the main bracket of the Missouri Open.
Close to 500 people watching right now.
Very cool. Well,
Over
welcome
likes.
everyone.
Thank you for everybody.
Nate Webb, Sean McKern. And we have Evan Gossett and Andy Haas, 2 of the players at the very top of this game, getting after what is a very fascinating course. So ups and downs, right? Sahara has reduced amount of water everywhere compared to every course these days that seems to be lakes and islands. Right now we've got desert, so if you miss, worst case scenario, you're in a giant pile of sand.
But it's better than water.
But there is a downside, right? So here on Sahara, the wind is fierce. You will see winds up into the low 20 miles an hour sometimes. And in Golden Tee, that's enough to really throw off the pinpoint accuracy that these guys are trying to get after as they're seeking pins here. Andy didn't like something there.
Interesting that Andy went stouts on base and back to Cosmos on Sahara. A lot of people go back to stouts on Sahara.
Yeah, so I think that happens at the level kind of that you and I play at in the purple bracket today. The the real question for these guys isn't precision and the challenge of facing the wind. It's really a question of the distance, right? So here on Sahara, hole 12 and hole 15, I believe, are the two ones where there are distance questions, and sometimes it's decisive. The Cosmos having an extra, 20, 30 yards can be enough to save you an entire stroke on
and
each
you
one
don't
of those
know
holes.
going into the course whether or not they'll be there. The Stouts can hit 12.
So it's an interesting gambit that these guys are taking, right? So at their level, it makes perfect sense, but you're risking dealing with additional challenge and taking a risk of maybe messing up a shot from the higher wind, the full wind that you experience with the Cosmos golf ball that they're both playing, in case you maybe need the distance on a couple of these holes. So Andy there, for folks following along on the stream, playing a very intentional bounce down the dunes. That's something that these players do pretty often on a couple of these holes, because it's the best way to kind of control the distance and get the performance that you want out of the golf ball in terms of shape, track it over towards the hole. So I will say, those of you who followed us through the extended extra holes of the previous match, Sahara does have a bit of a reputation for being, I'm going to do a pun, for being a bit of a dry course, and that there's not a lot of opportunity for mistakes, and the wind can make hole outs a little bit scarcer, which does mean there's a pretty significant risk here of us ripping it deep into extra holes again. So we'll see if that comes to pass. It might at a certain level of Golden Tee. Maybe where these guys are, though, they're still going to find those holdouts or holeouts, and they're going to get it done.
That's what they're going to be looking for. It'll be the difference in the championship here. But we are tied up 4 under for each going into hole 4. Got a 13-mile-an-hour crosswind right to left here.
So I was curious what he's looking to do here.
I think he's going to go to the left side here.
Apparently. So.
Nope. Oh, yep.
Yeah. So I've seen this pretty commonly, right? So, when you go in the sand in Golden Tee, right, you lose some distance. But these guys can hit the ball so far with the Cosmos golf ball that from here they're still going to have an easy shot into the green, right? So they're going to get a little bit less spin, a little bit less distance. But apparently you don't need it when you're Andy Haas, out of the middle of the desert, not an oasis in sight. He drains it directly into the hole. That is an unbelievable shot. Wow. He just keeps doing it. Both? Oh.
Evan almost answers back.
That would have been amazing. All right, so obviously advantage Andy here with the stroke. That could be big for all the reasons we were just discussing.
It's a lot like Red Sands from last season.
Yes, very much a pretty dry course. Another sandy course, but also a not very scoreable course. So, all right, so we're on the left-hand side of the fairway here. Try to have some space for that left to right wind. It's going to be also a little bit of tailwind on the angles that they're playing. Trying to find the green. Andy does not like the result of that shot. He thinks he hit it the other way, and the trackball was a little bit squirrely. Obviously missed out on what for him is probably a very real opportunity to put that in the hole. But still, easy putt. They're going to clean these up for the birdies and move on to hole 6.
There's a lot of holes left here. We're only on hole 5, going into 6. Be interesting to see how aggressive Evan gets as we go along.
All right, so huge tailwind here with the Cosmos. Yeah. They can go to the moon on this one. Yep. Using the full to just get a little bit closer to the green, playing that shape. Evan taking a peek at things. Obviously, the wind is going to be right to left on the next shot, with the pin pretty close to water on its right. So you're going to have to either shape it left to right or start it out over the water and let the wind bring it back, which is, a little bit pulse, BPM raising. You gotta think a little bit about it, but all right, doing a little bit of a flyby, getting a peek. Good amount of wind here. Bringing it in with the full. Oh,
almost got it.
Almost bring it in with the full. Beautiful shot from Evan. And apparently that's just the shot at this level. Nobody told me. I'm apparently not in the right Discord chat or something. Wow. So Andy just drops it in there at about 2 feet. And stack those great shot points. Obviously not super relevant here, but getting it done.
Thanks, Biddy. I was surprised there was a seat open up here for the championship.
You know, I think people are under the mistaken impression that the best seat in the house is over there near the machines, but there's people walking in your way. The players are in your way.
Oh, my. Andy shorts the green there.
I'm
shocked.
Speechless. I gotta be honest, I'm gonna have to rewind this stream later and figure out what just happened there. Because that was not even close.
I only saw the result, yeah.
I don't know if there was a club change or he missed the ball. Wow. Okay. So
he really needs
not
to
the
hold
worst
this
drop
out.
here. If he gets this, we are level pegged again, and we are even. 8 wood
in the hole.
In the hole. Good. Cold as ice. Just getting it done. All right. So clearly all square now. Minute advantage Haas because he's going second, but really we're starting over again.
Well, unlike
and once
last
again,
course, they are using the same ball this time, so
it's a very good
little
point.
more of an advantage going second here.
Ooh, Evan tries to continue the swing. All right. I mean, it would be the most Haas thing ever to just hold this, right?
It would.
You see, you and I think that's close. I'm not sure Andy even thinks that's close.
He's upset with it.
Yeah. All right. So how far have we made it? I don't actually have the order of holes very well remembered on this course. All right, so coming up to the turn. Number 10 can sometimes be a little bit interesting, up and over through the kind of valley, saddle, channel, whatever, and then back down to the green with water on the right. That's the next one I'll be looking for.
The wind plays a part into where you're putting this drive here. 13 in the face. They're going to put it on that rough side on the left here.
It's a very good point. Yeah.
Otherwise, they might go
with a more favorable wind. You can reach the next fairway. Yeah. Here, critically, this is grass, which for Golden Tee players, it's not rough, right? So you're going to get normal spin, normal distance out of it, which creates an opportunity to try to chase this hole. But that pin position is scary. That wind is scary. I think this is a live to see another day hole. Evan almost proves me wrong.
Evan didn't care. Evan went right for it.
This is expanding my horizons of what is achievable in the world of Golden Tee.
This isn't the pink bracket, Nate.
Oh, home sweet home.
Yeah.
All right, so number 10 coming up. Do we have an interesting, like, really right wind or something? Let's see what we got. Is it going to load? Ooh, we do.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, wow. With that
Left
front
to
pin.
right.
All right, so I think they can solve this, right? A little bit of shape, a little bit of backspin, a little bit of something, but that is one of the toughest setups I think I've ever seen. How about you?
It would scare me. I don't think it scares them. They're probably going to just put a full up here, some biter backspin, kick it back towards the hole, and just move along. But we'll see.
Yep, never scared.
Yep. Doesn't flinch.
What an impressive shot coming in there from Evan. Super controlled shape. Andy already had it studied. He's going to do something similar.
Not too many players go as fast as Andy. Oh my gosh, he missed his putt.
All right, so for folks watching, Andy just missed Evan's putt.
Well, that was Evan's putt.
Yeah, so,
Okay,
that doesn't count as a miss. They essentially are still tied. There's a chance that Andy will try to intentionally miss one of his own putts to true up the scoreboard later. If not, we will do our very best here as commentators to keep you apprised of what's going on.
I'm guessing he'll miss one of his gimmies.
Yeah, so we have a tied match here after 10 holes in this, which will be the decisive match for the Missouri Open, the championship match here in St. Louis, Missouri at the Funny Bone.
I don't know whether we're right here. He's going second. I think he missed his own putt. No. Yeah.
Did he play or skip? Did we miss them flipping through the menu just to set
Maybe
the order
that's what
correct
it was.
again? Because I'm pretty sure it was Evan's character model in the black outfit. Ooh, get up there.
Yeah, I think you're
He's
right.
flirting with it. Yeah, so pretty common etiquette, right? You put the order back correct.
So he misses his putt here.
Yep. All right,
That was
so
intentional.
a lot just happened for folks who are watching the stream. In competitive Golden Tee at the top level, generally people put each other's putts in when they're short and easy just to save time. Because virtually, Skip Player, awesome. Thanks everyone in chat for pointing that out. Virtually every single time those putts go in, so it just doesn't matter. I'm not really sure what happened there and how Haas missed Evan's putt, but essentially what happened is Haas accidentally missed one of Evan's putts, nobody's fault. Then Evan intentionally missed one of Haas's putts to get the scoreboard correct. So both of these guys are now
and the score are now correct.
So both of these guys say 17 under, they would have been 18 under, but either way, it's match play. All that matters is the differential, and they are tied.
That's on us, Uncrustables. We apologize.
Yeah, Tom. So if you miss your own, it definitely counts. Good point there. It wouldn't be over in this case, obviously, because they're not in extra holes at the moment, but it would have counted. That would have been real, and that might have been the game-winning stroke. So.
Well, and back to the comments we were making on hole one, this is one of those holes that determines the Stout Cosmo debate.
That's a good point.
And,
yeah.
They may have been able to make it. That was a pretty nasty side wind there. They both opted to lay up.
It looked long to me.
It was long. I've seen guys ramp it, but man, you can ramp it way past the green too.
So obviously these guys played Cosmos. They accepted the extra wind here on Sahara to try to get the extra distance. And on hole 12, the extra distance wasn't enough to give them the stroke that they were preparing for. So doesn't matter, right? They're chugging on. They're hitting amazing shots. Interesting wind here. That front right pin with the left wind is, the setups here aren't pulling any punches. Andy would like that one back, I think. What about the prize play, Brian? I'm pretty sure these guys are worried about the hundreds and hundreds of dollars on the line and not about the couple dollars that it might make on the leaderboard for the live contest that they're logged into. That some of our audience might actually be in the same contest if they're playing along at a bar at home. Wow. Automatic zips it in there with quick shot on just to make it, even more ridiculous looking. And we are moving.
You got the 17 directly behind him here.
This is a bit scary, right?
Still dangerous.
Massive tailwind, right? So I'm seeing 17 miles an hour. I'm thinking I'm going to be gaining 34 yards of wind, but wait, it's downhill. 40, 45 yards of wind. Like,
steep slope to the left side.
And it's going to be coming in hot, right? So got to find something that keeps it under control, a little bit of shape to fight the left slope.
Going with the baby cut bite.
He's got that plus spin, but even still, that bite did a little bit more than I expected, and maybe more than he expected. He might have been looking for that to track down towards the hole. Yeah, Al Jazz with the Calcutta, it's more than hundreds. In terms of the actual purse for the tournament, the difference between first and second, I believe we established $500. So $500 on the line from the tournament purse here, maybe a little bit more on the side action. Was it $2,300 and $1,800 for first and second
in the
main bracket?
Yeah, $2,300, $1,800 for 1 and 2.
There could be as much as a I don't know. We'll say another $1,600 rolling on the line here in the Calcutta. So $20 is $20, $4 is $4. I'm tracking all of that, man. Especially when I'm trying to scratch enough pennies together to afford another Coors Light or another game of Golden Tee.
Dane, that's what we were just talking about. The winner's going to go home with $2,300.
Yeah, so we're doing our best to follow along with chat, answer some of the questions. Obviously, we're on a little bit of a delay involved and whatnot, but trying to get you answers. All right, so fun shot here on 15. Another one where distance can come into play. The tailwind here takes the distance question out of control, right? You could hit high 5 wood here. But you're trying to find something that stops somewhere where you have a putt, or hey, heaven forbid, find the pin. Great shots from, I would say, both of them, but definitely advantage Andy in terms of being on the green with that nice uphill putt. A little bit of fringe here, which does come into play.
Left 7. Got to add a little bit for that.
And I think he added a little bit for the fringe, and it wasn't there. So
he was barely on the fringe.
So there's a lot of potential that there are 3 holes left in this tournament. Evan's going to be looking for a hole out. Maybe we get some crazy wind coming up on 17 and somebody makes a mistake, but we will see.
Win in the face on, what are we, 16 now? Not a big deal. That actually probably helps them on their
Here we
approach
go.
shot.
7 degree coming out for the ability to just punch through the wind a little bit here. And I'm going to see the same thing here. So 3 shots here that could be potentially hold out, right? Obviously this approach into 16 and then the tee shots on 17 and 18. So Evan's going to be trying to get one of them.
Andy will as well.
Andy's going to be trying to put some insurance on that margin. What a battle we've had between these two guys, and also between really like the top 6, 8, 10, 12 people in this tournament who've been playing some amazing Golden Tee for the last few hours to get us to this point. Evan's studying up. Obviously, big headwind here. You're going to lose, I don't know, 20 plus yards depending on how hard you're hitting it and what club you're using. A little bit of a, okay, so no spinner. I would not have thought of that, and that's why I am in purple.
Something we don't.
Beautiful shot. Yeah, the wind was actually enough to slow that down, so great stuff.
'17 can get interesting. Let's see how the wind comes.
That is a pretty easy setup, I think.
It's about as favorable as you can get. Andy's got to be happy with that.
Yep.
And
yep. I would say he is feeling it right now.
That just means Evan's got a good shot at it here. And he got to see Andy's shot. See if he approaches it the same way. A little low there.
Yeah, just needed to get a little bit up. Really flirt with that dune because you got no other option. All right, so 18 can be hold out. I've done it this weekend. It depends on the look, but not on command. It's a tough hole. Andy's going to be. It's a
right
very
wind.
Well, yes.
So that's.
But these guys are going to set up.
They're going
to
go right into it.
Yeah, and the backspin is going to try to pull it into the hole. Yeah.
Yep.
So
we need Evan to hold this out, or Andy Haas will be our 2025 St. Louis champion.
Trying to get this pixel perfect right. Find the right spot. We're going off the dune.
Oh,
that
happy about
didn't
that.
quite get it. All right, so putts will be coming in here. Obviously, the crowd is respectfully quiet for a moment as we get these cleaned up. And
there we have it.
With that, pandemonium ensues here at the Funny Bone for the Missouri Open. Andy Haas has done it, hard charging the whole way through. Your champion for the 2025 Missouri Open, taking down the main bracket.
Yeah.
Please stay tuned, folks. By the way, we have the purple bracket still continuing. Some great players down there, given the depth of the field that we had today. So some more excellent Golden Tee coming up. Andy Haas is going to be celebrating. Obviously, you can see hugs going around in the background. Lots of folks who are excited. One of the greatest players in Golden Tee, and he came here on a mission, and mission accomplished. So,
yeah, both of these guys, a lot of respect for them, a lot of respect for each other. What an exciting 2 matches in the after the King of the Hill.
Yep. Hole outs abound across the board, right? Everybody's attacking, everybody's trying to get it done, and yet, even at these guys' level, they're human. Mistakes were made, drama was created, they fought through it, and at the end of the day, Andy's the one who came out on top.
Yep. With missing as many putts as he did, I'm sure he's a little surprised that he's standing here as champion right now.
Yeah. So I'm going to remember that what would have been 4 better round, right? If he didn't play conservatively on that match on Bahama, just crazy, right? That's Andy Haas grabbing the reins and deciding that he's going to win this tournament. So everybody worked hard. Everybody played hard. Everybody played well. And hey, we have a champion. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of side action. There's going to be a lot of, we'll say, celebratory rounds of drinks and stuff coming up. There's also going to be, again, pink and purple bracket content coming. So I might, request that some people deliver some drinks over here to the stream booth. I can call some pink bracket matches. It could be fun.
Yeah, definitely.
And we will see where we go. Really appreciate everyone in the chat, by the way. Everyone helped out a lot, likes and subscribes and shares, whatever. Obviously bolstered the numbers a little bit. And commentary discussion, people paying more attention to what's actually going on than me and helping to fill in some of the details were great. So, hey, Sean, thank you for joining. I'm not kicking you out.
For leaving this seat open for me.
All part of the plan. So what do we think? Are they getting ready to celebrate here in the stream that we're seeing, or are they just anxiously waiting for a 1 through 5 game so they can start gambling some of their newfound winnings?
Well, I don't think Evan or Andy are karaoke guys, but karaoke's going on the other side of the bar here right now.
Oh, now that is a dangerous concept.
I think you'll see Gervais up.
Oh, no.
Maybe you'll get some Luna. Have you
All
heard
right.
Gervais sing?
I have heard Sean Gervais sing. He has the voice of an angel.
The voice of an angel.
That man can sing soprano. Yeah, so a little bit of a side plot at some of these Golden Tee tournaments. A little bit of karaoke taking place. I know we saw it in Nashville. Seems like we had some of it going on here. You got a front row seat on the stream right now to Richard King taking some photos for posterity.
Getting those victory photos of Andy.
Yep, we'll see those up on the Facebook group pretty soon, I'm sure. Richard doing a ton of work helping put together some of the visual content for this weekend for the Facebook group and other things.
A ton of work.
Yeah.
He'll do a photo dump at some point. He gets video. I saw him doing some interviews. He was filming my match over in the other side with Bryce Aubert after
nice.
Bryce had gotten knocked up. I think he was just finishing up some story he was doing.
Gotcha.
I'm not sure what that was for, but he set up the lighting and everything just for our match.
Oh, very cool. Yeah, just try to get some A-reel, B-reel, whatever.
For a match. Oh, it sounds like we're going to have 2 matches.
I think we're going to have side by side. So James Dugan, I played earlier in the purple bracket on the winner's side. So he must still be charging there.
Yeah, he beat me in the first round.
Both of us.
Yeah, he me out. And then
he must be the best player in Golden Tee. If he could beat you and I'm not sure. I don't know if he's still winner's side, though. I got to figure out what that match is. So I'm pulling up Power Events Golden Tee Tour, PEGTtour.com right now and pulling up the bracket. So that is the finals. James.
Looks like for the pink side, we have Danny Ellis and Chad Doherty. And then on purple, did you see that? James Dugan and Jordan Cook.
Yep.
I heard Jordan had just won, so.
So I will say there's certainly prize money for both the purple bracket and the pink bracket. So I know we have some folks in the audience who are maybe not frequent, breathers of the crazy air that is the Golden Tee competitive community. Every year in the summer we have a Golden Tee World Championship, and man, is it a hard thing to get into, right? It takes a lot of work to qualify for it.
And depending on where you live, it can be harder.
It can be a lot harder. Given the partnership between Golden Tee and Power Events, at these tournaments, we have the ability to offer essentially qualification passes to the World Championships to the winners of the purple bracket, to the lower bracket. The winners of the main bracket, we all know they're going to qualify. So this match that's about to be played for the championship in the purple bracket will be for a invite to the 2026 Golden Tee World Championship, which, having just gone through the process of qualifying for Worlds this past month here in April, man, it would have been nice to take a shortcut. So there's a lot on the line for this match that's coming up.
Not everybody
on the purple side. Now this is the pink match that's coming up right here. 2 different brackets, obviously. Pink bracket, though, there's some money on the line, right?
There is. So just going back to it. And by the way, for those of you who have not been to a tournament, if you see these guys doing those shots, it doesn't matter if you're a pro, if you've just started playing, come to a tournament. It's the best place to learn. Obviously, watching the stream is good, but but you'll meet such a great community, and you'll learn more in one weekend of Golden Tee tournament than you will ever do at home or at your local bar.
Yeah, and critically, there was that question in chat. So on Saturday, yesterday, everybody who came to the tournament played 5 rounds of Golden Tee. Everybody was sorted from 1 to 140 or whatever, based on total score. And then we were all assigned to different brackets, right? So the main bracket is where the top 32 players ended up. But below that, there's a purple bracket, there's a pink bracket. If you come to one of these tournaments, you're going to end up in a bracket playing against people who are around your level. And it's going to be competitive, and it's going to be fun. And that is some of what we're going to be seeing here. So this is the pink bracket coming up right now.
And so basically, it's top 32 main. The next 64 go purple, and then typically it's whatever's left goes in pink. If they have more than 64, I think they go to a copper bracket as well.
All right, so a fun full coming in here. Was that a stout, or did you just not hit it very hard? Okay, so Rocky Hollow could be an interesting pink bracket match. Obviously, there's some very good players even in the pink bracket. But there are definitely some holes here that can catch you out. Did you see what the prize pool was for the pink bracket?
Yeah, it's obviously not what it is in Maine, but the top 12 players in pink all pay out, with the top spot getting $400.
So these guys are playing. I mean, first place is $400 for whoever wins this match.
And
Second place,
$330.
So these guys have already made about 3 times their money back.
Oh.
And what are you doing hitting shots like that if you're in the pink bracket?
Well, so I do invites with Danny, and I was doing them to warm up for this tournament here, and he had not played any of the remastered courses until maybe a month or 2 ago, and so he's not going to be super familiar with this course. I know. I'm sure he's happy with that.
It's probably good that it's Rocky Hollow then. All right, so we are going side by side here. We now have the purple bracket championship on the left side, the pink bracket championship on the right side. It's going to take us a minute to run down whether there are Kings of the Hill involved or anything else going on, but we will get that tracked down for you just to make sure we understand the context of everything that's taking place. I know that Jimmy Dugan, 2Gs, I think, I think he was the 36th overall qualifier, so he almost made the main bracket.
That's correct.
And incredible Golden Tee player who, if he found himself in the purple bracket, would be expected to make a deep run, and look at this, here he is. So
I'm checking on purple. For the pink side, Danny is the king of the hill, so
yep,
Chad would have to beat him twice.
Yeah, the production team here who does all the work, other than our stupid talking heads just being here on the microphone, is making this all happen. So we got names in purple, names in pink. We got a King of the Hill on the right. They are all getting after it.
And it looks like Dugan is King of the Hill on the.
Yep, perfect.
Right as they put it on the
Boom.
screen.
All right, so we got Pine Coast on the left. We got Rocky Hollow on the right. It's been a lot of the reteed courses today. A lot of reteed courses, a lot of Palmetto, since I've been up on the mic. On Pine Coast here on the left, sometimes the type of look where you can get close enough to the pin to click chip. This was not that look. This was the longer look. So they both hit a reasonable shot off the tee to try to line up a shot.
Oh, wow.
To try to create that opportunity. And Dugan coming through.
Hole did not get in the way there.
Yeah, exactly. Coming through, trying to make a statement on the first hole.
We got a very favorable look on hole 3 in our pink bracket matchup.
Yeah, Chris, that's a very good point. Like, obviously, 2 solid main bracket players here who maybe just had a bad Saturday and ended up in the purple bracket, carved their way through it, defeating humble peasants the likes of of myself and maybe Sean.
I snuck into purple for the first time and got to play Dugan.
I find it hard to believe this was your first purple bracket. You've been playing some good Golden Tee for the last year.
I'm really good at messing up qualifying.
Yeah. Fair enough, man. Well, hey, congrats. I didn't realize that was a thing.
My first one.
No, that's a big step.
Oh, the bite.
You drew a tough matchup in the first game.
Well, that's what
against
you get
apparently one of the top 2 players, but it is what it is. Yeah, number 2 on the left here, par 3 on Pine Coast. I mean, you know me, I'm happy left wind, right green. I'm going to try to probably no spin it
right,
and see if I can get it to roll into the cup.
Looks like he's going low T release on the 9 wood.
He's on Cosmos. Okay, I like the release. He's got to get left.
Ooh.
Great shot, though. He had it all figured out, right? Yeah. The distance is right. The spin is right. A fraction of a pixel off on the thumber there, but definitely chasing the hole. All right, so on the right-hand side, obviously Rocky Hollow number 4. They're going to this pretty common layup spot here where you've got the right combination of elevation and distance to be able to hit probably some kind of 5 wood, something like that, down towards the green, depending on the ball that you're playing. These guys are playing stouts, so they're going to need a little bit more club to get the distance. I'm not sure that this one's going to get quite. Oh,
it'll get on.
Yeah. There's always a risk that it gets like little hops and it runs out of bounces before the green, but that was perfectly placed. Big hops all the way down there.
Can't always predict the direction it's going to go off those.
So
rocks.
We got an interesting situation going on here on the left, right?
Oh, the green's reachable.
It's very reachable, right? This is what, 399?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what I'm reading there? I mean, my guess would be we're just going to smash it at it. And then take the chip if we don't quite reach the green. But I think we're looking at a full here from Dugan to try to play a big cut. These are exciting. Yes, that overcut a little bit.
So he'll be chipping.
Interesting.
We'll see what Jordan Cook decides to do.
Yeah, he's just going to send it.
More of a straight at it approach, which is probably what I would have chosen, but again, I'm not as good with the fulls.
Well, you would have won because that was apparently the right shot. It's easy to overthink some of these things, but I mean, I saw him make some pretty good chips in his match against me earlier. I don't know if he missed greens and had to chip against you, but there's a chance he gets this. Tough chip though, right? 34 yards out, out of the mulch, whatever mulch is. Hits a great run at it, just a little bit left. So
early advantage going to Cook here.
Yep.
But remember, he'll have to win twice if he is able to pull this one off.
That's a very good point. With Dugan being king of the hill, he's got all kinds of time.
Plenty of holes left. Just going into hole 4 now.
All right, so
Danny setting up hole 5.
It's a good look, right? Yeah. It's reachable without a high tee, so you can get a little bit of spin involved. Maybe not that much spin, unless you get a little bit past the pin, but
he played
close enough.
Safe.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Shot that's probably not going to get you in trouble. Dead center of the cup, getting it done. Okay, so on the left-hand side here on Pine Coast, we got the shorter look on hole 4, which meant no shenanigans going down to the low patches of grass hanging off the cliff on the left. You just bang it out here to the right, and then you got to look at the green. Obviously, everybody's thinking hole out at this level. You know, maybe not the same way Andy Haas thinks hole out, but just trying to get it close and keep playing clean. You know, I think in both of these matches, you're trying to be as close to clean as possible. If you play a clean round, you probably win a purple or pink match. Yeah.
Stay out of the water.
Now, Cook and Dugan, I mean, these are good Golden Tee players. They have a chance of really putting a number up there. But
you're just joining us. We got our pink bracket championship match on our right side, and on the left we have our purple bracket finals.
Yep. Yeah. So great question. For a little bit of context, if people aren't quite tracking, the field here at the Missouri Open was divided into sort of 3 segments after qualifying. Top 32 players placed in the championship main bracket. Andy Haas just won that bracket, and I'm hearing a lot of noise and celebrations in the background, so that may or may not be related to Andy Haas's victory, but that's going on. The purple bracket, though, was the next 64 players, and the pink bracket was the next about 45 players after that, I think. They are their own double elimination brackets, and they have prizes, some significant prizes for winning them. So on the left-hand side, we have the championship match of the purple bracket. 2 very good players, 2 players more than capable of making the main bracket who just didn't quite get it done this Saturday. And on the right-hand side, we have the championship with the pink bracket, which, man, the way Golden Tee is right now, also full of some pretty good players. They're going to navigate this course very well.
Pink's becoming the new purple. I mean, attendance has been up at these tournaments, which is great to see. And you're always going to have main bracket quality players in purple, but I've seen some main bracket player in pink recently, which is a scary thing.
Yeah, maybe if they have a few too many adult beverages and miss a couple courses or whatever, but.
And
hey,
again,
thanks, Bradley.
We're
super kind.
Pointing out on the purple side, the champion not only gets the
so they're
cash prize, but they get a free pass to the World Championships in Vegas.
So they're going to get a free pass to the World Championship for 2026, which we expect might be in Vegas.
Well,
not figured out.
That's true. So
we know the World Championship 2025 is in Vegas coming up this July. They're going to get a pass to 2026, and they will get a World's Pass. And trust me, that is worth a lot in terms of actual dollars, of time saved, and of mental health. Because of the process for qualifying for Worlds, without that free Worlds Pass is stressful.
It's a grind on your time and your wallet.
Oh, okay. So on the right-hand side, we just saw that shot here on Rocky Hollow, ping off that hill. High bite 10.5. Yeah, high 10.5 will clear some of that mountain, but it will not clear that very top finger that is pointing up at y'all. So it is what it is. I think that was a pretty fortunate bounce, though, because it looks like there's still a line to the green. Right to left wind, maybe it needs a little bit of a cut, and we'll see if we have that coming through.
I agree, AD. We should update the like goal.
Yeah, I have not had the stream up. I've been chatting through all of this, but how are we doing? What's going on?
We are at 322 likes. Currently have 532 people watching.
That's amazing. Thank you all for tuning in. Like, we have seen some amazing Golden Tee. We saw some of the main bracket play, some of the best I've ever seen. Andy Haas holding out 4 times in one round just because that's Andy Haas doing an Andy Haas
Evan
thing.
on the ropes.
Evan
flipping that tree,
refusing to go down.
Putting it in.
Yep. On number 1 on the extra holes on Basin.
Putting the pressure on Andy, and then Andy following it up with a chip in for himself.
We've still got 2 great matches here that'll help wind up the day. They might be the final rounds. There might be one more because we have Kings of the Hill, undefeated players in this double elimination format represented. And hey, more likes, more viewers, more subscriptions, more shares. I don't understand how all this works, but anything that's good for the Golden Tee community and for all the people who put the work in is good for me.
Come to a tournament.
So we got the kind of infamous back left pin on the left-hand side here. It can be pretty risky to get into that with certain winds, and this is not an easy wind. Very easy for Cook to end up getting blown right here and missing down off the green and end up with a pretty bad chip. But like we said,
nice safe shot.
Very good players, so getting it done. That's an interesting question. So Brad posted in chat, do you think we'll ever make a default bracket, no tees, balls, or clubs like old school Golden Tee? I would say probably not, because I don't think that most of the audience would find that in any way more interesting than the complexity of playing with everything available. Now, there are sometimes where we do like kind of fun side competitions that are pretty good time, right? The speed running at last year's World Championship was really fun. Things like that. So it could be a good time.
But the core tournaments, I don't see that happening.
Yeah.
Takes some of the strategy out of club and ball selection.
Yeah, it's all part of the game. Trying to figure out what works for you. I do think it would be fun as like a weird side tournament, or
maybe do it during one of the doubles tournaments.
Yeah, or like some weird handicap format where
choosing one of
you
the
do like
players'
you do like a pro-am, but the pros have to play casual clubs, stock. I don't think it would actually hamper them at all, but
yeah.
All right. What do we got going on the left here? So, I mean, that tough pin right at the narrow choke point of the green, but not a bad setup. The backspin's going to rip if it finds green. Oh, never mind. It was a high tee. Interesting look. Worked really well. Just a little bit left, but nice putt out of the fringe. Thinking about it, doing it.
Yep, got it in.
All right, so we're taking a break in the pink match. Yeah, Skittles. I've heard of doing stock before, and as someone who tries to act as a bit of an ambassador for the game at my home bar, I do end up playing a lot of casual games with people that were trying to get into the game, and it is always an interesting adjustment. No tees, stock balls, banging 2 irons on par fours and things like that can be pretty entertaining. Very conservative shot off the tee there from Cook on the left-hand side here. A little short. With this headwind, it feels pretty safe. I would like to get pretty aggressive on this hole. Even release probably, and just trying to get it to come down towards that hole because it's not going to go too far. Yeah, great shot from Dugan there. Do you know, is he Jimmy?
It was Jim when I played him.
Jim? Man, I took 2 guesses and they were both wrong.
We were making the hacksaw.
All right, well,
references.
Gotcha. All right, so we're taking a bit of a break on the pink stream. Looks like we're back. Continuing the match. Left-hand side here, hole 10, Pine Coast, can be a little bit interesting, and that pin position could make the second shot interesting. I really think the plan here is going to be to bang this out there as far as we can. I do like the 7 degree, just avoid the tree trunk and go. 8.5 with or without a little bit of shape is also an option, but he set himself up for a very straight wind, and now he's always got to work about his
behind you guys on the approach.
Yep, distance and spin. Ooh, all right. So on the right-hand side, bouncing off the back of the cliff, but on the green with an eagle putt. So
ooh, Chad almost put it in.
Chad was close. All right. So what's Jim Dugan got here?
He's going for the bottom tier.
Yeah. So
interesting choice.
I feel like it's a really good option to have if you know you can do it, and the only way to know you can do it is to do it a lot. So it's not one that I get after because like this looks.
Yeah, with the wind behind, I like Cook's side.
Backspin, yeah,
puts it in close.
A little safe, but perfect look. Tap in eagle, move along. All right, so we got layups coming in, or at least one layup coming in on the right-hand side here. Pretty long look, and I think the layup might be the right call with Stouts.
Yeah.
Ooh. Jim almost getting one there. Cosmos, high 7 degree or something that might be there on the right-hand side if you wanted that look, but not with Stouts, right? And not worth the risk in the match that these guys are playing right now.
Got a pink bracket championship on the line. I don't think I would be going for it.
No. Okay, so wow, what a look on the left here. Pretty big headwind, but not a big distance. Does that say 380? Oh, maybe also a big distance.
Yeah. Oh, he barely misses it.
Did you see how
he had 143?
Was it good 180?
It was a pretty good 180.
So
going to give Jim something to think about here.
Yeah, so you got a couple options here. I don't like the layup ever because even when you water this, you should make the chip, so you still get the birdie. But I think if he goes a little bit to the right, even if he ends up in the sand, he might have a click chip or some kind of chip for the eagle here. So I think
he's definitely going for it.
He's going for it. Oh yeah, he doesn't know how to quit. Play the same shot and just maybe go a little bit further right to be able to reach.
I don't know that he's sure about it. Chad trickled off. I think he's still in the fringe. May have gotten into the rough there on.
Oh, so he is laying up. All right.
Yeah, he did end up laying up on the left.
All right. Well, justify it.
Ooh. And he makes his putt. Now Chad's got an interesting shot here.
On
right
the rough.
7 off the rough, barely on the rough. Gonna chip this. Jim in the purple side.
Oh, all right. I said he had to justify it. Consider it justified.
I think the layup was the right move.
If you know you can do that, man, lay up every shot. Wow. All right. That sets a bit of a tone. Going to be a very big swing if Cook doesn't get this chip. Did we completely miss?
That's a great point, guys. Him playing stouts.
What, Dugan's playing stouts?
That he is.
Look at us, your experienced commentator crew here, completely whiffing on the fact that there was no chance of him making it, and the layup was the obvious decision. Makes the hole out even more amazing. So he's playing that anti-wind ball that doesn't get quite as much distance, but does fight the wind well. Wasn't going to reach, laid up, suffered the consequences. The consequences being he hold it out. So amazing. All right, so looking at the left side here, Dugan just trying to figure out the correct angle here. You got to come in with a little bit of loft to get over the ridge in front of the green, and then once you get on there, bite or backspin just to kind of either hold what you got or back you up towards the pin. I like the click left here. Got to hit it right a little bit. I don't think you need to curve it. Yeah. Wow.
Just barely got onto the green there.
That was
you could come off that hill and get in some trouble.
That was a gambler shot. I think he landed in the fringe. If he'd found just green, he might have pulled directly to the hole. But all right, so layup on the right.
In a tied game.
Cook, correct layup on the right. Cook also hitting a great shot. Look at these guys. Wow.
Keeping it within one.
Yeah, advantage Dugan here by one for the Purple Bracket Championship. Also advantage one entire game by being King of the Hill. So he's sitting pretty well right now. Looks like he's staying loose. They're chatting. They're having a good time. Two pretty cool dudes. On the right-hand side. A almost double eagle coming in with a well-placed shot with a backspin to bring it around towards the hole. They'll clean up a couple putts here, I think.
And Danny and Chad are going to take it into the 14th hole of Rocky with a tie game.
Which is exciting, right? There's going to be some challenging shots coming up. Obviously, very experienced Golden Tee players, very good Golden Tee players. We will see how they deal with, this hole, but also coming up, a very difficult 17th hole in particular.
Bradley, I believe there was 136. Double check that. 138. I think there were almost 160 signed up. We had 138 actually qualify.
I think I only saw about 145 or something like that on Steve's official post on the Facebook group.
He had mentioned 150 something when we were here on Thursday, but could have been an estimate.
Hey, Steve's popping up in chat there. 138, really good number. Healthy pink bracket taking place. Lots of people up and down the skill ladder, right? Yep. Lots of different levels of people coming out here and having a good time.
I think that's 20 more than we had last year.
That's a good step in the right direction. You get 20 more next year, you almost fill a pink bracket.
That's right.
Do you have any folks back in your kind of local Golden Tee community that you're thinking might become tournament players?
Well, we had 3 here this week, and one that just recently moved to St. Louis from Arizona. So more than I normally see.
Very cool.
It's tough for Arizona not being a prize play state. There's not as much activity. You don't see tournaments.
So we think
left out. No World's Pass options.
So we had a new Boston Golden Tee player come to the Connecticut tournament, the kind of regional one. We think we're going to get a few out to Nashville, just trying to get more people involved. Wow, Cook living dangerously here on the left side stream, almost bouncing back into oblivion. But hangs up on the fringe and makes the putt. Good to go. Dugan still one stroke up.
Still one stroke up. Going into 15 on Pine. Have Danny Ellis teeing off on the right side. In the Pink Championship, hole 15. Pretty good look to hold this one out. Got 11 coming to the face, going slightly left.
So let's talk about what Dugan's looking at here on the left-hand side on hole 15 on Pine. Big tailwind, which brings almost any club into the mix, right? You could probably high tee a 6-wood here, and it would go.
Danny just missed on the left side. Let's see if Chad can make his. Sorry.
So I'm trying to figure out what he's thinking here. Like a safe shot is even not necessarily easy to find here, right? You're going to be hitting 3-wood. You're going to be hitting maybe medium 10.5 bite and just trying to find the middle of the green.
He's going high tee.
Yeah, it can work as long as you land short enough. It's a very, very long green. So there's a chance that if you could high tee it, you don't need spin, land near the front, run it down.
He's going at it.
Or you could just do that. Beautiful shot coming in from him there. Wow, that's crazy. So not taking the foot off the gas, trying to make sure he closes this up maybe without a reset.
There are some opportunities in non-prize play states, to my knowledge, and I've asked IT this before. Arizona is an exception. We don't get the home qualifier either.
Right. Yeah, so lots of information available, obviously, on the Golden Tee website to look through all the methods for qualifying for Worlds. You know, there's monthly commercial qualifying, there's monthly home qualifying. There was some non-prize play state qualifying, but non-prize play, non-Arizona state qualifying.
That's correct. Or you can just go to Worlds.
Or you can just show up. So
at bid spots that you can play your way into.
Worlds is a beautiful, great spectacle to just enjoy. And there will be a last chance qualifier at Worlds with spaces up for grabs, I believe, in what will be this year a closest to the pin last chance qualifier.
Trickling off. Oh, he got lucky there.
Wow, almost going into the water. So
he's still going to have a relatively difficult chip to get that back in to save it.
I would agree.
A little bit of a lip there. We'll see how he treats it.
And he was 1 up going into this hole, I believe, on the right-hand side here, right?
I believe so.
All right, so Jim is, man, these
made it.
Great chip.
Saved his eagle.
So on the right hand,
his lead.
On the right-hand side, Jim get a lot of these right-to-left wins today. So going out to a different place than most people typically hit their tee shots here on Pine Coast number 16. But probably a good setup to chase that wind over towards the hole, play it with bite, land a little bit above the hole, a little bit right of the hole, and let it come down. Ooh. I got to be honest. I'm switching back and forth very much between these games right now, but any ball that's on the green on Rocky 17 here on the right is a good ball, and that was an excellent shot to just
he's
hold
putting
the green.
Pressure on Danny here. Danny, of course, being king of the hill. He's 1 stroke back, 2 holes left. See if he can stick it.
That's gonna be a tough one from there. He brought the lob wedge, so good tool for this job. You got to be careful with the tailwind and not fly over the green to the other side and get caught in that kind of doom loop. So you're gonna get the power low.
On the left side.
Fighter backspin and just kind of sit it there.
Oh, get it.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, with that left slope, I don't think he can make this putt.
Think Jim overcooked that a bit. All right, Cook gives him a reprieve.
Yep,
so if I'm Jim here, I go through that. I clip the edge of that fringe, right?
Yeah, you don't want to clip it too much.
Yeah,
I don't think you got a shot at making this.
Oh,
nice. It was a good attempt.
So I saw Jade McGillum make a putt very similar to that last year, or in qualifying in Nashville. We were in a group together. We were playing What the heck was that course? Kangaroo or whatever, one of the
Oh,
repeats?
from last year?
Yeah, and on the 18th green, he had to putt around the corner on one of those down holes and wrapped it through, just kissed the fringe, and it trickled into the hole. It might be there, but not worth the gamble, obviously, especially with Cook having already missed that putt.
All right, hole 18 on our right side. I think, what are we on, 17?
Yeah, all
17.
Coming down probably to maybe a close here on the purple side, right, with the King of the Hill, I think, being one stroke up.
Yep. Chad missed the green. Oh, it's rolling back. Fortunate roll there for Chad.
What's the score over on the right-hand side after that?
Up. He's either up 2 or 3.
All right, so wait, who's up 2 or 3?
Chad is. Danny's. Yeah. Danny's thinking he's needing to hold this. We got a 3-stroke lead on the purple side.
So if Jim finds the green here, that's going to be it for the purple bracket.
That'll seal it.
Jim just needs to find the green, punch his ticket to.
Good try for Danny. I think he's that bite kind of killed him there.
Yeah.
Probably needed to come in a little more aggressive, being down. But he gets another chance. So
Very true. All right, so Jim's got this outwind, this right wind here. Lots of ways he could get this done. He doesn't look like he packs any kind of 3-iron, 3 hybrid, some nice low loft club to get in there, but I don't think it matters from here. He's got the low tee. He's going to play maybe a little bit of shape, let the wind bring it over. Going to bite it up, and whoo, that should do it. You know, there's a world where if that trickles over into the bunker, it's easy to lose a lot of strokes, but I don't think that's the case right here.
With a 3-shot lead, that should seal it. Jordan making his best attempt, almost making the hole there.
That's an excellent shot.
Yes.
From Cook. Trying to make things interesting here. Obviously, with the 3-stroke margin, probably not going to do it. So that putt is in.
Jim putting it in. And he will be our 2025 St. Louis champion.
So we have
purple bracket.
We have Jim Dugan obviously winning that purple bracket, which is what he set out to do, right? You find yourself in purple, you try to win it, punching his ticket to Worlds 2026. Took a long road to get there, so good for him. And won it as King of the Hill, no losses. So good day for Jim.
Undefeated day for Jim. Makes me feel better losing to him in the first round.
There you go. So do we think we had a reset in the pink bracket? Unclear if we're going to be.
Sob will get on the mic asking for Chad to come see him. But I believe we're going to have to roll that back. Is that it? I don't think so. We should still have one more shot at the pink bracket championship, since Danny Ellis was the King of the Hill. Chad will have to beat him twice in order to take that. But yes, congratulations to Jim Dugan. Excellent job. Impressive run through purple. He beat a lot of great players. See hugs in the background. Richard King was getting his shots of the winner. Get a grasp on what's getting ready to happen here. I see lots of hugs, high fives, celebration.
All right, well, some good Golden Tee played. Obviously, potentially one match left in the Missouri Open to close out the pink bracket. But man, this is my first time here at the Missouri Open. First time here at the Funny Bone, and it has been a really cool experience. One of my new favorites.
It's a great venue. They got a great staff. I know we say that about most of our venues that we go to. Everyone has a little bit of a unique flavor. This one's kind of cool with the 2-room setup. The owner, one of the comedians, they both play in the tournament, which is really cool. Sean O'Brien, if you ever get a chance to see him, he's an awesome comedian. It's home base here at the Funny Bone. I think he's opened up for Nikki Glazer before.
Oh, very cool. All right, so given that we've kind of tracked into the evening here a little bit, with all this excellent play into extra holes, all this extra bracket resets and fun times, I think we're going to be winding the stream down here. I think that was the hand signal that I just received. So
was it? Was it the end? I think that they got one more match, don't they?
Okay, there's.
Yep. Nope. We have confirmed. We have one more bracket.
All right.
One more.
Apologies for that. I need to better understand sign language. I believe there is still a pink bracket match to decide that championship. Obviously, hundreds of dollars on the line. Some good play coming up, and we got players walking up to the machine right now. So.
And yes, this venue is a comedy club when it is not hosting Golden Tee tournaments.
And hey, Sean and I are not paid commentators, but I could say I'm almost being paid, because if I wasn't doing this, I'd be on a side game, probably losing a lot of money to a lot of better Golden Tee players. So.
Just called out the celebratory shots courtesy of our main bracket champion, Andy Haas.
Bit of a Golden Tee tradition. Champion usually springs for some fun shots, kind of round, make a toast, something like that. So he's calling everyone over. We're going to do our best to use some hand signals to get some shots maybe delivered to the commentary booth while we keep things live. I do think the pink bracket match is probably going to be on hold until this is resolved.
Also Sean McKern, Steve. No, he's not listening. He's got you a shot coming at least.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, so we have several trays of shots here.
And Wayne, you are correct. This is the darkest venue on tour. Oh, we got some shots coming our way.
Thank you, Andy. Which ones are ours? There we go. All right, so I don't know exactly how to give live-by-live commentary on a drunken victory celebration, but we do have some shots rolling through. We're hanging out here for a little bit. Pink bracket match to come.
They took the commentator's camera down, so
that's true.
You'll
so
just have to use your imagination.
There will be no witnesses.
Andy's about to give his quick speech here.
I've only been playing Golden Tee for a little while. I think this is far from my first Andy Haas speech.
Oh, yes.
What a solid player. I think he took down 3 of the 6 Power Events tournaments last year.
He's on quite
at a different level. I'm pretty sure I lost a warm-up match where I was in the same contest with his son, AJ, his 9-year-old son.
Did you play with AJ?
I did not play with him, but we were warming up next to each other. We were in the same contest on Bahama.
What a cool experience that was. You hear the cheers. Cheers to you, Nate.
Hey, cheers, Sean.
Oh, fireball.
All right, so one of the world's briefest speeches just took place. Andy Haas thanking everyone for being here, being part of all this stuff, and say that he's excited to see everybody in Vegas. I know I'm excited to see everybody in Vegas, so hopefully some of the folks in chat are going to be able to make it out there for that championship.
And now...
So,
like
Brad, there is a very strict screening process for becoming a commentator on the Power Events Golden Tee stream.
Layers of interviews.
Yeah, the way it works is if you're walking by and there's a headset without a head in it, you sit down and you grab it. So that's kind of what I did today. This is my first time commentating one of these streams, and it has been an absolute blast. It helps to make sure that at least the first time you sit down, you got someone pretty experienced next to you. I think I had Matt Van Hoosier with me.
Certainly different when you're sitting here by yourself.
It is. I found it to be a really good way to enjoy some of this kind of late stage match play, because I got a great, large in color view of everything that's going on, and forces me to stay engaged. I believe those shots were fireball.
Oh, they were definitely fireball.
Okay, yes.
My taste buds work.
Not my favorite, but I mean, that's better than Mountain Dew.
You're referencing the Gervais shots.
I mean, the Mountain Dew actually, it might have powered me into greatness later that night. Just that little bit of caffeine. It was probably better for my health. So I can't really complain.
And just so you guys know, the stream is not over. We do have pink bracket.
Steve Sobel says no. All right, well,
Steve
fair
shut
enough.
you down, Brett.
It's his
Sorry.
party. All right, so for those of you who were following along before the short intermission there, well, some speeches and rounds of shots were happening here in the barn. We just had a bracket reset in the pink bracket, right? So we had a King of the Hill. One player was undefeated. One player had won the loser's bracket but had lost once. Get a bracket reset when the undefeated player loses. Now they're on level footing, one loss each. And this match here on Pine Coast is going to decide the pink bracket championship here at the Missouri Open.
And will be the final match of our tournament.
These are the only two players still with their nose to the grindstone, fighting their way through Golden Tee. So
good luck to both of them.
Yeah, bite there. You know, I might have played backspin a little aggressively, but bite so in a match, sometimes you got to play a little bit more sensible. Non-drivable look here. I don't know. Cosmos, it might have been trippable. You might have been able to hit a big full here with the 8.5s and then come in with like a 6 degree or 6 wood or something like that. But
that's right. Oh, Danny showing his displeasure.
Yeah, pushed it a little bit there, but
lucky thing, every hole one has that flat green. He's going to easily putt in.
There's some shenanigans happening in the background right now. The noise is pretty intense, but we got two players here who are their head down. They're focused on this match and trying to take down this pink bracket. Hole 2 here, par 3, not a lot of wind. Honestly, you move a little bit right in the tee box, you offset all the wind, and then you just try to stick this in the hole. And that pretty good line. Not a lot of spin coming on that club if you're not hitting it pretty hard. I would be probably hitting a, I'm not sure, probably 5 wood here.
I think so too.
Maybe 5 wood naked, maybe 5 wood bite, just something to try to attack the pin with a little bit of power and have some control on the green. Awesome. All right, so we're continuing on. You know, depending on the setup, this can be a birdie start, which is very disappointing for those of us who are big fans of blue numbers, of bringing in those eagles.
Yeah, and then now we're on this look. You're not going to reach the green. Definitely not with stouts.
Yep. Nice little layup here, and then you try to find something clever on the next shot.
Take some of that decision-making process.
You know, there's a world where, man, I don't know, if you're crazy, some kind of maybe 8.5 full to the other side, and then you get close enough for a slightly better chip. Probably not worth it in the main bracket. Definitely not worth it in the pink bracket.
Yeah.
Also, probably not worth it with stouts.
Danny putting some thought into this one. Goes with a nice little push.
Just never got it left to counter the wind. It's interesting. I don't know if that was a miss hit on the ball, but like you got a 5 right wind here. That's only going to be about, I don't want to do math right now, but like 13% of a click here with stouts. But you need to do something because it's going to keep going right on the green. So I would like to see kind of a 20%-ish out to the left there. But either way, they're both very reasonably close to the hole for a putt. And the putts come through, 1 down. And 2. All right. So number 4, maybe not where we start to see some fireworks, but pretty quickly the degree of difficulty is going to come up here a little bit.
Chad getting some advice here.
Yeah, you know, the highest I've ever seen somebody wearing a glove finish is second in the main bracket. So You can wear a glove
okay.
and play at any level you want. Trust me, the way my hands look, or at least after when I was newer to the game before they toughened up a little bit, maybe the glove wearing players are the smart ones.
Did you consider it?
No, I did not consider it.
We
I'm
just
being
had some
magnanimous
drinks
here, but
delivered.
I'm not
Thank
being
you,
ridiculous.
Emily. I told her yesterday she's the best thing to happen to Golden Tee. She brought me an Uncrustable last night.
That's true. Probably a very popular treat with some of the people in chat.
No thanks. I'm good for now. I had enough hibachi.
All right, so very long look here on this long par 5 on Pine Coast. Even with Cosmos, I mean, you could go straight and then play some kind of crazy full or something, maybe. I don't know. But the right play is always to go down to that little lower bit of fairway, stick it off to the left out over the water. Not always the easiest thing to hit. We got one ball on there, and then we have nobody at the console.
Not sure what happened to Danny.
So maybe
here he comes.
Third bathroom break of the last 2 games.
Nope, we just got reloaded. Thanks.
Thank you. Good stuff. I feel like everybody went to the other room and there's some ridiculous karaoke going on. So if these gentlemen could get on with this match, I think I'll probably get over there. Probably not do any singing. You know, maybe if I do another shot or two, maybe get after some Johnny Cash, but
I won't need any encouragement to get on the stage.
Ooh.
Oh, Danny puts it long
Danny
and goes
hooks
in the water.
That's a 1-stroke mistake, right? Because you get a good drop right here. Not the end of the world. Not like some water plays. Yep.
Yep, right up ahead.
Got to remember what the elevation does to this shot. Can be a little tough. That was perfect, right? You're going to lose a little bit of distance, lose a little bit of action on your spin.
Oh, great shot.
2 really good shots.
Trying to get that stroke back.
Yep. Would have been an excellent way to do it.
Winner hole 5. We got Chad coming in with the 1-stroke lead.
I think this is a pretty good look to try to bite or backspin into it a little bit.
I don't hate this. All right, Chad.
Shots up. Pretty good look. All right, so we got 1 stroke in this match right now, right?
We do.
Lots of Golden Tee left to play. Pretty good look here as long as you're ready to bring it back to the hole. Bite is safe. I think backspin is better. But I do think in the pink bracket, you're just looking to avoid mistakes, right? You're not looking for hole outs necessarily. There's been some pretty good shots.
Couldn't agree more. But I'm probably going for the backspin there.
Yeah. Backspin has more fun. All right, so a little bit uphill here. A lot of clubs that can come into work. Stouts, I'm thinking 6-wood most of the time. That right wind with the pin on the just on the edge of the cliff is
I think they upset the greenskeeper.
I think it's a sign to just give yourself a 30-foot putt and try to make it and not get a little crazy here.
Yeah, you could try cutting it in a little bit, but I don't think the risk is worth it.
Oh, hey, Nate's in chat.
There he is.
Good to have another Nate pop it in here. Yep, very safe. Not really throwing it over the water at all. Just make the putt, move along. Neither of these are like gimmies, but they should be pretty easy. Man, I thought I commentator cursed the heck out of that.
I learned my lesson with Haas on 13 of.
You couldn't have cursed Haas that hard because apparently he won the whole thing.
Yeah, It worked out.
You may have lost him the battle, but you won him the war. So he might owe you a drink, maybe another shot. All right. Nothing too crazy here. I'm probably just looking for distance off the tee to try to have a short enough look that I can get some pretty good spin on my next shot.
And you're going to have that wind going right to left, and then the green sloping back to the right. So that's a good look.
Yeah, so I thought about this.
It's not a big landing area.
No, so now he's thinking with stouts, right? So
I've seen him use bite a lot.
That's only about 2.5 miles an hour of left wind, which actually sets up really well here. Oh, sit.
Oh.
That may
hit
have
him.
technically gotten over the edge into the rough, which could make for an interesting chip. I don't know if that's sitting fringe or not. That's a very nice shot. No nonsense. And I apparently missaw this badly because he's just in the fringe. It's not bad at all.
Yeah. Nice easy putt off the fringe. Chad will clean up his putt, and we'll move on. All right, what do we got here on a hole 8, Nate?
Interesting. So we got a little bit of tailwind, which makes this play a little bit shorter. Probably looking to come in with, personally, probably backspin, land it in that fat area to the right of the green and try to move towards the pin. Because I know if I accidentally rip it into the rough, I'm going to be able to make the chip. I respect bite here. Personally, I would probably be coming in with a shorter club with a lot more power. Try to get a steeper landing angle and a little bit more spin. If I was going to hit the 8.5, it'd probably be backspin, but no real wrong answer as long as you still have a putt.
As long as you don't come off the side of that hill.
Hey, Jared. Glad you're enjoying the stream. I had a lot of people sitting in, liking, subscribing, kind of enjoying their participation in the tournament virtually. It's been a great time, and obviously we miss everyone who can't make it. We hope to see everyone here soon. All right, still one stroke in it. As we head to the 9th hole, approaching the turn. Interesting little downhill par 3 look. A little bit left on the green, pretty straight wind. I would be maybe moving my tee a tiny bit right and then trying to backspin this into the hole. You could also do it by angling the shot. There's that pullback, slightly sending it right. Let's see what we got. Yeah, just a little bit much. It's very difficult to make small enough of an angle adjustment to really set that where that would need to be to come back into the hole, which is why I often prefer golden teeing it and moving it like even as little as like a foot or two to the right. Because that's too small of a distance for me to have an angle play for. Oh, the no spin look coming in. That looks like fun.
Yeah. All right, Chad. I hesitate to say this would be an easy chip. Certainly one he probably expects to make.
Ooh, almost ultra'd it. Great chip under pressure. Okay, 9 holes probably left in this. There's always a risk of extras. We've got a tailwind look here, which is going to be a crosswind on the second shot. Clearly shoot the window here is an option, or bend it around either left side or right side of these trees. I think these guys know how to.
Or through them.
Yeah, right through the middle is I think is the fun look. I didn't do it, but. All right, so we're going to bend it like Beckham here. Big cut, left to right action. Sets up a pretty good look here. A little bit of right to left wind to the next shot, but it's a left to right green. So I don't hate it.
See what Danny chooses to do.
Given the micro adjustments on the tee here, I'm thinking he's going through the trees. I think we're about to see an 8.5. Oh, or what are we seeing?
He hasn't gotten to his clubs yet. He's got a 9.5. Yeah, Chad is always smiling. If you were here during qualifying, he was smiling a little too much. Might be why he is in pink today.
This to me looks like probably a bite play personally. Trying to land it a little bit back right of the pin. Let the wind bring you to the left, and then let the bite pull you up the green while the left right slope straightens it out. I mean, that shot with bite, I think might would have been
the look
pretty close.
he gave was, I wish I had bite on.
Yeah, it was a really good shot. I mean, the line was perfect, and now he's got a nice short putt. So nothing too much to complain about. But hey, we can all dream. Yeah, that's the other look. Coming at it forward.
All right. Still one stroke off. Going to be heading into hole 11.
I expect to see, I mean, I'd say fireworks, maybe heartbreak at some point as we're coming up, just because of the difficulty of some of these holes. And on cue.
Now, both these are Stouts players.
But it is it's very short look.
It's not a longer one.
What do you think here? High 8.5? Does this go? I think it does,
goes,
right?
Yeah.
With Stouts?
Yeah, oh, for sure.
I would think with Stouts, high 8.5 on level ground, no wind would carry something like, oh, chat, please don't quote me on this, but like 345, 348, something like that. Here, you're going to lose some to the wind, but you're going to gain a lot from the downhill. So this looks pretty good. Off the wall in the hole.
Bounce in. Bounce in.
Oh, stay. Did you see, was it Heasley's shot yesterday in qualifying on
the one
this
that
hole?
Came back off the pin?
It went rock wall, pin, rock wall, green.
Oh, it didn't go.
If it went in, if it went in, that would have been shot of the franchise, shot of the 35 years, shot of the golden tee. Like that would have been it.
I did see it go back off the pin and into the wall.
Yeah, it was craziness. Oh,
well, at least it didn't go in the water.
Probably about 8 inches from a really, really good shot. So
it almost looks like he landed the edge of the rough, but he had backspin on it. See if he can chip this in. A lot of concentration into this one. It's an important shot.
Oh, so he got the pullback was a little bit squirrely. He got out to the right there.
Easy to do.
Yes. I have a lot of experience, mostly in qualifying.
Knows.
Yep.
Cleans up his birdie.
All right. So
I think that's going to put him down 2.
Could be 2 strokes.
This Chad can put this in.
Pretty simple. What club are you hitting here?
I would probably, out of my bag, I would use my 5 hybrid release, 1 click.
Cool. I think I'd hit driver.
I've seen a lot of people going driver. It's probably the play. I haven't done.
It is so much fun. I mean, as long as you don't miss. If you miss, it's really bad. But being able to do things like Rocky Hollow 17, you have like a right 7 thing, and you just driver and just laser it at it.
I think the one thing I've learned from this tournament is I need to add the 7 degree into my bag.
It's got a lot of utility. Okay, so we got a fun bounce, and then we're tracking towards the hole. That is how you golden tee.
Yeah.
There's a reason that a lot of the shot of the weeks do not belong to main bracket players. There are people who are of the opinion that every ultra is a bad shot. I'm not sure that's expressly true, but a lot of them are. Virtually every shot of the week is a terrible shot.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Miller had his ultra to win the ultra pot.
Yeah. the shot of the weeks are all entertaining, and usually they do mix in a couple of really good shots. But then there's the ones where you misjudged it by a mile, bounced off 7 rocks, hit a duck and landed in the hole, and I find them very entertaining.
They are.
Lots of good content on the Golden Tee YouTube channel, to which everybody should subscribe. They should like this stream. All right, so we have a look here on 13 that is about as basic as it gets. It's going to be a left to right wind with a right to left break on the green, which makes for a good time. Some people would choose to lay up to a specific distance here, trying to hit a club that they like. I do not have the attention span to do that much math, so I generally just bang it out here and then deal with whatever I get after that tee shot, but we do our best to get it done.
I don't go through the work of knowing my yardages.
Yeah.
You just got to follow your heart.
Amen. The power of friendship.
Back to that ultra pot. Did you see the guy that had an ultra but wasn't in the pot?
Yeah. So essentially, the entrance fee to the ultra side pot is insurance against the absolute misery of accidentally hitting an ultra and realizing that you could have had $1,200. My advice to anyone who attends these tournaments and is playing, you should probably get into it, because man, you end up on an 80-yard par 3, any of us can ultra.
It's the cost of one game.
Yep.
And I think the pot was $1,500 this week.
So going into this weekend, the pot was $1,500. They pay out 80%, which is $1,200, but a ton more money came in. So the payout was probably, I would believe, on the order of $1,500.
I think it was around. Somebody said it was $1,500.
Nobody's won it in a long time. So there was a missed putt on that previous green. Does that make this a one-stroke game right now?
I wish I had been paying attention and not talking about ultras.
Yeah, but I mean, ultras are the dream. Lots of danger here. We're not doing a lot of camera direction in terms of hitting that right button to show the perspective from the ball to the pin so we can see what's going on. But from here, we can actually see his ball on the green. It looks like he's got a clear putt. So
yeah, I believe he was 19 under, so that was a one-stroke. Doesn't go into the sand. He might have his opportunity to get his stroke back. Not a gimme with the right 7, but pretty close. There he goes. He sinks it. So we'll see if Chad can chip this in from the sand.
It's a tough one.
Steep angle.
Do you think he's got the lob wedge click chip?
I don't.
He doesn't. So he's not click chipping. He's traditional chipping, which is just a little spicy. Sit.
And
catches the whole troll has been properly paid.
Back to even.
All right.
15th
wow.
hole.
Just when Sean and I think that we have a chance to go get involved in some 1 through 5 games.
I don't need the 1 through 5 in my life.
Trust me, I don't either. Some other kind of game. How did Luna do? So Luna finished. Let me pull it up. Was
he in the 5-6?
Was he third? No, he was. No, he was. What? How are you? Sorry, I'm struggling to even use my phone at this moment in time. There's a lot going on in my failed brain. All right, so
with a pretty nice shot.
Luna finished 4th.
Luna with the 4th place.
Wow, that was a really good shot.
It was.
I got distracted on my phone, but wow. All right, let's see if we can bring in something similar here.
A little closer angle.
2 really good shots, honestly. Having the confidence to get over that tree, knowing that even with the high tee, the backspin's going to stop it on that downhill and leave you a putt.
Chad wasn't scared of that 7-degree right.
Not easy putts, by the way. I know he just casually banged that in there, but
just walked up, no time to think about it.
Yep, just get it done. Looking at that quality of putting, man, I should be in the pink bracket.
We had a, talking about Matt Miller winning that ultra pot. We had a Matt Miller versus Matt Miller matchup in purple bracket.
That's true. I did not hear Steve announce it. Did he do anything fun?
He kind of did a play on it when he was announcing it, but
will all the
Matt
Miller report to Machine 5 or something like that? Or
it's close.
All right, so this wind to me, I mean, it looks like the traditional layup spot off to the left, unless the Stouts can't reach. This is going to be an interesting one because you're going to have a right to left wind on your next shot.
I think I would have went left here.
I would have as well because you're going to have a right to left wind onto a
Chad
right to left green.
Looking like he agrees with us.
Yeah. The only question, I don't play Stouts, but I feel like with a 15-mile-an-hour wind, the Stouts are going to get almost identical distance to a Cosmos here.
I think Chad's going to be just fine. Sean A., if you're talking about this match, this is the final.
This is the very last
pink
game
bracket
for the we'll say the amateur bracket, the pink bracket, one of the lower brackets. We've more or less concluded the Missouri Open, and I will say the vast majority of the players, I think, migrated to the other half of the bar and are probably doing some ridiculous interpretive dance to "Whim Away" or some nonsense over at the karaoke bar that adjoins the place that we are currently standing.
Here's your answer. He easily makes the green there with a 126-mile-an-hour swing.
To me, that says he could have reached it with a 10.5.
Yeah.
It would have been there. That's not a difference of more than 5-10 yards.
And you see Danny's look here. It's a much tougher look going into the green.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe
15 to the left, also the left sloping green.
I didn't realize he came all the way over here. Oh, wait, this is his third shot.
Oh, that was a nice attempt.
That was a very good shot. Regardless of anything else, that was a very nice shot. He must have.
We missed
after his first shot. He must have realized he couldn't get there and laid up again. Yeah, it was. These reteed courses haven't been out for all that long, and it's a weird look to stare at a very long par 5 into the wind and realize that the right thing to do is to hit a 7-iron off the tee. Or some nonsense like that, right? So it's possible that he just doesn't know this look, or was looking for a different version of it or something like that, and took a longer look. But I'm guessing he made the right decision, took his medicine, and moved on, and we're trying to get some scores here. So
interesting look here.
Yeah, for those of you on the stream who don't know this hole, the green is very far below them. It's a very downhill look. It's between them and all that other scenery in the background. So they're going to try to just hit a little floater here that's going to drop down pretty hard. There's a pretty big risk of it rolling into the water. Like that.
Ooh, Danny. He wants that one back.
That is tough. There's a lot of wind here, and it is risky. I think a lot of higher level players would be going to a longer club and doing a little chip or click chip. Maybe throwing a little bit of a left to right cut here.
I think you cut it back into the wind on this. Which is what Chad did
a little bit,
to a lesser extent. But
okay, it's
luck
dry
out there.
And interestingly, he shoots first because the drop is closer to the pin.
Exactly. So it is a favorable drop.
It is. His drop is 12 feet from the pin. Can you imagine that in real life? Does 7 Hybrid have the loft here?
I think it does. He didn't bother to look, though.
I'd probably be hitting pitching wedge or 9-iron just to be sure, because I know I can put that in.
Oh,
yeah, it did not.
That's the result.
Yeah.
See him visibly frustrated there.
All right, so we got 2 strokes in it here in the ultimate match, the final match of the Missouri Open. This being the pink bracket. Obviously, Eddie Haas already having taken down the top bracket. Jim Dugan having taken out the purple, right? World's Pass.
Didn't even need that second match after his King of the Hill win.
So 2 strokes in it, but you just got to find this green. Don't hit a tree, don't go in the water. And don't go in the bunker because it's tough to chip.
Oh, leaves the door open. Right now, Danny is thinking about that last chip he did.
I mean, if this finds the green and there's an eagle putt, I'm not. The up and down is not trivial from back in that bunker. I believe he does have a lob wedge. A little bit of backspin.
Oh.
Oh, never mind.
Well, now he's going to have to chip it out. Very difficult look here. I don't think he would need something catastrophic to happen here with Chad. Chad looking confident. Put it right next to the hole.
Okay, he's been there before. All right, couple putts coming through, and I believe that will do it. You want to call the winner here?
We have our 2025 Pink Bracket champion, Chad Doherty, double dipping Danny Ellis after Danny had been crowned King of the Hill.
It can happen at the end of a very, very long day.
Yes, and it has been a long day.
All right, hey.
We're getting the all clear. We're going to have to call it.
We really appreciate everybody hopping into the stream, enjoying the incredible Golden Tee that we saw today. This has been the Missouri Open. This has been Power Events Golden Tee Tour. We're here at the Funny Bone in St. Louis. Amazing venue, amazing staff, amazing player base, amazing contributions from the folks who run, obviously, Power Events and who run Golden Tee, who've been helping us out with the stream and everything.
Everybody make sure and like and subscribe and attend a tournament.
Yes, and a huge thank you to all the viewers. We'll see you from Las Vegas at the World Championships.
Oh, Windy City Showdown for mobile.
That is right.
2 weeks.
We will see you in exactly 2 weeks for the Windy City Showdown. Golden Tee Mobile will be an absolute banger. So, love you all.
We're signing off. Sean McKern,
Nate Webb. Have a good night.
Thanks.